Hey everyone, Cynics here, and as you might be able to tell from that amazing anime intro, Chroma Corps 2024 was ridiculous, and we're going to do the full recap of the entire event right now. Speaking of that intro, it was a group effort from a lot of talented community members, and the credits for it will be at the end of the video. Anyway, if you don't know what Chroma Corps is, it's a giant art contest and event that I run each year on Discord. This was actually the 5th year we've done it, and the talent level only seems to keep growing. The framing device for the contest is a sci-fi academy called Chroma Corps, where characters from across all existence must compete for a small amount of spots in each year's class. These cadets then take place in daily art battles for 30 days until the winners are crowned. Going off of the lore from last year, the Chroma Corps Academy has been divided into 2 factions, Cute and Grim. Former Cadet Sabi has risen to power on the cute side of things with their faction, the Little Stars Club, and meanwhile, former Cadet Naka has risen up on the Grim side of things with another faction, the Grim Nine. Both of them will be acting as fully competing team captains and selecting 8 cadets each from all of the character submissions to join them in the daily art battles. Those who are not selected are of course still encouraged to follow along with daily assignments and just enjoy all of the chaos of the event. While there are some prizes for the winners, including a free Brainstorm Flash class, which of course I'm a big fan of. I love my Brainstorm class, and I might add that it's a great way to keep up this kind of community learning vibes going throughout the rest of the year. But the main purpose of this contest is just to be a fun place to come back to each year and focus on challenging yourself in art while surrounding yourself with passionate and talented artists to keep you motivated. In short, it's just a fun online art summer camp. So, getting into it, the enlistment phase lasted a little over a week this year, and the quality of character designs and presentations seems to be getting higher and higher. The amount of entries has mostly stabilized, which is a relief for me, but we still have well over 1,000 different entrants. A surprisingly large amount of new people joined this year, so it wasn't just the old faces, but a lot of familiar names returned as well. The thing I really love is how varied the styles and techniques are among all of the artists taking part in things. We have animators, illustrators, concept artists, 3D modelers, fine art people, a little bit of everything. Looking back through the years, the big shift I notice is definitely in the uniqueness of characters, and it's probably because of my own direction, but in the first year of Chroma Corps, the entry phase was mostly just regular looking human characters with an emphasis on uniform design for the Chroma Corps Academy. As the years have gone on, however, I think we've all realized that Chroma Corps works best when the canonical class of cadets each year just gets more and more silly and eclectic. I really enjoy this direction. I think it allows people to express pure creativity in their character designs and silhouettes, but then pull them into the universe with a subtle bit of Chroma Corps reference. As I mentioned a moment ago, presentation is also something that has been growing a bunch each year. Making a good character design can always be taken even further by making sure to present it with good graphic design concepts. Backgrounds, layouts, font choices, logos, all of these things are great to practice anytime you get the opportunity. These skills will definitely help you show off your personality, your character's personality, and really just set you apart from the other artists of the world. I've just been skimming through a bunch of my favorite entries in the background here, but I strongly recommend taking any chance you get to stop by the Discord and look at some of these creations at your own pace. The Discord is currently in hibernation mode until the next Chroma Corps, but you can still browse through the art as much as you want. You'll see the 2024 entry standouts near the top of all of the channels, and this is just where I collect some of my favorite entries, which is what I'm looking at here in the background. And there's some really good stuff. Having said that, my favorites don't actually matter too much because Sabi and Naka were the ones picking cadets this year. Alright, without wasting too much more time in this probably extremely long video, let's actually find out who got picked to compete this year. We had a live stream on Twitch where the cadets were drafted one by the two team captains, kind of dodgeball style. But in the interest of clean efficiency, I think I will be summing up the two teams for you right now. Also, I just want to have an excuse to use these little name cards that former champion T-Ted made for each of the cadets because they're adorable and I love T-Ted. So anyway, let's get into it. On the Grim 9, we of course have our Captain Naka with his cadet named Vessel. Naka was one of the most dominating cadets in last year's competition and decided to throw away his chance to win right at the end so that he could come back and compete for another year. This certainly makes him a big favorite coming into this year. Then we have Andre, who actually had a handful of different cadet entries this year, all with amazing comic backstories and lore. Andre is also a returning cadet from last year after becoming a fan favorite for his comic style. Mostly, he will be represented by his Andre cadet, a floppy-eared goblin. Up next is Spider Layer, returning for a fourth year of being selected as a cadet, the same number as Sabi, which is an amazing achievement in such a competitive field of entries every year. So following in a long line of Spider's memorable cadets, we have one named 13. 13 is some sort of creepy, sentient birdcage, although with a much softer personality than you might expect. There's even a lovely little romance subplot involving 13. After that, we have TJL and their cadet Ash. TJL is new to Chroma Corps, but as a fellow industrial design enthusiast, I was very happy to see them included. Definitely be on the lookout for TJL in any prompt that includes hard surface design or robotics. Next up is Bristletail with Cadet Lumut, an artist that I wasn't super familiar with at first, but absolutely blew me away with their energetic and confident painting style. So many good organic shapes emerging from the chaos. Then we have Volland with Cadet Ethel. Volland had an extremely cohesive and ambitious character presentation, just tons of details and tons of fun ideas going on in the backstory. Next is Diovice with a cadet named Rust. Diovice has a very angular and edgy art style with plenty of strong shapes. Their cadet Rust comes from a junkyard setting and even has a mech that is comprised of previous mech designs from around Chroma Corps. After that is Cloudy, a huge fan favorite of the community and someone that has done amazing follow-along work in years past. I believe Cloudy's cadet is named Sui Lao Ko, but I might be way off on that pronunciation. Regardless, Cloudy has an amazing aesthetic style with a lot of nods to traditional art motifs. And finally on Grim 9, another returning artist from last year, we have Ophelia. Ophelia did quite well last year with their distinct, colorful, and doodly rendering style. This year, they had a full storyline for the character process, which included some evil, ravenous Borbs and a character named Dagny who suffered a very grim fate. So that is going to be our complete Grim 9 team going into the first day of competition. Let's take a look at the other team. On the Little Stars Club, we have our most consistently competitive Chroma Corps artist, Sabi. Also in their fourth year, with just a handful more assignments completed than Spider Layer. Sabi's cadet is predictably named Little Star. Could this be the year we finally see Sabi win? Well, competing alongside Sabi, we have a lot of talented artists, including Gek. Gek is amazing at form rendering and can always seem to carve out extremely readable anatomy. Their cadet is named Tenny, which feels like a great character for showing off Gek's skills. After that, we have Bagley and their cadet Katya. Katya was an instant fan favorite cadet, a buff lady swinging around a half-loaded barbell. Bagley definitely has a great eye for playing with shapes. Up next is Brioche and their sentient candle cadet, Vela. Brioche has been a part of the community for a while, and it's great to see someone keep rising up stronger and stronger as the years pass. This seemed to be a big year for candle-related cadets, and Brioche managed to outshine the rest with this charming design. It's also fun to see the scale of the characters change so much from one to the next. After that is Dunksunk and their cadet Lazarus. Dunksunk is another artist that quickly won everyone over with their expressive, line-driven style. We'll be seeing plenty of great stuff by them as this contest goes on. Next in line then is Franklin with Cadet Dip. I love the presentation and personality of this cadet, a very fun, retail-themed character with some great props. Franklin is definitely at their best when having fun with silly characters. Then we have Fake Art and their cadet, which I believe is just named Cat, but I'm not sure if it was ever specified. Regardless, Fake had a very clean and pleasing aesthetic to this character. The whole light mode versus dark mode idea was a great way to present things and really emphasized their strengths as well. After Fake, we have Micah with Cadet Krill. This was a cadet entry that definitely stood out to me as well. A lovely color palette, great presentation, and some fun bonus art. Micah did such an amazing job that this was actually the first cadet chosen in the draft. And finally, last but very far from least, we have Will with Cadet Bingo, a near instant mascot for this year's competition. It's hard to not love this weird cubist dog named Bingo. The design alone would have probably been enough, but Will took things much further by showcasing his ridiculous animation skills also. Absolutely nutty. So with that all being said and the teams decided, I think we're ready to hop into the daily art battles and see what happens. Each of these will just be taken straight from the live stream where the winners and strikes were decided each day. Strikes, yes. I should explain the format for this year. We're back to our old system, 3 strikes and you wash out of the daily battles. The strikes are, of course, given to the bottom entries each day. Generally, they aren't even bad pieces of art, but we have to keep the contest progressing somehow. The winner each day is mostly for fun, but will also have an effect on the adderometer. The adderometer is a measure of how balanced the forces of Grim and Cute are at Chroma Corps, and if things shift too far in one direction, then the daily art prompts will get corrupted to be either more grim or more cute. Just a fun, silly bonus thing. Of course, since the prompt goes up before judging occurs, it will always be 1 day delayed, so just keep that in mind if you're wondering why the adderometer doesn't seem to sync up. As always, most of the prompts for the daily battles are provided by various artists from around the creative world, so I'd like to once again thank them all for taking the time to submit a prompt. The last thing I'll mention is about all of the people following along. In the past recaps, I usually try to do some follow-along recap at the end of the video, but this year I added a whole follow-along standouts channel in the Discord where I usually select a top 5 from the follow-alongs each day. So in order to keep things more organized, I will be splicing in a quick look at the standouts from each day as we go from challenge to challenge, and I'll just have to record those after the fact. But all right, I think that's pretty much everything, so let the chaos begin, and I'll throw things over to my past self. All right, everyone, we are finally here with the first assignment, and surprise, surprise, it is the same first assignment as last year. So it is going to be Recruitment Drive. The chat is going nuts. They're so excited to be on YouTube. So we are doing these live the day of judging, so we don't know what I'm gonna pick yet. We are going to be looking at them live. We'll be compiling them in the recap, obviously, which is what you're looking at. But we're going to go through them all. So, recruitment drive. We have currently 18 people in the contest. Each team is going to have one more. Everyone had to make a fan art of one of the cadets that they enjoyed, but didn't make it into this whole thing. The same thing as last time, except instead of having 4 winners, we're only having 2 winners, 1 from each team. There's going to be no strike today. But anyway, let's look at all the fan art submissions from everyone. Ignore Andre. He's just getting attention. Just don't look at him and he'll go away. Spider Layer did this one almost instantly. It's Burlap Kring's character, and I love this painting by Spider Layer, this drawing, whatever you want to call it. It looks great. It looks wonderful, good expression, good involvement of that character. The only thing I could say could be stronger is this character had a giant novelty oversized soccer wrench, which I loved so much, and I feel like Spider Layers kind of plays that down, but that's okay. Great piece of art there. Dio Vice did Quentin Oz cadet here, and that looks nice. A great piece by Dio Vice. We got a lot of killers, a lot of great artists in the selection this year, so they're all going to look pretty good. Like Cloudy73, who did fan art of Biped's little waxling character. Cloudy is very talented. I do feel like it mostly features, still just great Cloudy character art. But these little waxlings, these are the characters. In case you're wondering, what is the character? It's these little candle guys with the hole in the middle. Gek did Silly Boxman's Cadet, and I personally loved Silly Boxman's Cadet. It was in my top 10. And I think Gek did a great job handling the forms of it. There's some room for maybe value shifts, but a good entry by Gek. Bristletail did Kuzalon's Cadet, Clicks. Click, clack, bring the vampires back. So a nice, dramatic, lovely painting there by Bristletail. Then we have Sabi, who did win this contest of drawing fan art last year. And they did Lord Cave, the Complomouse. This is a fan favorite cadet entry. Everyone loves the Complomouse. The Complomouse is here to give you compliments and make you feel good. And it's a wonderful little character as well. And Sabi did it in their own style, and it looks great. A very, very good entry here. And then we got Voland doing Novahedrons. Novahedrons cadets here. And they took out Paul. Not Paul. I'm going to say canonically Paul is not dead. That is my official ruling as Supreme Chancellor of Chroma Corps. This is only alternate fan fiction. Paul is not dead. I'm saying it now. Will decided to do Miang's cadet, Big Gup. And they made Big Gup look extra scary. But another dramatic, wonderful piece of art. Micah, or Mika, I just think it's Micah. We're going to go with Micah for the duration. Adds Yalok's cadet. And if you followed any of the entry standout stuff, or you're on the Discord maybe checking stuff out, this is actually my favorite cadet that didn't get picked, is Yalok's. I love the entry by Yalok. I love the cadet. And this is a pretty solid piece of art dedicated to Yalok. Now, it's not quite as amazing to me as Yalok's personal entry, but it is quite good. So great job there. Franklin also did Miang's Big Gup character. They took out the seagull. Now, in the original cadet entry, there was a shadow of a seagull threatening this character, but now the character's evil. They've developed a taste for blood, apparently. We have fake art doing Ronin Guts character, making it extra cute and chibi, which is honestly looking great. It was a very good character, very nice shapes, good read on the character, memorable character, and this is a good little fan art of that character. Then we got Bagley doing Funky Pepe, and I have to say, Bagley absolutely making this so expressive. I love the way that Sabi's cadet is incorporated as like a team leader recruiting Funky Pepe's cadet and just like messing with his helmet, making it all colorful and fun. Amazing expression here. Just great expression on this one. Good expression on Funky Pepe's cadet as well. Ophelia had this tribute to Jojo Mama's gestures. And look at those fun little drawings. Ophelia's going through their twisted arc, so everything Ophelia makes is twisted. But no, this looks great. Crazy background stuff. Dunk Zunk has this version of No No Wee's, No No Wee by Stillby. And this is a lovely interpretation of that cadet. Good painting, nice clean color and saturation, I would say. And then, not to be outdone by anything else, but Andre did this amazing sequential art of Ghost Dog's cadet. You have Captain Apricot here, you know, kind of a little dejected on their spaceship, ready to leave, go back to a different galaxy. You know, you can see a little bummed out, you know, seen one galaxy, seen them all. They're getting ready to go to warp. It's kind of sad. And then all of a sudden, ring, ring, we get a little phone call from Andre, you know, hey bro, did you warp yet? That's what he sounds like. Actually, that's actually Andre's voice. Don't go. So all that stuff. And basically says, Cynic's opened up a slot last second. You can't go because there's a place for you, and I can get you in. Then we have a nice little action sequence, and a lovely shot of them getting ready to go back, to return. The excitement has returned as Ghost Dog will jump to warp speed and go back and join Chroma Corps, perhaps. You know, I guess we'll see. It's going to be hard to top that. But we do have some stiff competition because TJL decided to do some mech art of Draw Keys cadet. And man, if you know TJL, you know he is a beast when it comes to industrial design. And he's flexing his skills right here because there is some amazing industrial design details going on. So he picked the perfect cadet to really showcase his skills, and it looks really good. And then, speaking of art I love, Naka has a lovely art piece of Funky Pepe's cadet as well. Lovely card drawing going on here. Like I mentioned to the chat, this is like a perfect like wallpaper for your desktop. Really good stuff by Naka. Brioche, the last one we have here, did this little ship of bipeds, previous cadet stuff, but also the Waxlings. There they are. Brioche's character is a sentient candle this year that got selected. So, you know, there's a little bit of love between all the stuff, the Waxlings, the old cadets, all around. Really good stuff. Now, I have to pick a winner from each team. So you might see their names are in red or blue. One is the Grim 9, the red ones. The blue ones are the Little Stars Club. Both teams will have a winner, so I'm going to pick them. And I think I'll start with the Grim 9 team. At the end of the day, for sheer just enjoyment and a tribute and a beautiful fan art, I'm going to have to go with Andre. I'm going to pick Andre. Andre killed it with this sequential art. You know, it's very ambitious. I don't know how they did this in a one day. This is one day. They made a whole comic and it looks great. Congratulations, because Ghost Dog, you are now officially in the Grim 9 team. You have joined the cadets in the most spectacular way possible by having fan art made, which I think is more exciting than just getting picked in the whole like big chunk of cadets. So big congrats to Ghost Dog. Okay, now blue team. So I'll be honest, I'm kind of jumping back and forth a little bit in my brain. Sabi's is very high up on my brain because it's a very good fan art, a lovely piece of art. And there's some other good stuff. But I think when all is said and done, I think my favorite one, because it incorporates, you know, kind of joining the team and having a little bit of extra, you know, recruitment aspect to it. I'm actually going to go with Bagley's drawing. I really like it. I think it's fun because it feels like it goes a little above and beyond, much like Andre's did, where it kind of like adds some extra narrative elements. It's not just a fan art. So congrats to Funky Pepe, one of my favorite follow-alongs from the past few years as well. So, you know, thank you, Bagley, for just making such a cool piece of little illustrative narrative art. Funky Pepe, welcome to the Little Stars Club. Enjoy your time. I'm excited to see what you might be doing in the future. That's going to do it for today. Obviously, we're not going to adjust the adorometer. The adorometer stays the same because we had a win from both sides. So the balance is maintained. And I guess we'll have to see what happens on tomorrow's assignment. All right, so I'm recording this later, but of course we're going to have to jump in and look at some of the follow-along art for each of these assignments. So normally it'll be a top 5, like I said, but for this first one and some of the other ones that are just very community-oriented, I'm going to have to go through a little bit more than 5. So the recruitment drive, I do have a top 5, and it consists of Kuzalon with this amazing art piece. Kuzalon, of course, a wonderful YouTuber and someone you would recognize from last year's Chroma Corps. But they have this nice little Chroma Corps Academy, a little baseball field, a lot of Easter eggs to a lot of fan favorite cadets that didn't make it in quite this year. Double has a image of Lucat's cadet, and Lucat had an amazing piece of artwork, and Double kind of treats it in a very exciting way by mixing the two styles together. I love that. Pokeal did a version of, I believe it's Jortz's cadet, which is a little cafeteria chef. And in my brain, this is the official canonical cafeteria chef for Chroma Corps. So a lovely illustration there. King W did a tribute to City Bell's cadet, a very good cadet as well. And King W just had an amazing cadet also, and this art style is just looking great. So wonderful presentation, wonderful looking art there. Shucks is someone who has leveled up a lot over the previous years, and you can see some amazing Easter eggs, mostly with the goofy, weirder characters. The little pot cat, Charlie's, a new Shamalu. Just a bunch of different little references going on all throughout this image, and I love it. And of course, I don't know if it's been referenced in the video yet, but get ready to see a lot of this character, because this is Paul, a character created by, I believe, Ready or Not, who instantly became a fan favorite this year. There are Paul poems, there are Paul prayers, there are Paul teams, there is a lot of Paul stuff going on. I guess he's kind of like a janitor here. I don't know what his official role is in Chroma Corps, but regardless, we love Paul. Aside from that, there were some big community pieces. This one by Stargecko incorporated just a ton of the follow-along cadets. We had this one, of course, by T-Ted, which you can see in all of these little presentations because I featured it in the video. We also have Chipnix doing a little yearbook thing, which is clever little fan art of a lot of different characters. And I love this type of stuff where you get to see a ton of the characters in a different style. So that was a lot of fun. A lot of honorable mentions. As I talked about a second ago, Lucat's cadet was great because of the style and presentation. And Lucat also just makes insane art every day. So Lucat was another one of those artists that I wasn't super familiar with before Chroma Corps, but I've become a huge fan of since. And they do some YouTube videos as well as a pretty great Instagram account and some other social media stuff. Definitely recommend checking them out. They go very extreme and chaotic with their painting style. But you have a nice little kind of berserk-ish theme going on here with a tribute to, I believe it's Crackheads? Crackhead Betrayal? Yeah, that cadet. We had R&B doing this lovely one. I love the perspective and focus going on there. Owen had these little Chester guys. Another great little tribute art there. And he also did City Bell's character, which you might have seen a couple seconds ago. Novahedron decided to bring in Surge Rake, which was Double's kind of just extra cadet for this year. Even though Double's already won, it's still fun to take part and have your own cadet. Mew Pet did this one. I believe it's Mary's little mousy character. Y4, this is fan art of a character that made it in, but once again, for follow-alongs, the rules aren't very strict. It's just good to see them making art. So this is a lovely piece of art based on Bristletail's cadet. Really nice stuff there. Pizza Pier made this one. Lovely fan art. Another fan favorite cadet over here. Rue made this version of Hack Art's cadet. And Hack Art was, of course, a cadet from last year. They updated their cadet design to have like a cute and grim version. I believe this is fan art of the cute version. John Albo did some great little art here. Another good tribute. And Dralky also doing the Saint Drake fan art and looking great. Dralky, of course, an amazing artist. And I'm not even done yet because we have some more fun stuff, more in the arts and crafts realm. But Goat decided to make an actual 3D clay version of Bingo. So that's delightful. A little like crayon drawn backdrop as well with construction paper. But yeah, it's obviously Bingo art is always appreciated. Crafty Jellyfish decided to do embroidery of King W's cadet. And that honestly looks amazing as well. Avian Ben was doing a bunch of sticker mock-ups for a bunch of different cadets. Miang decided to do a full 3D version of Tenny, of course, Gex cadet there. And that's just cool to see. I always appreciate seeing a 2D character be made into 3D. Mohawk Man did a little version of Kip as a little animation. And once again, I just like seeing things in different styles, especially if it crosses mediums. So a lot of great stuff in the follow-alongs today. But from here on, we'll mostly be focusing on just a top 5. But yeah, that'll do it for this one. Now we can move on to the next day. All right, assignment number 2 is Matcha Garden. This is going to be an environment assignment, and it was provided by the wonderful Jamila Nope. I don't know how to pronounce the last name. But Jamila is, of course, an amazing artist from Germany, does lovely stuff. And I think Matcha Garden is probably a great prompt that kind of feels like something Jamila would give. So I'm excited to see what people do. The first environment of every Chroma Corps is always, a real testing point, because up until now, they've just been judged on their character skills. And a lot of people might not do environments. They might not do other things. But we're going to take a look. We have all 20 cadets in here. By the way, if you don't know, matcha is just a green tea powder. It's used for a lot of different flavors and stuff. But anyway, looking through these, we got Diovice with a lovely little building back here. And these guys walking around with these weird tall-legged creatures. They're eating plants. And then apparently that's where matcha comes from. They just let all these guys eat as many plants as they can, and then they harvest them for matcha. Shame on you, Paul. Shame on you. But a weirdly great little interior environment going on here. So good architectural sense from Diovice, both external and internal architecture. Then, of course, we have Andre. So a more cartoony, stylized, comic-y, I don't know what the right word would be, but little environment here, a bunch of teacups and matcha pouring, some little close-up shots as if this was a nice little scene we're setting. And then we got Spider Lair with this this feels very matcha-like, with almost like raked matcha powder sand, like a Zen garden. We got Borbs referenced here. Honestly, really good use of color, really good use of value. The light and everything is just lovely. Spider Lair, is absolutely killing it so far. So amazing stuff by Spider Layer. Sabi has this one with the red teacups in signature colorful Sabi, chalky kind of Sabi style. We got Ghost Dog, one of our newcomers, who's got this one with a nice little wolf design. You didn't need to do a creature design, but there is one nonetheless, and some lovely little shape effects. Really good shapes, honestly. Some great shapes. We got all these trees with little tea bags hanging from them. Great stuff there. Bristletail has this one, which honestly is amazing. I love the feel of it. I love the colors. I love the design. It feels so comfy and cozy and honestly beautiful to look at. So little bits of character stuff happening too. I enjoy the fake subtitles. So good stuff there. Will had this guy who is matchaing his little garden here, just spraying them all down with some matcha, giving them what they deserve and what they want. We got some lovely details here. I really appreciate Will's sense of color balance because we got a nice little ratio of some pink tones from this guy to balance out all this, what could have otherwise been overwhelmingly green, but this gives it such a nice pop. And there's some good little details with the hose as well. Naka has this one, a little bit of Breaking Bad influence. An underground matcha lab. They're growing it hydroponically down here in the basement. We got some illegal deals going on at the matcha factory. Some good little touches there, some nice little references. This guy's having a great time. So I like that a lot. Bagley has this one with a little bit of green matcha tea, a little bit of powder stuff up here. It's good. And then Funky Pepe, the other newcomer, looks like a long deceased body over here, and then a broken teacup with some matcha spilled out that's turned into a little garden for this gnome. Honestly, great use of color and light, and just a great concept. Next, we have Franklin. It's got this one going on here. Some fun architecture ideas, maybe a little bit rough in some of the positioning of like stuff on the page. Some of the brushwork could be a little stronger. Voland, they got a nice little painting there. Gek has this one. He was only able to grow one with, I think this is that character's head he carries around. And this little sprout right there, which is fun. Micah did this lovely little liquid garden with some dappled light, some rice cake treat desserts. Nicely done. Cloudy has, honestly, this one is very delectable because it has the little taiyakis, the little fried fish with the red bean filling. Got a whole explanation of everything that's going on. But yeah, there's a little guy living here. They got like a whole little system, a whole little factory for making stuff. And Ophelia deciding to also bring in a bunch of character-driven stuff. We got some characters from Ophelia, some little Lord Caves Complimouse. Got our little Urkel there from last year. Even Cloudy's cadet is up here, along with some Waxlings. Good, fun perspective, ambitious perspective, which I definitely appreciate. Dunk Zunk. Good old garden on your sidewalk. A very dynamic perspective, and you know who fits in dynamic perspectives? It's Bingo. Bingo can be in any perspective. Multiple perspectives at the same time, some would say. So that's a nice one. TJL decided to flex a bit more industrial design skills with this amazing building. Honestly, great aesthetic on these clouds and these distant buildings, and a lot of really good shape designs going on here. So I'm definitely liking that one a lot. And we had Fake Arts with their cadets going through another little liquid garden with all these little treats of matcha themed stuff. You can see their cadet looking down there. Loving that. And Brioche rounding things out at the end here with this one. So we got a little town, some good little architecture details. I love the little matcha house, little tea house here. Nice little bridge. Probably room for some stronger value reads in the whole thing. But nonetheless, got some lovely qualities going on. So, having looked at them all, there's probably a few that I'm fighting with in my brain to decide who the winner is, because it could go probably like 5 different ways. But at the end of it, I'm going to give the win to Bristletail. I think this looks so lovely, and it feels like a Matcha Garden. I don't know, it feels like it captured the theme really nicely. Now comes the less comfy part of having to decide who gets the 2 strikes today. And there's multiple ways to look at it. You can look at it as a aesthetic read, or you can look at it as a theming thing for deciding what you want. But the first strike is going to go to Bagley. Now, I love Bagley's art. I just don't think this environment has a good composition about it. It's a little too basic. The shapes are just kind of compressed into this diagonal, and that kind of hurts it just a bit. So, sorry about that, Bagley. And the second strike, couple ones could be close. But sometimes a little bit of theming fun elements can carry them through. So I think I'm going to give the second strike to Gek. And it's not a bad piece, but I don't know if I would guess Matcha Garden from looking at it. There's a couple that have some weak design elements or presentation elements. This one is not the weakest presentation, I would say, but it does feel a bit weaker with the theming ideas. So, and certainly with the aspect of environment. There's not a whole lot of environment. We're kind of just relying on the character face and a little pocket of light with a single sprout. So in terms of like pushing yourself into environments, I think it could be a little bit more, ambitious, like some of the other environments. That's going to do it for today. Got our 2 strikes, got our winner. I guess we'll just wait and see what happens on the next day. But of course, we have to first go to our day 2 follow along top 5. And this one might feature some familiar names. We have Nikitty-san taking my little top spot here with this amazing Matcha Garden environment. Now, Nikitty, proving once again that they deserve to have that original champion spot from Chroma Corps 2020. Nikitty just makes lovely art, and it was honestly great to see Nikitty doing a bunch of the prompts this year. But yeah, I love this environment. We also had Miang doing this lovely environment. I love the feeling, the warmth in these screams, the coolness in the shadows. And just a bunch of little matcha boba cups running around, worshipping at a little boba shrine, a bunch of tea kettles in the background. So enjoyable and comforting. Ringarune, another amazing artist from years past. We have this lovely little cat-themed matcha garden, like a little tea garden. I love that. Ringarune's definitely been practicing environments a lot this year, and it shows because they're amazing. ALV, did this one, and once again, I went with all the ones that I thought were just made me happy and made me feel a nice sense of comfort and joy, because that feels like a matcha garden. So this one's just a cute little one with these little guys inside a little bonsai tree area, little garden. And that's nice. Svenin, I don't know if that's the right way to say that, but Svenin did this Matcha Garden layout, going for the more professional approach, a very architectural design style for this one. And this just looked great. So those are going to be my top 5 follow-alongs for today. So we can move on from there. Assignment number 3 is going to be a water sprite. This is our first creature assignment. This one is given to us by Bobby Chu of course, Lightbox fame, of Schoolism fame. So thank you, Bobby Chu. I think Lightbox will probably air not long after all of this stuff. So yeah, if you're going to Lightbox, it's a great event. Definitely recommend it. I've had a great time all the previous years. Sadly, I won't be there this year, just so you guys know. But I'm a big fan of Lightbox. Love Lightbox. So a water sprite. Let's see what everyone's got in their creature design skill set. So this is not zombies. We got Andre with these kind of cute little guys coming out of a puddle on the ground. They look kind of fun. I'd hang out with them. They seem like chill guys. Have a good time. We got Ghost Dog with this, once again, Ghost Dog's like ability to render forms is like just really solid. Everything he makes has such good form read. It's a little bit of just weird Murloc kind of fan art, maybe. But no, it looks good. Spider Layer went, I would say, extra creepy, which is fairly appropriate for, you know, Grim 9 people. They're being grim, so we got these weird crab-like creatures with like human face-like things. Kind of looks like a bunch of people just floating in the water. And then we got Deovice, who's got a siren kind of take, very similar to sirens, with an adult version, younger version, and a lovely painting. So a lot of work going into this one by Deovice, and I think it pays off pretty well. Naka made a lovely little creature who we can hear slapping her. Just a cute little guy. Just an adorable... We got to run that back. Yeah. I believe these sound effects were made by Naka. But yeah, look at him. Look at his little butt. Look at his little wiggling face. Ooh, that crossed over perfectly. So good stuff happening there. Micah has this one, and I really like the design of this water sprite with the translucent water form up top like a mermaid kind of thing, and then a kind of snaking mermaid tail made of crustacean-y shrimp-like elements. Very, very nice design for a creature. Maybe could use a little bit more control in the lighting of this image, but very nice there. Will has this, everything Will makes has a very fun, amusing charm to it. I like this a lot. There's a good like control over how the textures and details are used, so it feels like Will's got a really strong sense for aesthetic stuff. It's great. Bristletail has this one, a giant thing coming up from a shipwreck. With a little boat down there about to be absolutely wrecked. Maybe a little awkward in the posing itself. We got some strange negative shape interactions, some weird 90-degree movements, so could be better there. Ophelia has this one, and it has all the good trademark stuff we love from Ophelia, wrapped up into a nice little creature design with some good translucent feelings of water as well. So very solid by Ophelia. Sabi, once again, everyone's like personal art style feels like it's really coming through, which I think is one of the most important things about, you know, really getting success in Chroma Corps. It seems to be like having a very distinct and identifiable point of view. But anyway, this looks nice, going for a product design. H2O Spritz, this little water thing coming out of the bottle. Looks great. Franklin has this little Shiv shrimp, I can say it. And that has, I would say, some weak design issues in terms of balance, and maybe could be pushed a little bit more with its silhouette and everything. Funky Pepe did a little collection of creatures for different bodies of water, and I think they look pretty good. Volland has little sentient water puddle things that, you know, just kind of go into hermit crab mode and just kind of take on the little props and things around them to make them their shell, their home, whatever you want to say. I enjoy that. Fake Art decided, yeah, this would be a good day to just, you know, try animation. Why not? So we got a water sprite, literal sprites, I guess, worth noting. I have to thank other people for pointing that out, but yes, an actual sprite in the truest sense of the word. So sure, we'll give bonus credit for that, for the fact that it is both a creature sprite and a actual sprite, as in sprite art animation. Cloudy has this very thought out piece inspired by Taiwanese water scorpions. And Cloudy is absolutely just overpowered. This is so good. Great little like side notes, difference between a fairy and this water sprite. It's really nice. It's super amazing piece going on there. Yeah, Cloudy's been killing it. Bagley has this one, Protector of Crustaceans. Franklin Shrimp is getting bullied, but don't worry, Bagley is here to put an end to it. And then we have TJL, who I only associate with mech designs, but I don't know why, because this is absolutely amazing. There is such good form, organic stuff, lighting, color, design. It's very, very strong. So amazing piece by TJL. Brioche went for the Sea Sprite here. A little bit on the humanoid side, you know, that could always hurt you a bit for creature stuff. I do like this idea of how this thing can go onto land and have like a little bubbly kind of water surrounding it. So that's fun. Dunk Sunk, it's almost like picking up insects and surrounding things and making them their own. So kind of blobby water creature stuff that's mimicking other creatures. Yeah, it's fun. And then finally, we have Gek here with this four-legged creature with the water horns. And honestly, once again, great forms by Gek. And I would say, you know, that's good, strong creature design. So, having looked at all of these amazing pieces of art from these amazing artists, I do have to pick a winner. I really, in my brain, is coming down to Cloudy and TJL. And I think just for the amazing rendering and just overall look of this, I'm going to give it to TJL. TJL, just a lovely piece of art, and I love how it's presented, and just great stuff. Amazing. Well done. It's got all the qualities. It's got good technique, good design. So well done, TJL. Congrats to you. Now, unfortunately, we have to do the dirtier side of things and give a couple strikes out. I will be giving one of the strikes to Franklin. It's not terrible or anything, but I think design-wise it feels a little less substantial in its proportions than the rest. Maybe it doesn't necessarily read as water sprite to me. Now, there's some other, ones that could have issues. Fallens has issues. Fake art does have some, maybe design issues, I would say. And Brioche and Dunk Sunk also have some issues. So where will the final strike go? Well, that is the question, isn't it? Could go in any which direction. But I feel like I'm going to give the strike to Dunk Sunk. Once again, it's a close one. Could have gone either way on any given day. I just don't know if I get enough of that water kind of sprite impression. So, it does have some presentation issues and stuff like that. But I'm going to leave it at that, and I guess we'll see what happens in the next assignment. We do have day 3 follow-along standouts, and my favorite was this one by former Cadet PK. These little water sprites just look so goofy and silly, and I just love the effect of the presentation. We also had this one by Mr. Green, who has been an amazing part of our community here at Chroma Corps. So it's great to see a lot of Mr. Green's art also evolving a lot and becoming extremely good. I love all these little designs for these water sprites. There's a whole bunch of backstory and lore as well. We also had Lucat again with this little piece. Kind of like an angler fish, but a giant serpent in this swamp. You can see all the bones and skeletons underneath this little weird creaturey little appendage thing to try to lure people over, I guess. But yeah, this one is delightful. I love the little break between underwater and above water. And of course we have one by Double as well. Once again, former champion Double, but did this lovely water sprite here. Double, I think, might have done every prompt this year. Sana, another amazing one. Now this one I think probably highlights my personal iconic take on what I feel like a water sprite would be, at least in my brain. So that one certainly wins the award for like, oh no, this is the most water sprite that I would have thought of. So great job by Sana. And that will do it for another day of follow along standouts. Okay, assignment number 4 is going to be a prop assignment, and I've asked them all to design a footwear item based on their cadet. So they have to take the basic aesthetics of their cadet, themes of their cadet, and translate that into some sort of fun footwear idea. So this is, of course, just a one made up by me. We'll see how it goes. So we got Ghost Dog here with their, of course, their Space Monkey Cadets. We got the little banana peel tongue on the shoe. Some good shapes, some good little details. So a very, very strong one. Good presentation too. Although Foot Weekly is not my magazine. I do not publish Foot Weekly. Just want to be clear on that. And then we have Sabi with the Shooting Stars Club. And sums up the character fairly well. That's a good piece there. Andre also summing up the vibe of his character quite well with this presentation. A Japanese print ad for the Andre Goblin slippers. I think that has all the good things we like. And then, of course, we have Dio Vice, who has a kind of a zombie-ish looking cadet. Trying to give you all a little reminder. And he has these Eat Dirt in Style. Nice little print ad here for these shoes. Some lovely shapes. Honestly, a really strong combination of both character theming and like some functional looking shoe parts going on. So I'm liking that. And we even got sponsored by Paul. We paid for a sponsorship here. And that goes a long way, you know, anytime you can get a Paul sponsorship. One of the hottest influencers out there right now. Cloudy, of course, has the ghosty fish character cadet. And they have these lovely, kind of understated but well done wooden sandals. Got some fish stuff carved into the back. Some origami usage here. Look quite lovely. Naka had a whole bunch of ideas. And even sock ideas. And man, I love the bottom of these shoes. And they took it a step further by really making them look like an actual product line. Some just amazing design. If you work for a shoe company, just give this person a bunch of money. Just throw money at them. You don't even have to give them like a job or anything. Just throw money. Just throw money their way. Just for fun. Then we got Bristletail with some boots. Some steel metal-toed pointy boots. These look lovely, honestly. Another really good just footwear design. Just amazing footwear design going on here. And Will, representing our Little Stars Club, has this lovely design. And honestly, this is an amazing interpretation of their cadet into a shoe. With the weird eyes and everything being represented in a way that does keep everything about the character, but still manages to interpret it into a very functional and comfy looking shoe design. So great job by Will. Micah as well. Micah's in a slightly tricky position of like their cadet already having really cool footwear, but they've translated some of the other parts of the cadet into some shoes. Bagley has some weightlifting shoes, so we're matching the thematic ideas of the cadet with the type of shoe as well. And I think these look great. They look like very, good weightlifting shoes with a lot of style. Funky Pepe got this very graffiti style shoe, which also looks very very functional and practical. I can see people buying these as well. Fake art, speaking of things people would definitely buy, we got the day and night shoes, the day and night footwear. We got the, the casual, comfy slippers going on here, and then the nice evening heel. Very, very good stuff by Fake Art. Franklin, I think some good fun theming ideas. Maybe the presentation or execution might feel a little bit kind of weaker than some of the other ones structurally, but I do like the tongue with the open and closed. That's a great idea. Gek had to rush the rendering, but definitely feel the character. Maybe a little bit too directly in spots. I don't know if there's a better way to figure out how to create the theme of the character without being too literal, which is bringing in elements, but it's not bad in its shapes or anything. And then we had Spider Layer, who brought us the whole shoe store. The entire Grim 9 collection, everyone. We got Spider Layer's Cadet over here, the 13th step. They all got names as well. We got Ophelia's Borb Stump. So Spider Layer made a full collection. They even got, tactical outdoor ortho shoes. We got Cloudy's Cadet represented with these ortho shoes. So amazing job by Spider Layer. And speaking of great stuff, TJL, fresh off winning yesterday, is not gonna take it easy. Amazing functional utility shoes. We even got like accessories for days. We got ice cleats, we got armor, we got little buoyancy things, shin gaiters, warmth covers. Delightful. Ophelia has these loafers based upon Dagny, part of their characters. Love the little brains in the sole. Love all these little effects going on, and I'm enjoying that. Volland has these ones built. Their cadet's a little bit tricky. There's a lot of things going on. I'm kind of sad there's no color happening here. Also, maybe just a little bit over complicated with some of these shapes and designs. I can definitely find pieces of their cadet represented everywhere, but maybe it's doing just a bit too much. But Dunk Sunk, I don't have mixed feelings about. I love this. This is very strong shapes. Definitely sums up the cadets, and has just, really good footwear design as well. So amazing stuff by Dunk Sunk, and Brioche rounding it out with this one inspired by their kind of candle-themed cadet. A metal shoe, I would say, with some very ornate metalwork and some wax drippings. Feels more like an art piece, but, for a collector of fancy shoes, maybe this would be right up their alley. So, having looked at all of those, the winner can go a few different ways. Dunk Sunk's amazing. Spider Layer has the great variety here. And Bristletail and Naka, there's so much good stuff. So it's hard to decide the exact direction to take it. I think in terms of just both theming and presentation, I'm going to give it to Dio Vice. It sums up the character in a very nice way while still looking like a very functional, good shoe. So congrats to Dio Vice. Now we have the difficult part, honestly, of figuring out the weakest entries. I'm going to give the first strike to Franklin. So that will sadly be Franklin's second strike. And for the second strike, which is also quite difficult, could go either way, to be honest. I'm going to give the strike to Volland. It's just a little bit too cluttered of a design, and I don't know if I would have guessed the cadet just from looking at it. And I guess the lack of color, definitely hurts in that regard. Well done draftsmanship-wise, but definitely in the design department, just way too overwrought with stuff. So, yeah, Volland is going to get the second strike for today. And that's going to do it. And I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. But I guess, there's one other thing, in that with that winner being on Grim 9, I think we've set off the adderometer. So I don't know. It's going to be chaotic in the future. But, we won't see that yet because Tomorrow's prompt is already in the books, but in the future, we'll be seeing some chaos happen. We do, of course, have our footwear standouts for the follow-alongs. And in my top spot, I have this one by Drawkey. I think it does an amazing job of capturing their cadet in shoe form. I like them. I would wear them. I think they're good shoes. Toizabite. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. But they had these ones, which I thought really fit their cadet extremely well with the little heelys, little wheels in the bottom, and the rat tail laces. Technically, their character, I think, was mostly a possum with some mechanical remote control wheel stuff going on. So I guess that would be a possum tail, but whatever. Rat tail, possum tail, rodent tail. Then we had one by Annie, who has these adorable children's shoes. These look like actual kids' shoes. They're themed quite well. I like them a lot. Obviously, a lot of the ones I picked for my standouts were the ones that I felt like were the most practical and incorporated their cadets in the most subtle kind of, but very efficient and, just functional ways. We also had this one by Mars, who brought in their cadet here. And these shoes, once again, looking very practical and like something I feel like you would actually see. I like those a lot. And the Sad Frog with some subtle nods to their cadet with this design. So we got a nice little mix of different fashion styles and different levels of theming of the cadet and everything. And I enjoyed those a lot. So let's move on to the next day. All right, assignment number 5 is going to be our first narrative illustration prompt. And this one is Bubblegum Mayhem. This comes to us from our old pal, Psychra, a YouTuber for a very long time, who I have obviously been involved with and friends with on YouTube for a long time as well. So I'm excited to see what people do. We got, starting out, Ghost Dog, always posting so early in the morning. But we got some gum zombies. He looks like he went into the wrong place. I have to say, this guy is hiding in a gumball store from the gum apocalypse, which seems like a bad choice. But we all make bad decisions when the adrenaline's high. So we got the gum zombies coming for him. Some good lighting going on here. Some good drama. Little touches. Not a bad composition either. So a great job by Ghost Dog. Enjoying that. Andre decided to, of course, go in a slightly different direction. So we got the gum stock market has plummeted as they find that bubble gum causes cancer? ? And here we have it looks like, what do you mean, our entire portfolio? Paul, what do you mean? The bubble has burst on the gumball economy, and people are obviously in shambles. They're honestly, the aesthetic and style of what Andre's doing is above professional in terms of comic stuff, in my opinion. Spider Layer has this lovely one going on here. Amazing use of a prop design, costume design, character design, as well as a little bit of storytelling with the looks like they've been melted in gum, all these skeletons and stuff like that. So nice piece there. Spider Layer has really leveled up in the prop design from the first year of Chroma Corps. Dio Vice got these lovely colors. Once again, making me think of Mobius with these shapes and colors. Another zombie gum apocalypse going on, which we do enjoy. Will here has decided to make a gum version of their bingo cadets. And I have to say, the thing that strikes me the most about this is how perfectly it has managed to incorporate a 3D model into a drawing area. Like, it just transitions in such a clever way, like with foreground stuff, background stuff, kind of like slightly mixing and blurring the line. And it's just very fun. It's definitely mayhem anytime bingo is involved. And I like it a lot. Micah has this one, another zombie gum apocalypse, except on the Little Stars Club, we get a little cute with them. So it's charming. A little zombie one there. Sabi has decided to go in a completely different direction. A arcade cabinet for the Bubblegum Mayhem fighting game. We have character select. We got some characters represented. Very colorful. A wonderful pop of, just shapes, design stuff. Even the perspective of this is well done. Perfect for our Evo weekend, which is when this prompt is taking place today during the Evo finals. So I really love that. That's a great one. Ophelia decided to go with a crazy perspective, I guess bird's eye view of this character blowing a bubble, and that's all we're seeing is just the view through the bubble. I think that's pretty fun. Not the most mayhem inducing, but then again, the bubble will pop eventually. Volland, currently trying to quit smoking during Chroma Corps and switching to nicotine gum. So this is all the Nicorette packets just lined up, covering the desk, the gum all over the place, looming overhead. Even a bingo reference in here. A nice piece of narrative storytelling from Volland. Bristletail, speaking of good storytelling, another sequential type piece with some a little alien invasion involving some bubblegum gums. I think I mean bubblegum guns. There's some lovely perspective, some lovely action, great explosions, great energy, and great designs on everything. Funky Pepe decided to do a little bit of an animation. Oof. Those keyframes are so good. From the look up, the little smile, the baseball bat impact. I love the way the explosion just kind of bubbles and then turns into a big bubble. And then there's a little bit of a pause and then pops. Really brilliant. Speaking of animations, we also got one by Gek. I don't know who that little guy is, but he turned it to gum and got squished. He's on someone's shoe now. So that's fun. This little adorable guy right here. I like the turnaround is handled nicely. Yeah, good little animation there. I like to check the frames. He really hunkers down to... Oof, okay. Fake art lost some energy today, but a lovely little community reference going on here. Just bubblegum everywhere. Paul is down on the ground. The bubblegum has, sadly gotten Paul. But don't worry, we're looking after him. Paul's okay. Paul will recover, everyone. Thoughts and prayers. Paul's recovering, but stay strong for Paul. Cloudy73 has this lovely, ambitious, and very interesting illustration of just a kind of like a poster almost. Really good stuff. And even some additional drawings, a little bit of body horror. The bubblegum is coming out of the person, kind of replacing the person, becoming the bubblegum. Dungsunk has a lovely rendering as well with this bubblegum kind of massive, once again, skeletons. Does bubblegum turn people into skeletons? There's a lot of kind of weird alien zombie-ish, kind of pods of bubblegum. But some great stuff happening here. Love the crowd. Love the there's a little tiny cynics hanging out in here. I just noticed that. Yeah, a good one by Dungsunk. Franklin has this one for like a Bubblegum Mayhem video game as well. Pop and Rock 2, Bubblegum Mayhem. We got two characters hanging out. Nice little kind of evil boss thing back there. Has some minor compositional and value mapping issues, perhaps. Naka decided to do what looks like a comic book cover, Bubblegum Mayhem, surprisingly featuring all of the other team. So obviously Naka is the leader of the Grim Nine, but these are all the Little Stars Club, all represented in here, all 10 of them. Very strong by Naka. Bagley fighting over the last The last stick of gum in the pack. Just deciding to use Bingo as a weapon, bring it down on Andre's head over here. Maybe, once again, room for a little bit more value mapping in the composition. But it's still fun. Still has good energy to it. TJO did it in a big old environment with, once again, Bingo. Bingo is in half of these. So here's Bingo hanging out with Paul, the other kind of popular mascot of this year's Chroma Corps. If you rearrange all of these in some order, I am certain you will find some sort of narrative in all of these images put together. Brioche, the final entry of today, has this one of this, I don't know, very mischievous looking character holding a bat, blowing a bubble. Look like they're stealing some stuff. I don't know. I wouldn't trust them. But a lovely fisheye perspective going on there. And yeah, great stuff. Altogether, very strong day yet again. It's hard to pick a favorite because there are a lot of good ones. But I think for just pure Bingo Mayhem and the amazing honest use of different medias, I'm giving it to Will today. This is just delightful. It feels chaotic with the bubblegum. And it's, once again, I'm just very impressed. I feel like people don't understand how difficult it might be to combine media, like digital painting and 3D stuff in this form like this. Congrats to Will. Sadly, I do have to give 2 strikes again today. So overall, I'm going to give one of the strikes to Franklin. I know. This is sadly Franklin's 3rd strike. Franklin has done plenty of amazing stuff, maybe just a little bad run right here. It, just unfortunate that there's so many ridiculously strong competitors this year. I hate to see Franklin go out so early before, really getting a chance to make some really strong stuff that I know Franklin can make. I'm sure we'll see more from Franklin in the future. And then I still have to give another strike. And I feel like in terms of Bubblegum Mayhem, I'm going to give the 2nd strike to Bagley, actually. I don't know if I would read this as being centered around bubblegum in any meaningful way other than just, the character holding a stick of gum. So those will be the 2 strikes for today. Yeah, sad to see that it's resulting in one person being out, but that's just the way things go. So I guess we'll see what happens on the next day. Ground control to Major Franklin. For our Bubblegum Mayhem standouts and the follow-alongs, this was the first day where we had a crazy Magma collab. Now, Magma is, of course, a online software website, whatever you want to say, or you can basically just drop in and take part in a giant collaborative art piece on the same canvas. So this one features so much stuff. I guess I should open it up a little bit bigger because there's, I don't know how many artists got involved, probably like 50 different artists. And you can see this whole thing is just a giant bubblegum explosion in the hallways of Chroma Corps. We have Paul here. We have so many cadets featured. The bubblegum taking many of them. Just a lot of good things. There's Easter eggs in every crevice of this. So amazing stuff. And you can see Naka's character kind of right there in the center, taking the brunt of the Bubblegum Mayhem. Amazing day for collaborative efforts and team spirit because everyone was getting involved and having a lot of fun adding to this Magma canvas. But aside from that, there's also a very funny little video that sums it up. But it's like 2 minutes and it's mostly just music. So I recommend coming by and checking that out on the Discord if you get a chance. In terms of other top 5 things, we also had Miang, who has been featured a lot, doing amazing follow-along stuff. And this is a great illustration just kind of busting through this door of the laboratory with all this bubblegummy, weird creature stuff coming to life. We also had one by Steg Art, a very creaturey looking bubblegum monster, and it seems to have gotten this poor little tiny Cynics here. It's not looking good for him. But some lovely creature-ish, nightmarish stuff going on there. Apricot Soup decided to do tarot cards for most of the days until they ran out of tarot cards. And this one was one of the ones that I thought was just very clever, taking like a bubble gum Hindenburg and having it pop on the little steeple of this building. So that was just a fun little clever idea on where to take it. And we also have Spoodonkey in here with this lovely little comic-y illustration. Spoodonkey is an amazing artist, you know, one of my favorite artists just in the art world. I was very surprised to see Spoodonkey show up and start participating in Chroma Corps as a follow-along, because Spoodonkey's a professional art director, works in the industry, does amazing art. But it's great. It's great to see professionals also coming in and having fun with Chroma Corps and really taking part in the community stuff. So that was certainly a pleasant thing to see. But anyway, let's move along. All right, for assignment number 6, we have Celestial Death Knight, and this is given to us by the very, very talented Yuming Lee. Just an amazing artist with amazing colors and everything like that. You might notice this looks a little bit different. Well, Grim 9, having won at least a few of the ones before this one, have made the prompt corrupted with their grimness. The Grim has taken over, the Adderometer is completely empty, and if you're wondering, wait a minute, didn't Little Stars Club just win the last one? Well, these assignments go up before the next one is judged, or the previous one rather. So there's always like a 1-day delay while the Adderometer gets its readings correct. So just bear with that. I know it's a little bit weird, but since these are posted before those are judged, it's just the only way it works out. The prompt was originally Celestial Knight, but because of this grimness, we have added the word death. So it is the Celestial Death Knight. So let's check out what people did. Spider Lair up here first, early in the day. Personally, not my favorite by Spider Lair, but maybe that's just because Spider Lair's been doing so much amazing stuff that my expectations are growing exponentially by the day. But there are little bits of issues with the design, maybe the color choices as well feel like they're fighting the presentation maybe a little bit. Ghost Dog. This one is also having some issues in terms of readability because you might be a little bit confused about the pose. I know I was. But let me just mention that the head, the helmet, is over here. This is a shoulder into upper arm, into lower arm, and the scythe going here. I found it just a little bit confusing, which is unfortunate because the design itself is actually quite nice. Deovice has this one, which is also a really strong piece from Deovice. Some lovely armor, some cool effects, pretty nice pose, I would say. Maybe the room for a little bit more star stuff in there, but a delightful, good, solid image by Deovice. Sabi has this one, a more happier take on a Death Knight, perhaps. I feel a little mixed about some of the choices in shape and design, but I think it's still pretty nice. Micah has this slightly more kind of almost adorable little anime character, Death Knight. Has some good design qualities, but also there are rooms for little bits of improvement in theming. Then we have Bristletail, and Bristletail is kind of flexing some amazing rendering skills with this one. I think it looks absolutely insane with this presentation, and it's all kind of this weird, corrupted kind of, I don't know if it's like a space organism, alien thing. It looks cool. Throw this thing in 40K, because it feels like it would get along just fine in there. Volland has this Death Knight, who is surprisingly cheery. Very happy looking Death Knight, despite having what seems to be a lot of dark matter and crazy effects going on everywhere. But definitely some good little bits of theming ideas splattered across this thing. So I think it's a nice piece by Volland. Andre really surprising me today with this amazing render. Honestly, a lovely little bit of painting skill from Andre, as well as some nice designing. He's got the wing for his celestial aspect in the D&D sense, according to Andre. Definitely right up there at the top as well. Funky Pepe had a power outage, which is very unfortunate, but they did manage to at least get a random screenshot shared with a friend. So luckily, they have something here. And honestly, I'm kind of, I'm sad they didn't get to really finish it off because it's looking great. I love the double-sided scythe. I love some of the design elements going on in there. Obviously, the typography is great. Ophelia has this one. Very interesting armor and shape choices. Kind of probably one of the more enjoyable star fields as well, with the reds and the blue shifts and the red shifts, and some weird little spiral effects and different shapes going on. The giant celestial sword is nice as well. I do feel a little bit awkward about some of these silhouette choices in the shapes, but definitely a good one. Naka always knocking it out of the park with this Project Heaven kind of astronaut sci-fi knight with his shield and his crazy sword stuff. A very cool design and a very cool presentation, honestly. So, just amazing. Just amazing every time. Will has these guys kind of kneeling before a giant star field. Maybe their posing might feel just a little bit awkward, not quite as strong in some of the character design aspects as some of the others. Because that is still, the theme of today is design of character. Fake Art has this one, which feels maybe a little bit rushed in some of the details, but the color choices with the subtlety is quite lovely. And there are definitely some good design choices with some of these elements that I'm enjoying. TJL still dominating the world of industrial looking things with this amazing space armor. Love the lance as well. It's a great touch for something knightly in space because it instantly reads knight when you see a lance, in my opinion. Bagley has this one, which has some very nice subtle colors going on in parts. And some good little effects as well. So overall, definitely sells the celestial knight thing. Maybe there's room for a little bit more of a death thing. But then again, it is a black hole and stuff, so that is pretty deathly. So I think overall, it's a strong piece from Bagley, and I'm enjoying it. It's a good presentation as well. Cloudy has this lovely, very poetic story. Very good one about the moon being shot down by humans. Bleeding gold sparkles into this space to make the sky. It's a really good kind of fable story, and I really enjoyed it. The art itself is also quite nice. Presentation-wise, maybe there's room for a little bit more pop in some of the spots, but I honestly think it looks quite good. Dunksunk has this noose hanging kind of knight guy, and also some lovely colors, some lovely ambitious perspective. A very solid piece by Dunksunk. Gek has this one, which maybe to me doesn't quite do a whole lot with the Death Knight part, or the celestial parts represent a little bit. I do feel a little bit awkward about some of these shape choices and the silhouette read of a character, because once again, we're just judging character design. And Brioche has this one, which I think has some good elements, but ultimately does struggle a little bit with just some of the quick readability and the posing and just aspects like that. Color harmony could be a little stronger. Andre posting some stuff from the couch, and yeah, we'll give a shout out to Franklin for making this delightful follow along piece, which, you know, would have definitely been a good one for today. But yeah, we have to make the decisions now. So I mean, up for winning, you know, I think when all is said and done, maybe it's just a little bit of, you know, presentation pushing over the top in terms of character design. I'm gonna go with Bristletail though. It's just a great piece. I really enjoy it. Unfortunately, we do have to also give 2 strikes today. And also, unfortunately, that will be pushing the Grim meter back into the Grim zone. But regardless, we'll worry about that later. Ultimately, I'm gonna give. I won't linger and stretch it out. I'm giving the 2 strikes to Gek and Brioche. I just feel like they have probably the most overall kind of issues with the aesthetic choices going on. So it's gonna be those 2 for today. Yeah, unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. So I guess we'll have to see what happens in the next assignment. All right, we do have Celestial Death Knight follow-alongs. My top 5, I think, consist of the top place, which is technically 2 entries, but by the same artist because they were having so much fun. I'm going to Noodle Master on this one. I mean, just look at this style. This weird geometric patterns, this craziness. I love the colors. I love the feel of it. It's almost abstract art, but it has these great character shapes. So it feels very celestial, feels like a Death Knight with the just look, the vibe of the character. And also at this one, they managed to get out 2 fun pieces of art in one day, and I like both of those. Very strong read on the page. They really just pop off the screen. We also had an amazing painting by Bread Lad. I mean, just look at these painterly techniques. I like whatever brush work he's using for these hard edges and soft edges and texture. It's working great. Keep doing it, Bread Lad. You found the perfect style that matches your energy. So that's really exciting to see. I feel like Bread Lad could just paint anything and it'll probably look amazing at this rate. So really enjoyed that one. Nikiti-san, again, making the top 5 with this Death Knight. Definitely enjoying that. Mewpet also coming in here with this lovely, lovely character. I'm a big fan of everything incorporating, you know, the stars and the cape and the constellations and all that stuff, which was a common thing to see. But I think Mewpet stood out a little bit just for some of the extra presentational steps and some of the weirdness of the other details in there. And then we also had a little Indigo with this lovely piece as well, where the star stuff is coming through mostly in the kind of spaces of the hair and the sword. Not a sword. I guess this would be a glaive, perhaps? Is that the right word for it? I don't know. Let's go with glaive. That feels good. It sounds good. Like saying it, glaive. I don't know if that's accurate, but some medieval expert will probably correct me. But that'll do it for another day of follow-along standouts. So here we are at the 7th assignment. This is the end of the first week of assignments. And we have a Mecha Industrial Design Challenge. And this year, they're going to be making Mecha Crabs for deep sea treasure hunting. Amazingly enough, this prompt was given by Brian Sum, who is, I would say, one of the best industrial designers out there. Just amazing mech designs, amazing industrial designs. We all love Brian Sum around here. So great stuff. Be sure to check out Brian Sum, Brian Sum Creative on Instagram, whatever. It's really good. I assure you, you will be inspired to mess around and try some mech stuff. But anyway, let's take a look at what everyone did. So first up, in a surprisingly mixed media traditional world of things, Ghost Dog, who was not at home today, but instead at the beach, and still managed to get the assignment done using some clever sand castling maneuvers. So we have a full 3D sand sculpture of a crab mech, and honestly, it's not bad. It kind of has some good shape ideas. It definitely reads as a crab mech. Just the versatility and the creative spirit behind this is worth it to say, yeah, this is great. I like this. And then we have some regular ones. So we got Sabi here, and Sabi has honestly leveled up in their industrial design skills a lot, because I'm seeing some fun shapes that have form and they're more complex in three-dimensional space. We got some clever little ideas with the drill claw and the other claw, and the little lights and everything. And watch out, he's got a gun again, 4 times in a row. Andre has this one. Keeping to Andre's style, also has a gun, so watch out. Overall, there are some great shape designs going on in parts. The silhouette is not bad in the shape design. I do feel like it does get a little kind of less interesting and exciting in the core center. But then again, yeah, I hate Mercedes. No, that's not true, but I do. Dio Vice has a little hermit crab kind of take on things. And this one definitely looks like it fits the theme well. It looks like it can scavenge very functionally. It looks like it has some great crab theming. And once again, great joints, great functionality ideas. So a very solid functional entry from Dio Vice that I honestly enjoy. Even Will has a very kind of junkyard approach to it, but it also has a lot of good functionality. And when you just quickly squint your eyes and look at it, the read of these little crab light or headlight crab eye things, I don't know what to call them, it really sells the crab idea with some nice little shapes in there. Naka has this one, which is definitely a underwater mech with some good functionality ideas and lovely presentation. I will say it's not my favorite, mostly because I think it's straying very far away from being, anything crab-like aside from just writing the word crab. But the functionality ideas and the little bits of how things work is really impressive and amazing. And then we have Volland, who has this one, which we're seeing a lot of big chunky joints. We're seeing a lot of good information distribution. And bold shape choices, most importantly. So that one was looking good. Even have a wonderful traditional page here, to be honest, of different design ideas. So very cool by Volland. Micah has this one, which, once again, people are really finding their balance of good organic shapes that work for industrial hard surface stuff. So we even have some functionality elements thrown in that look very functional. There's a little bit of room for minor stuff. And the perspective in my eyes just gets a little skewed between the back and the front. Bristletail also did quite well, and this is extremely strong with the industrial shapes. Lots of good details, even some nice subtle, movements, some color separations. Yeah, I think this looks quite good. TJL, who is probably our local industrial expert enthusiast, put a lot of pressure on himself to make, something extremely good today. And we have some lovely little call out parts. We have this, very interesting shape designs, very smart use of cutouts and surface detail that's not, it's got the right amount without being too simple or too complex. It's got a good balance. The only thing I feel a little strange about is mostly just the decision to kind of portray it and pose it in this kind of way where it just kind of obscures a whole bunch of stuff and kind of gets a little lost in itself silhouette wise. And then we have a Funky Pepe, who has this very crab looking mech with some, once again, amazing little joints and chunky details going on in here. I'll be honest, I'm not like 100% crazy about how some of the graffiti is laid out, because it just kind of feels like it spaces a bit evenly on things, and there's some minor little stuff like that, but it looks quite good. And then we got Spider Lair, who's got, once again, another person who has been in these Chroma Corps for a long time and has definitely been leveled up so much in their industrial design stuff. And there's definitely a lot of good industrial design details going on in here. My main concern is that this definitely strays pretty far from any kind of noticeable or perceivable crab ideas, but definitely underwater, definitely scavenging, treasure hunting stuff. So good on those parts. Brioche has this one with the big old transparent hose, which definitely feels like stuff they actually do use for underwater, excavation stuff. Some good little details about the shapes and how they break down over here, and just idea finding. The main issue I have might just be with the actual presentation. It feels maybe just a little rushed in a couple parts, but most importantly, the overall value read is just very washed out into the light values. And I just wish it had some deeper tones to really make things pop form-wise. But Gek definitely knows how to get some pop form-wise, and I think, definitely reads well with the forms. The forms all kind of, it's simple but effective in the form reads. Nice, deep values. The presentation's, kind of a little on the minimal side. There are some elements that I feel like could have used just a little bit more information, a little bit more detail. I think, overall does enough good stuff that I think I enjoy it. Fake art, maybe throwing themselves under the bus a little bit by, just almost declaring that they'll get a strike. It feels like a good starting, a good sketch to build off of, but they decided, or maybe just didn't have time today, so just not much in the way of painting, rendering, presentation stuff. But anyway, Dunk Sunk has some lovely industrial stuff as well going on here. Different style than a lot of the other ones. And there's a good little secondary sheet of the process as well, digging up treasure and whatnot. So lovely stuff by Dunk Sunk. Bagley has this adorable Little Stars Club branded submersible crab mech. And it does have some nice little parts going on, some good detail ideas. There's definitely room to make these silhouettes a little bit more kind of exciting with some of the bigger shapes. But I think the main thing that could have made this a little more exciting would just be committing to some panel lines and surface details. Then we had Ophelia, who is also, someone that is coming back and showing off some updated industrial skills. And this one goes pretty directly into crabdom, but I do like this open kind of two-seat big cockpit area. And honestly, the presentation is very enjoyable. So very good by Ophelia. Definitely in the top chunk of things today as well. And speaking of the top chunk of things, Cloudy, also someone that I'm like, I don't know if they have any sense of industrial hard surface stuff, but they really came through also by making this look very nice. I love the look of the interior cockpit stuff. There's some good little bits of, information going on the exterior. So great job by Cloudy as well. And then from the couch, from Andre's From the Couch series, Franklin, we can just take a quick look at that, which also did a great job. So yeah, Sabi, you can see the improvement from year one, where it's just, loose little ball, we're just sticks connecting things, and now there's kind of masses and forms and perspective stuff. Overall, this is by far the most impressive industrial design crop I've ever seen. I'm blown away by the quality of things. Picking a winner is kind of nuts because I feel like everyone was really just bringing so much good stuff. But going with my gut right now and just seeing them as a quick presentation, all three of them together, yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with Funky Pepe on this one. I do. I was kind of thinking about it, but now that I see them once again, it just reads really well to me. So, congrats. Now, unfortunately, I do have to pick some strikes. 2 strikes today. Now, Fake Art did the thing that I'm always like, just don't do that. Don't incept the idea in my mind that you deserve a strike. You know, it's not a horrible mech design, but 1 strike will go to Fake Art. Just, you know, I guess for kind of giving up on it. And also just kind of giving up on themselves, which you should never do. Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your painting either. And then the second strike, which is always very tricky. I'm going to give the strike to Andre. I'm giving it to Andre. I know, fan favorite. It's very fun. I just think I would feel bad if I you know, went in a different direction. Feel free to send all of your complaints. You know, just you can email every complaint you have. Just, you know, ahmedaldori@gmail.com is my email. So if you feel like I slighted your favorite artist, you know, just you can unleash all of your steam there. But anyway, we'll see what happens on the next day. First, let's check out some Mecha Crab follow along standouts. So up right at the top here, we have Spoodonkey again showing off some quick 3D rendering skills. Even got Paul buried in the sand here. So not only is Spoodonkey taking part in our event, he's getting in on all of the memes and all of the references. And this is just a great looking. I guess I can just pause it wherever I want. But I love the big old bulging eyes and just the look of those mechanical shapes. Yeah, I guess I can kind of zoom in a little bit there. You can see it. So lovely stuff there. Really, really just amazing 3D skills going on. Love those tubes as well. Color palette's great. And then after that, we have Direct-A-Graph making this lovely industrial design. Really clean, really crisp. So that was great. Mr. Green also had this one, which I just had to include. It goes for a different style of crab, a coconut crab. But mostly I just love these kind of interior technical cutaway type things where you're getting a look inside of stuff. Feels very Jules Verne, this retro futurism aspect to things that I really like. We also had Stegart, who is definitely a delightful industrial design enthusiast as well. And they have some lovely shapes going on in here. Definitely like the parts going around the main core of it a lot. And then for fun, we gotta have Crafty Jellyfish again. And look at this. I just love the presentation of this embroidery one. It has a nice little composition and just feels very fun and charming. So that'll do it for today. Well, prompt number 8 is going to be our yearly abstract assignment. Semiotic ego extraction, given by none other than my evil devilish orange cat Denji. Now, obviously this prompt has been corrupted by everything because regularly I like to ask my angelic sweet girl cat Sochi to give the abstract prompt, but since the prompt has been corrupted so horribly by Grim9, it goes to this evil little stinky cat that likes to chew all of my wires. But regardless, that's neither here nor there. We're going to look at some abstract art. Now, obviously, abstract art is abstract. Very much outside of normal judging parameters. I will still be giving the 2 strikes today, but take it all with a grain of luck or bad luck, you know? Let's go through. We got Diovice starting off, I would say starting off, you know, strong, pretty somewhat straightforward, but nice, pleasant, some interesting dynamics going on there. Then we have Cloudy 73 with these experiments, and I have to say these are really really pleasing to me, and I kind of enjoy them a lot. And I guess that's all I can kind of go off of, is just pure subconscious enjoyment. And yeah, once again, they a lot of people did multiple things today, and I guess we're okay with that. Ghost Dog has this one, which once again looks pretty dang enjoyable. Has a lot of nice little touches going on, and this one is called Green. Very interesting. Then we have Andre here. There is a lot of writing going on because we were having, a discussion about what abstract art even is and stuff like that. And I'll try to sum up Andre's very good point as quickly as I can. In that he is correct in saying that I am functionally only referring to abstract art in the sense of taking away representation. But abstract art is something that can be explored through lots of forms of deconstruction. Sometimes the only thing left is, maybe the idea, and maybe the aesthetic stuff is the thing that is stripped away. I will still generally tell people that it's about removing, maybe representational stuff just to help them improve at these other aspects of art that they might be missing in their stuff. But in the larger world of art, there are many, many, many different ways to think about abstraction, and they are generally all pretty viable as long as you are, once again, kind of deconstructing things at some level and taking things into their own. Anyway, we have this piece by Andre, or at least multiple pieces, I should say. So this place comes from a personal sense of frustrations at the death of Sonia Massey over the weekend. And, it has some, good kind of abstractions into emotion, idea, thoughts. And I think it's good. I think it's a solid, good piece. The second set is more of just an aesthetic exploration, and I also think it is a pleasant and effective piece of abstract art. So overall, I think Andre did a great job today. And also, it happens to be Andre's birthday. I know it won't be when this video comes out or whatever, but happy birthday, Andre. We definitely love having you in this community. You are, one of our favorite community members, and you're very much appreciated. Up next, we do have Naka Photo Bash plus Overpaint, getting a nice and fun and weird with it, as well as this one titled Anatomy Quick Tips Arms. I don't get it personally. I don't get what that means. Then we have this one by Will, Final question mark, which I feel like that could be the name itself. Final question mark. Some fun stuff going on by Will. Naka, did I have these brushes? What a great name for an art piece. Then we got Voland, who also did a whole spattering of things. This one's called Responsibilities. This one's called A Coward's Risk. No apostrophes either. A Purposeful Decision. We have the Little Stars Club. We have Execution in the Public Eye. Naka decided to make one called I Smell Good Art. Yeah, I smell burnt toast looking at that one. We have Micah with, I call this one Dragon Ball Z. Interesting. Okay. Bristletail, Dark and Moody Lines and Shapes. A lovely little kind of exploration of little bits of shapes here by Bristletail. I find this one pretty enjoyable and appealing. Andre, I guess this is also an art piece. You gotta think about it. And then Funky Pepe, who did this piece, and there was also a Minesweeper that I accidentally clicked on the first boom, the only mine on accident on the first click. And then I thought people were joking. I thought maybe they were all mines and that was going to be the joke. But no, there was just one, and I'm just unlucky today. So it's a dark time. I can't strike Funky Pepe for that because I feel like I lost the game. so I think Funky Pepe is safe today. We have Voland with Grandma's Cooking too. Okay, enjoyable. Spider Lair. Let's see, we got this one. We have this one. Nice. And then this one. And this one. I think this must be the... I saw someone refer to a Mogus reference. I think Spider Lair actually edited these, but maybe this is what they were referencing. It's an Amogus birthday party, right? Is that what we're getting from this? And they're having a birthday party for Andre. All of your friends have been invited to your birthday. It's a surprise party of all of your Amogus friends. We have this one by Sabi, who obviously I've also seen a lot of different abstract art from over the years. I'm enjoying this one. Will decided to do a couple more, and honestly, they both look pretty fun and unique. Cloudy also has another one. Fake Art has this nice little one right there. Good little bit of focus. Also, you know, I'd put this on a hotel wall any day. Gek has this one. I think it's okay. Maybe has some issues. Brioche has these sets of ones, which maybe, you know, kind of spreading time a little bit too much with all of them, because I feel like they feel a little bit maybe rushed or just not as, you know, careful about themselves. Ophelia put a bunch of care into this one, and there is just tons of stuff happening here, which is pretty visually striking and interesting. There's also line art. Dunk Sunk has these ones, which I kind of find interesting and compelling as well. I thought this was a little cursor at first, just a random little triangle. Bagley has some, I would say, pretty good stuff going on with these. TJL's an interesting brushwork style as well. And then Andre from the couch is empty. This is the statement. It's a not even transparent. It's a fake transparent PNG. Great. Meta. My winner could go a few different ways. I'm going to pick a one that I find super aesthetically just very enjoyable to look at. And it's going to be Cloudy. I just think Cloudy's is so enjoyably aesthetic to me. I just think it's very just compelling to look at for whatever reason. I don't know the exact, I can't define all the reasons why. I just enjoy it. So great work. And let's see, my weaker ones. I'll be honest, there's a few that feel a little weaker, but the first strike today, and once again, it's more so just bad luck. Don't get too upset. I know it's fine. My first strike is gonna be Spider Layers one. It's maybe it's my latent subconscious need to give a strike to someone on their birthday, and when I look at this, I see birthday, I feel birthday, and it makes me feel a strike. So I'm sorry, Spider. I'm sorry. You're getting the birthday strike for your birthday party. The second strike is also a tough one, and for me, it comes down to these two, and you know, they both have issues. I'm gonna give the second strike to Brioche, actually. So that could have gone either way, though. Gek was hanging by a thread, I'll be honest. So that's gonna be it for the strikes and the things. I know you can argue and debate them endlessly, but that's just my feeling. So I guess we'll let it be there, and we'll see what happens in the next day. Of course, you just know that the follow-alongs are going to bring in some crazy stuff anytime there's an abstract day. So my favorite was probably this one by Cuculum. Traditional ink on paper with some, looks like some white pencil stuff going on in there. really strong feeling of energy and focus and just pleasant, enjoyable to look at. Just really good piece. I would love to have that on my wall or something. We also have T-Ted, who's, you might be thinking, this doesn't feel like T-Ted style. Well, you might remember last year, T-Ted did some experiments with traditional media for the abstract stuff, and that's continuing. We have some traditional kind of macro photography of, I forget what it is, ink being frozen. I don't remember the actual way he does it. I know it has to do with freezing and ink somehow, but just some amazing looking effects by T-Ted. Yalak also did some art today for the abstract one, and this one is musically abstract, but gets into all sorts of weird stuff. Kind of just enjoyable. Kind of lets yourself sink into it. This little audio-visual experience. So that was enjoyable. Had to give some love to that one. Blublab also made an amazing abstract piece today. I really enjoyed this one as well. I feel like this one has a great presence to it. And Spooky, going for this one. It's kind of melty, almost feels like those colorful swirls you might think of with someone like Ophelia, but Spooky definitely has a little bit of that energy as well. And this one just gets really chaotic and fun to look at. So great work by the follow-alongs today. Okay, so today we have assignment number 9, the Goblin Baker, or just Goblin Baker. This comes to us from legend James Gurney, who hopefully you know and love, does YouTube stuff, but just an amazing person, has written books, the Dinotopia, all kinds of things, a wonderful person in the art world that we all love very much. So we have, it's obviously a creature / character prompt, wherever you kind of want to take it. But yeah, Goblin Bakers. So let's see how these came out. We have a ghost dog starting things off early in the morning, getting ready for their job at baking, which is a nice little touch, you know? Baking is an early morning job, you know, you have to get up, bake the bread. There are some lovely little costume elements. I believe these are croissant slippers. But there's a lot of fun little ideas, big props, some good personality going on there, even a little bit of extra stuff of the person sleeping on the job. So great stuff by Ghost Dog. Andre had this one where he had to pause for a bit because his eye got scratched out by a cat. Luckily he regrew a new one and he'll be fine. But he'll have a more complete entry later on. Then we have Will. He's a goblin chef making goblin pies. And this is certainly one way to take the name Goblin Baker. But look at all these little guys. They're nervous, they're scared, and somehow adorable. We have this little character sheet as well. Look at them. Look at how cute they are. And then we have this one by Sabi, a pretty different looking version of a goblin, a Sabi style goblin. And they got a lot of good design elements too, some bakery themed stuff. Then we have Diovice, who went kind of all out by making this lovely food truck, which looks insanely good. Love the style, love the personality of it. Love these 2 creepy looking goblins stashing some dead bodies and baking some bread with roller skates. Then we have Andre with the proper entry, and we have a full backstory on Francis Giancarlo, you know, the French-Italian chef, baker, restaurateur, food novelist. Obviously, the first goblin to be awarded 3 Michelin stars, you know. You can go check it out on Wikipedia if you don't believe me. Goblins are real. I would say a very, you know, kind of classic style, like feels like a little expose they might do in the New Yorker or something. With Giancarlo here. A little old picture of them, 1993, starting at their restaurant. Very good stuff by Andre, of course. And then we have Naka. Bake, 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 bake. These are just amazing little personalities of goblins going on here. I love the use of the little dragon getting some fire. I guess it could be more of a salamander. But lovely details, you know, everything looks goblin-y, even the bread. just little things coming out, and the expressions are amazing, so I enjoy it. Then we have his little character sheet as well. Ignore the little dangly parts, but it's delightful. Bristletail decided to show off some costume designing skills, honestly. Really good detail stuff, really good ideas of, bakery themed, both costuming and props. So amazing stuff there by Bristletail. Spider Lair has these 3 Goblin Bakers. This guy's definitely baked something. And then, lovely costume design, pie crust stuff going on there. This little guy with his big floppy ears and his big old earrings. It's pretty delightful. Enjoying that. Gek decided to do this cute little animation. Look at this guy's little shapes. Just tosses stuff out, puts it together into a giant steak. I don't know where the bread went, but it's in there. It's got to be in there somewhere. Then we got Micah. Another kind of a surprising day for really good costume design, because this chef outfit is also quite good, and I love the shapes going on with it. So that's great. And then Ophelia, Grandma Goblin. A very interesting contraption going on here. I have to say, I absolutely love the kitchen utensil earrings. I think that's just brilliant. And there's a lot of good other little touches going around, and a little bit of a birthday tribute to our Goblin Andre, who had his birthday yesterday, so you might notice a couple references to that. Funky Pepe, bro, biggest Grim 9 fan. The Smelly 9 here, doing some cake for the Smelly 9. A wonderful drawing as well, with some good costume aesthetics, some good little details with his ear catching on fire, and just amazing energy in these lines and shapes. Fake art, this one's got a baguette. Maybe not as much personality as some of the others, but nonetheless, it's not a bad piece. Brioche has this one, The Life of Jorbs, the Goblin Baker. So yeah, it's hard being small goblin in big city. I'm not going to do the voice again. Let's see, does it go this way? Mitts too big, whole kitchen too big, pay too small. I love these little drawings, because these drawings have so much personality in them. He's even got a fly coming out of his pocket. We've all been there. One day distract. And we got the little guy tripping on a banana peel. Shame. Suspende. But it's okay, because have wife and have bread. There's like a little bit of the presentation color-wise I feel like could have gone a little better, but these little drawings are great, and there's a lot of personality in there, so I liked it. Then we got TJL, who's just throwing in a bakery for no real apparent reason, but why not? A fun little bakery going on there with our little baker, and the close-up is great because I love the volume. The volume on the shapes, whether it be the button and the ears, everything's got mass to it, and I think that is a delightful quality to have when you're designing stuff. Dung Sunk going for a lot of little backstory stuff as well. This guy used to serve time. Now he's clean, and he's getting in the kitchen to do some baking. I like the take. It's a very, kind of distinctive style and distinctive feeling to it. Bagley, the new hire, seems to be a bit weird. We got 2 goblins stacked on top of each other. I do like some of this expression stuff. I do feel like the costume and presentation with the blue one specifically feels maybe a little underwhelming compared to some of the other amazing things, but maybe that's enough. I don't know for sure. And then we had Volland, Gib Pastries. I do feel like maybe it focuses a little bit more heavily on a bakery, like this pig bakery thing, rather than focusing on the actual Goblin Baker guy. But it does look great. This pig with all of its stuff attached is quite nice. But I don't know if that's enough to, be too worried, or maybe it is enough to be worried. I really don't know. Cloudy73 has another little birthday cake for Andre, and this is adorable as well. So lovely little birthday cake. Feels very goblin-y. This guy's so adorable. And I like it. I like the little presentation. Feels like it could be like a kid's book or something. And From the Couch, Andre's From the Couch series, we have some Franklin art. And I think Franklin, once again, did a great job on this follow along. So great job to Franklin. So now, first, before we figure out too much, let's figure out which one wins. In my personal tastes, I could say, this one's like a really good costume, but I do feel like a little bit of the goblin-y side is maybe a little understated. There's a lot of really good ones. Funky Pepe's is a very good, just kind of all-around balanced one. There's a lot of good just character pieces. Naka's has a ton of personality, so that shoots it up a lot for me. It's very well done. Andres also has a lot of good personality. Dio Vice's amazing rendering skills. But when all is said and done, I feel like I'm very compelled to give it to Will today. I just really like this piece. I like the interesting, fact that the guy is baking goblins. Amazing stuff by Will all throughout this year so far. And then, let's see. Unfortunately, we do have to give a couple strikes yet again. And it's getting tougher and tougher. I think the first strike is going to go to fake art. It's maybe, it's not the worst thing or anything. It's not terrible, but it is maybe a little bit lacking in, personality and just having a little bit of extra fun with the whole goblin idea. And then the next strike, there's a lot of directions it could go. I'm gonna have to give the strike to Bagley. I don't feel like I can. I just don't think it quite got as much fun stuff as some of the others. So that will be a third strike for Bagley, which means, unfortunately, Bagley will be eliminated today. That is the second member of the Little Stars Club that has gone out. So now they only got 8 people versus 10 people on Grim 9, with very few strikes on Grim 9 as well. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what's gonna happen tomorrow on the next assignment. Don't you hold it down, Bagley. For our follow-alongs with the Goblin Baker, we have some delightful ones. The top spot definitely went to Wolfo for this animation, which is a whole YouTube video with a bunch of lovely YouTube playlist references going on in there, some great little details. And it's just a fun little video of a goblin making just having a good time cooking over here, some pizza. So very, very fun. And the dancing and everything going on in it is how to cook a pizza. It's just got so much personality. It's hard to show it all on the screen because kind of when I zoom in, it goes off screen. But yeah, Goblin Baker making some pizza, dancing away. I love it. I love it so much. After that, we had Double again in the top 5 with this little guy. He's got some stinky bread. I don't know. This sheer volume and mass going on with this, the fumes coming off of this just feels so thick and intense and stinky. I don't know. It really adds to the whole goblin flair of it all. Cyanide had this lovely little Goblin Baker, a little bit more of a cutesy version, but I love this presentation and just great stuff all around. Adam Lover, representing the Goofy Goober Bakery, has this one as well. Don't smoke, kids. But definitely love this one. Simple little animation there. And Eladin, who you may remember as doing those long-running animations of last year, is back this year. And not only are they doing a bunch of animations, but they're also doing a bunch of just design things. And I have to say, Eladin's design sense has gone up like 10 times from where it was last year. Obviously, the animations were great last year, but I felt like some of the designs were a little bit lacking. But this year, Eladin's design sense for, how to use shapes for design and everything, they've gotten so good that now Eladin is not only doing amazing stuff with animation, but amazing stuff with design as well. But anyway, let's move on. Okay, assignment number 10 comes to us from Marco Bucci, one of my favorite artist YouTubers. And this will be an environment prompt, and the actual prompt itself is ancient UFO landing site reclaimed by, well, it would have just been nature, but since we're back in the grim territory, we have a little modifier. So reclaimed by hazardous nature. And that's not the only weird thing going on here. We also have the combo indicator. Now, what's that? That's something brand new to Chroma Corps. I know, it's a lot of new stuff. That just means that there will be 2 prompts in a row that both play off each other in some way. So perhaps they will be using this environment for something related to the next prompt. But regardless, let's check out what we've got. So starting off with Naka, we have a little pustule-filled environment. I guess this could be the rings of an old, an old alien portal gate. Why not? So there's some old technology broken down, covered in these awful little things. Overall, it has some fun ideas, but I feel like color-wise and just composition-wise, maybe not the strongest art piece I've seen by Naka. Ghost Dog has this one. Ice is like nature and hazardous and stuff. Now, this has some lovely color palette using the, the pink and the blue together. Just gradiating nicely. There's a little character here going toward this spaceship. Now, is this an ancient site reclaimed by nature? Kind of misses the mark in terms of prompt, because this just looks like a spaceship just crashed in just a tundra environment. So, maybe a little bit off in that part. You never want anything that's in front of something else to kind of mimic some of its shape dynamics. So there are some little issues going on in there. Andre has this one, The Platform, and it's done in a very good Andre style. Love the color palette. I think it's a nice kind of more comic-y version of the prompt, and there's definitely some overgrown nature. It's definitely a little spaceship landing site. So that's pretty good. There's room to maybe have a little bit more, some different shape mix-ups with some of these little ideas, because they're starting to get a little evenly spaced with the chaotic parts. Spider Lair decided to go underwater for their crashed, I guess, UFO landing site. It's so ancient, there's now an ocean where it was. But we do have some hazardous nature-y things, mostly in the form of undersea creatures. I mean, then again, just underwater in general is hazardous, so I guess there's that element going on in there. Then we have Deovice with the vein flowers, these predatory plants. Maybe they came from this spaceship. They seem to be eating this cattle, livestock around this whole environment. Or perhaps this is just the Bubblegum Mayhem all over again. Who knows? Funky Pepe also going the ice route, but this one definitely looks like it's been here a while. It's more settled into the environment. Feels like it's definitely from an ancient time, perhaps. And it has, a couple good uses of value to help things pop out. The only thing it could probably use more of is a little bit of playing around with focal points in depth rather than keeping them at a set distance away from us. Sabi has this very interesting color palette and this very interesting kind of shape idea and design idea with little interesting birds and all kinds of weird little creative touches and stuff. And there's a UFO here that has a tree, a spiky tree growing straight up through it. So it's definitely been reclaimed in that sense, and I think it's quite nice. Will also is just only seemingly getting stronger each day, just really doing all sorts of great things, and this environment looks wonderful. Good use of colors, good value separation, very strong read on the page, and you've got all these little creatures hanging out around this old, long, decayed piece of space technology, a little spaceship thing. So that's quite good by Will yet again. Gek has this one, which has another crashed flying saucer going on. And perhaps, you know, the issue we might be running into is just the value read being so just, you know, toned back that it just doesn't have much of a punch off the page. And, you know, there's not any secondary color movement either, so that might be a, you know, a source of some issues. But I do like some of the shape ideas and details going on in here. Bristletail has this one, which is I would say a more direct idea for a old, derelict, maybe crashed UFO site, now growing some weird technology-infused alien plant life, like a tree thing, and it's even strangling this poor bird over here with its little plant tentacle. So definitely a hazardous plant, definitely doing the prompt a lot of justice with that one. So a very good one from Bristletail. Ophelia going for a slight different approach of bringing in like an actual spaceport from like a long forgotten, maybe abandoned planet. Ultimately maybe leaning a little bit too much into just boxes and cubes and square things, but does have this little overgrown stuff happening. So yeah, I think it's pretty fun. Brioche has a carrot apocalypse, these little carrot people. There are some compositional aspects to this that could be a little stronger with the play between background and midground, but you know, it does have some nice creative elements. Cloudy going for this another flying saucer. This one's been implanted vertically into the ground. We have a nice water line coming up midway through. Some very interesting round spiky foliage going on. This tiger seems to be chilling pretty all right, but then again, maybe he's part of the danger. But overall, I think that looks pretty good. Good color control and everything. And then we got Volland with this one set on Mustafar. Now we got a volcano, an alien site that has been reclaimed by some magma volcanic activity. And I think there's some good ideas happening there compositionally. We stagger in depth a bit. Could use more lava-y feeling to the lava. Maybe some more brighter yellows, maybe some, you know, even going back and forth between some darker tones and light tones like you get in magma and lava and everything. TJL deciding to once again flex some industrial stuff, bringing in some Teo Prince influence with some of these colors and shapes. There's a little bit of room to maybe improve some foreground elements and just, you know, some of how everything's mapped out. But I think a great one by TJL. Dunk Sung, Don't Touch the Goo. Another little spaceship thing going on here. Overgrown by a very interesting, goopy, I don't know, grape jam type nature stuff. So very good there. Fake art, another interesting take on colors and stuff. I do feel like these sharks, which I assume are meant to be out here in the water, it's kind of messing with the perspective just a little bit by being so strong in value and everything, because it kind of flattens your impression to make them closer. And I don't know if they're flying in the air or if they're meant to be in the water, and it kind of just gets a little strange when it lines up with, you know, what I would assume is the ground plane. And then last we got Micah here with this one that's maybe a little bit rough in the actual composition stuff and details as well, but does bring in some nice color choices and in the shade versus in the light. So great stuff by the cadets. And of course, Andre's From the Couch series. We have one by Franklin and one by Bagley. So nice to see them still. actively participating, even though they could just be resting as much as they want. All right, so overall, this is going to be another tough judging day. I think my favorites, I'm really torn between Bristletail, Will, and Sabi today. So looking back and forth at them both right now, I'm actually going to go with Sabi on this one. I think it's just very, I don't know, it just feels very interesting color-wise. It definitely has all the stuff. Yeah, it's a fun piece by Sabi. On the opposite side of things, I do have to figure out some strikes. Now, I mentioned I do have some issues with Ghost Dog. I do have some issues with, I do have some issues with Naka. I do have some issues with Gek. I do have some issues with Brioche. And even some minor issues with some of these other ones, like Micah as well. I think I'm going to have to pull the most painful Band-Aid off first and say that I will be giving a strike to Gek, which is another third strike, which means the sky is going to be a little dimmer tonight because we've lost another star. We've lost another little star in the sky. And jeez, and that's not even the end of things because I got to give another strike. I think I'm going to give it to Micah. I don't dislike it too much or anything. It does feel a little bit just on the rougher side of things. Well, we did have a Little Stars Club win today, so there is a chance that maybe they'll win the combo. I guess they have the most to gain from tomorrow's idea, and I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll take another day, and we'll come back tomorrow. But why should I lie? Everything reminds me of Gek. For the top 5 follow-alongs today, we have this one starting off strong with Svenin. Absolutely just love the color balance going on here. We have a little flying saucer, but just lovely shapes, lovely geometry. I don't know. I find this type of balance of colors to be very appealing, both value-wise and, temperature-wise. We have Trout also doing a lot of follow-alongs this year. Once again, a former winner from last year that is not done with making cool stuff. And Trout has this lovely image, even bringing in their new cadet for this year. Once again, even though they can't compete, making new cadets, still taking part in the follow-alongs and all of the fun of it. And that looks great. October had this one, and October is someone that seems to just be leveling up every day of Chroma Corps. From the start of Chroma Corps to the end of Chroma Corps, I feel like October leveled up a whole bunch. And this environment was certainly the first time I was really taking note of how quickly they were improving, because this looked great. We also had one by Niyagi, a familiar name. Lovely little kind of strange mixture of geometry and organic stuff there. And Double, again, featuring 2 previous winners, but Double made this lovely kind of retro book cover for the prompt. And honestly, it looks so good. I love it. I would love to read this book. I love sci-fi books. But anyway, let's move on. All right, day 11 is the second part of our first combo prompt, and this one comes to us from Ethan Becker, who you may know and you may love. But this is going to be a prompt that says your cadet encounters a forest spirit in the ancient overgrown land. And just to be fully clear about this, the way we're doing it as written further in the description, the ancient overgrown land is just whatever your thing was yesterday, whatever your environment was yesterday. And therefore, the forest spirit part doesn't have to be like specifically a forest spirit. It just has to be an ethereal kind of thing that would exist in whatever the land you made is. And see how they played off of their previous stuff. Not this. This doesn't count. Ignore this. Ghost Dog, though, is going to start us off and giving us this lovely little PlayStation. Hey, yo! This little PlayStation 1 inspired a little scene here, which Honestly, looks quite good. Then we had Dio Vice, who had all those creepy red fetal flower things, flowery organisms yesterday. And then he has their cadet running into this, discovering this kind of weird fetal core to this alien thing. And, you know, kind of going in for a closer look here. So definitely a good job of bringing in their cadet and playing off the previous day's environment. Then we had Sabi, who won the challenge yesterday and comes back equally strong with this amazing piece of their cadets, wonderfully rendered, running into this weird bird-like creature, spirit creature with this lovely presentation. So once again, Sabi just doing amazing, knocking it out of the ballpark, I guess you could say, with their baseball bat. Bristletail has their cadet here. They're kind of, I guess, encountering a forest spirit thing, but more so just ripping it apart. I guess this is what it could have looked like, but it's got this cute little core and some armor, but once it met this cadet, it's pretty much just, they're running in terror. They're all ripped apart. Yeah, so a nice little version incorporating their cadet's personality, you could say. Then we have Andre, who had the little spaceship on the dock stuff. I am older, said the spirit. I am older. My dawn lies on the ocean's border. When seas were sulfur, now an old, old man whose breath is memory and whose name is lost. Well, that feels like me, honestly. I relate to these words. But Andre always really doing a great job with some of this storytelling stuff. And then we had Spider Layer, who had a tricky little situation by putting their yesterday prompt underwater, but they handled it in the most brilliant big brain way possible by incorporating their previous crab mech prompt. And there's also lore here that you guys don't know in the YouTube, but we all know, and that lore consists of Spider's cadet here canonically being in a relationship with Spider's previous cadet Footloose. So there's all kinds of little Easter eggs, love letters, pictures of them together. So I really like that by Spider Layer. And then we have Brioche with obviously their cute little candle themed cadets running into this little carrot themed Sprite, because obviously yesterday they had that carrot themed overgrowth. Definitely some fun little ideas there. I think the cadet looks, you know, very cute. Probably a little bit room for more lighting stuff to be happening. I feel like it's a little bit underwhelming in terms of lighting. Funky Pepe has this amazing version of their cadet spray painting on that ship from yesterday, and I love the perspective, the low angle. And then running into this giant cloudy, I don't know, spirit of the snow, snowy cloud mountains, whatever you want to say. A very cool one. And obviously they get along just great. He's getting some belly rubs. Also, it's worth noting, in case you're wondering, Funky Pepe's cadet canonically has now been spray painted with a bunch of Little Stars Club spray paint that is from Bagley's original Assignment 01, where he brought Funky Pepe in and spray painted on the helmet and everything. And I just love it. Then we have Ophelia, and their cadet is obviously a mess. It's complicated to even get into. Some people just associate the cadet as being the Borb, the little bird orb, and that's fine. But technically the cadet is also this weird creature that was eaten by the Borbs and has a camera for a face, and it's a whole long story. Yet again, there's so much storytelling this year. But this creature is lovely. Just an amazing design, amazing presentation. Once again, giving me some modern Mobius kind of vibes and just really enjoyable. Volant has their cadet, the old lady with the big old backpack. I think this one's, you know, certainly ambitious with all the stuff it's doing. I do feel like it needs a little bit more in the way of just light mapping, deciding on the best way to make all of the stuff read with values and everything. And then we have Will here, who did a 26-second animation. Well, I think this will speak for itself, but we'll see. Hopping along there. Just an amazing animation. Popping through the forest. A little clearing here. Being, I guess, startled by those little creatures from his image yesterday. And they're animated so well. And one of them spits up a giant ghostly rabbit. And Bingo just absolutely rips it apart. Let's be clear here. This is insane. Ambitious feels like an underwhelming word. The execution, the professional nature of this, you know, obviously there's no like sound effects because it's just one day. But like the animation quality is like mind-boggling. It's so good. Every frame a masterpiece. So Will did that. TJL also had one of the great environments yesterday, and here is a lovely addition to that. Another amazing piece by TJL. Dunksunk brought back, obviously, their cadet with these little, adorable little duck creatures. Compositionally, this is great. Perspective-wise, angle choices, everything, color. This is a very, very strong piece. And then we have fake art with their cadet riding the water spirit from assignment number 3. The one thing I would say is maybe it's a little just kind of flat in terms of the value, you know, interplay between this top and bottom of this line. And then we have Naka, who I gave him a little bit of a hard time yesterday about his environment, but he came back with a vengeance and made this absolutely ridiculous piece featuring all of the Grim 9 cadets and this lovely composition, and honestly, just a amazing art piece that I was mentioning before. I would love to have this either as a background desktop wallpaper or more specifically as a print on my wall. So we might have to look into that, getting some prints of this stuff. It's an insane day. And not to be outdone, Cloudy also just an amazing print ready illustration here of their cadet walking atop that spaceship from yesterday, and all of those little spiky little things that looked like foliage, they're actually little tiny creatures. They've come to life and they're walking around like little lemmings jumping off of stuff. So these are insane. Then Micah ran out of time a little bit, but they do have this little sequential piece of art of their cadet walking along, running into this goop, whatever that red kind of growth that was in their yesterday piece. Being a little bit startled, but then this guy just kind of making a weird pose with the hands up. Micah's cadet reacts to it in the appropriate way by first T-posing to establish dominance, and then doing the same pose, and then smiling, I guess. And they suddenly, it's not scary anymore, and they become best friends. From the couch today, we do have some Franklin art looking good. Micah had some update with some color stuff, which they didn't get to finish on time, but nonetheless, nice to see. So, where does that leave us? Well, like I mentioned, I'm blown away by all of these. I feel like any of these could have been winners on a different day, perhaps. But with every amazing entry going on in here, I still can't get over Will's animation, which is just mind-blowing. So, the win today is going to Will. Now, the other thing that just happened, with Will winning, that means that Little Stars Club actually won the combo prompt. They won both sides of the combo, which means they get an extra movement on the meter, so they will be going up even further. We might have a chance of actually getting to the little star side of the meter. But sadly, I can't be all happy, fun, good times because I do have to give 2 strikes, and I don't want to have to give 2 strikes today. But we must keep going. I think the first strike I'm going to give will be to Volland. I just feel like it was a missed chance with some of the compositional decision making, some of the value making as well. I feel like just kind of missed the mark on readability. And the second strike, I've been kind of pondering in my brain as I look through these. But at the end of the day, this is a narrative prompt. So I hate to say it, but I'm giving the strike to fake art. I'm giving the strike to fake art. It's not a bad piece of art. It's just a very competitive day. And I think narratively, it might have been just a little underwhelming compared to some of the rest in its ambition. That does lead to a third strike, and that is the end of fake art. Another star has dimmed in the sky. Just 6 now. This is the 4th one they've lost. But I guess we'll wait and see what happens in tomorrow's assignment. Well, I almost forgot it was fake art. For our follow-along standouts for the second part of this combo, we have Yellock doing some amazing artwork. I'm a huge Yellock fan, as you might know if you were following Chroma Corps. So featuring Micah's Cadet there, just for fun. Spooky, who had a lot of great art every day during Chroma Corps, also featuring some other cadets. We got the little waxlings from Biped. I think Spooky was pretty much bringing these crazy, expressive, very experimental presentations almost every day. Svenin continuing off of their win the previous day in the follow-alongs. I believe Svenin actually continued on and made this like a whole mini project inside of Chroma Corps, featuring these environments and these colors and everything. It's really nice. Chipniks did this one once again, their cadet in front of this giant creature out here, this forest spirit, looking delightful. Patch, I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but a lovely piece featuring a bunch of different cadets going on there as well. So great job today. I hope you guys like tomatoes, because prompt number 12 is coming to us from Kudaman, and it is a tomato suitcase from the amazing Kudaman Tangerhui. Delightful artist I very much enjoy. So let's get to the actual entries. We have Ghost Dog. Shout out to soup enjoyers. Ghost Dog has this one with a lot of good little details going on. Obviously, it's soup can themed, a tomato soup case. We have cute little luggage tag stuff happening. We have some nice little detachable carry-ons where they come in a big old bunch and you can pull them out and detach them. The functionality stuff, even the wheels have a little bit of theming. You can use it to just store a bunch of soup cans, super storage. It's definitely hitting a lot of the check marks. And then we have Diovice, who also has a design that kind of feels soup canish, but is more focused on actually transporting tomatoes. The Tom Otto, if you will, is a little device that lets you take your tomato plants on the go. So I love some of the industrial detailing. I like the wheels. I like the functionality aspects of it. Does that necessarily sell Suitcase? Nah, it's a little light on the Suitcase side, but I think it does do a good job of making a little tomato transporter. Then we have Volland with the Tamata suitcase. And this one also has that similar idea we saw up with Ghost Dog of having the little slices that you can take off for portable storage. It has some nice little industrial design details and little latches, and everything feels nicely thought out, to be honest. There's probably a little bit of extra room to really squeeze tomato themes out of it. I feel like aside from it saying tomata and maybe having some stickers of tomatoes, I don't know if I necessarily read tomato just from the way the colors are separated and from some of that stuff. Then we got Andre. This one definitely reads tomato. Got all kinds of tomato theming stuff in it. Maybe the more direct, like this is where my brain also goes when I hear tomato suitcase. Nonetheless, we got some fun little functionality stuff happening in there. We got the little cherry tomato purse. That's good. Sabi has this one with a lovely presentation, great art style. I really like this front view with this little detachable grumpy tomato handbag. And there's also a little mean tomato sliced duffel as well. I do feel like this design gets a little too busy with itself with this giant vine arm thing coiled up on the back, but I like it. Bristletail has some really strong industrial design going on today. And this thing really does an amazing job of looking like a very solid prop. It has a lot of nice detail features, even little screws, little tiny, latches, little hatches, all sorts of very good functional details going on here. Micah decided to go the rich or scary route with this little tomato family car. It's also a little suitcase. I could see kids really enjoying this. This feels like a show they would watch in the morning, and then they'd be like, I want that suitcase. And then they get their little suitcase, bring it to the airport with them, etc. There's a Paul tomato. Yeah, I think it's relatively fun and cute. I think the wheels and some of the functional parts are handled, nicely with good little color separations and good shapes to them. Will decided to do something a little more relaxed today. No 20-hour animation session. So we have the tomato case, travel in style. Comes with opening and locking devices. Obviously, it doesn't keep very well because now it's all moldy and flattened. Which is gross. No one wants to find their tomato luggage looking like that. Then we have Spider Layer with the TMTO tomato. So it does look very sturdy. It does look very functional in that regard. We got the luggage tag pull zipper. I like the little call out on that. That looks great. My only issues really come down to a couple things. I do feel like the actual logo could have been word arted a little bit better. I do feel like the wheels are a bit of a letdown, and maybe just in general, some of the color separations. So there's definitely room for improvement in there. And then we have Brioche with the Totemate Zero, Totemato, with multiple different versions. I kind of like this little small one the best, I think, even though it's like super simple. I like the tall handle with the little tomato sprout on top. I don't know. I feel like this would be a fun suitcase for a kid as well. The wheels are definitely a highlight on some of these, the kind of plasticky big wheels with the little sprout coming out. I think the word art is once again a pretty big letdown, kind of in the same family, maybe even more of a letdown than Spider Layer in terms of the word art, but there are some fun ideas going on with some of these shapes. And we have Ophelia with a Tomoto suitcase. This one's very realistic looking. In fact, so realistic looking that it just looks like a regular red suitcase. But I do like the interior areas, the interior linings and the, all the holder and fastener stuff, because they do look very tomatoey on the inside. Then we have Funky Pepe, who decided to go full fashion, doing a little advertisement in Vogue magazine. Obviously, if you don't know Vogue, it's Vogue, but for vegetable fashion. I think conceptually, this presentation and everything is quite good. I think there is a little bit of room to squeeze even more tomato theming out of some of these. Maybe bringing in a little bit of color separation somewhere could be nice. Cloudy, not gluty, has this Polly Pocket inspired tomato garden toy thing. A little tomato suitcase. I don't know if you guys know Polly Pocket wherever you come from or grew up, but this is a pretty accurate version of like a Polly Pocket playset thing. And it's well presented with, plenty of good ideas. So definitely a strong tomato suitcase contender. Then we have Naka, the first tomato suitcase. Another portable growing system which seems to have gotten its creator into some smuggling troubles. But nonetheless, very functional, good attention to details, good presentation. So, you know, very strong. And then we have TJL going, once again, extra industrial design focused. Plenty of good designs happening with the latches, with the handle. It's all kind of thought out with the tomatoes and the blender, vinegar, sugar, spice, mixer, nozzle, letting you basically have this giant suitcase that you can bring with you to dispense ketchup, and for emergencies only, obviously. And then we have Dunk Sunk here. Spoiler for Mile Gore. We got kind of a mystery suitcase here. Who knows what's inside? There's certainly a lot of red coming out of it. I don't know if I, you know, would necessarily be guessing tomato suitcase just from looking at it, but it does once again just kind of carry it through with the most, you know, kind of direct use of logo stuff. We will mention the couch, Andre's couch. We do have this wonderful, honestly, really good piece by Franklin, who has a whole Burgerton community here, and they all have their own travel suitcases. And obviously our main tomato character, Cherry, has this lovely suitcase with all sorts of good theming stuff. So this is very strong. I like this a lot. So how do we weigh all of this? Well, I think I'll give it to Ghost Dog because it is the most fitting of the actual prompt. It is the most close to the actual spirit of a tomato suitcase. So yeah, I think Ghost deserves a win for this one. So great work by Ghost Dog. You know, it's got a lot of fun ideas, a lot of good theming. So well done, Ghost Dog. A deserved win. So the strikes are going to be a little bit tricky. Once again, everyone's pretty strong right now. I think I'm going to give the first strike to Spider Layer, actually. I feel like it's a little bit simpler than the rest and missed some kind of obvious chances to bring in a little bit more shapes and silhouette stuff. The second strike will actually be going to Dunk Sunk, just because it's not bad or anything. I think it was a fun direction to take it. But when you look at all of them together, maybe just doesn't quite have just enough theming stuff compared to some of the others. So Dunk Sunk, Spider Layer, both getting their second strike. You know, we'll see how that plays out as we keep moving forward with these two strikes. Gets more and more dangerous every day. But yeah, well, I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. But of course, we have to look at our follow-along standouts. So up first, in my top spot, we have this one by Mars. In this one, I know it's not quite a suitcase, it's more of a messenger bag, but I love the functionality of this. I love the design of it. I think this little like flap with the zipper that kind of mimics the interior look of tomato is brilliant and looks honestly aesthetically very pleasing. And I just like it a lot. We also had this one by Lost Stranger. We got a whole mix of things. We got the little terrarium case, the little cherry tomato mini case, and they're all just delightful looking. And the presentation is, of course, very strong as well. Novahedron had the Campbell's tomato stew duffel bag, looking very chic and fancy. I could definitely see this becoming a real thing as well. Boko had this cute take, and I just couldn't resist. It's too adorable. The feeling of the texture, the feeling of just personality coming off this page is just too cute to pass up. So I love it. Kana decided to go with a tomato mimic suitcase. And I love the little tongue made of lettuce or just, you know, leafy stuff, you know, just a single eyeball. A really great tomato suitcase mimic, I guess you could say. So great stuff today. All right, we're up to the 13th assignment, and this one will be a lizard necromancer with minions, and there's more to it, in the style of Power Rangers. So there's a whole lot of things going on with the prompt. But this is obviously a creature slash character prompt. And it is brought to us by one of my favorite artists currently out there, Peter Jablonski. Absolutely amazing artist. Definitely check out his work if you never have. So up first, we have Ghost Dog, who is usually first. And this one is looking pretty good. We got the little tongue arm. We got a very, I would say, stylized and cartoony version of a very Power Rangers looking enemy. It kind of feels like it captures all those big main things you might think of with a Power Rangers style of enemy. And then we got some minions who are probably not the most Power Rangers style. Just some random grave robbers that look like they crawled out of, I don't know, 101 Dalmatians or something. And then we have Sabi, Random Explosion. Sabi did an amazing job at capturing the feel of goofy little Power Ranger style minions. I love their poses. I love their little just look to them. And the character itself, honestly, is quite great at capturing a very fun and stylized, maybe cartoony version of a Power Rangers style enemy. So great job by those first two. Then we have Diovice, the Countess Bone Shedderus. That's a hard word to say. We got a surprisingly thick Power Rangers enemy. Maybe these minions are a little, they're fine in their stockades. But I think overall, it's a pretty good piece by Diovice yet again. Then we got Will, who is obviously been doing so many good things lately, and they're coming to us with a little bit of silliness, a little bit of cleverness. We got an actual person in the giant rubber lizard necromancer suit standing around a miniature city with people puppeteering little skeleton guys. A great use of, just the prompt to get some extra little bits of ideas. Overall, I think another solid, good piece by Will. Then we have Bristletail here, who has a little blue necromancer riding this giant bone skeleton lizard thing, along with a bunch of other minions creeping around in the background. But some good personality coming off of this guy. Nice little simple yet effective Power Ranger style prop. I assume the background is meant to be a giant lizard of some sort. I don't know. There's a giant eyeball looking thing and some stuff like that. I don't think it reads particularly well with the foreground. I think it maybe leads to a lot of light bleed coming just off the top, and maybe kind of doesn't complement all of the amazing rendering and work going on with this character as well as it could. In terms of a background, which, that is a background's job, to just complement everything that we want to look at in the foreground and whatnot. But overall, still a solid thing by Bristletail. Then we have Micah here, Master Lizardon and his crew, who definitely are not just some guys in lizard masks. The minions look great. They look appropriately, silly with their kind of onesies and their skulls. The character, the Necromancer themselves, they have some minor, I would say, design issues, just in terms of, having as much personality, striking in the right balance of shapes and personality and everything. They do have some nice organic movements of line and curve and angle. The presentation is a little bit rough color-wise, but also, more importantly, also having a character that is just looking off to the side of the page, and even their skulls looking off the page. I don't know. That's always a big weakness. It makes the design feel a lot less impactful, a lot less, just strong overall. So always be looking out. Try to avoid that when possible. And we have Spider Lair, the old King Lizard. A very Power Rangers-y looking costume going on here. I do think the overall presentation, composition, layouts of both values and everything could be a bit stronger on this one. But the minions are fun, and once again, the costume is quite good for a Power Rangers villain. And we got Funky Pepe, who's got this one. A great drawing, a great pose, very expressive characterization going on there. Cool little ghost bird projectile minions. Now, the weaker aspects of this might just be in its, you know, a little bit safe with the costuming, a little bit underwhelming in just the way it's clothed, but also maybe straying a bit away from some of the extra silliness that you can get from some of the costumes of a Power Ranger style thing. Then we have Andre, who did some rendering yet again for us. And this looks pretty great. You can almost looks like a giant rubber suit with all the big, oversized, novelty kind of, you know, accessories. I think it's a good piece, definitely in the top half. I think his little prop, you know, it's fun in here, but a little underwhelming in here. The hand maybe could be a little better, but he's got some nice personality, some little extra drawings, and I think it's great overall. Then we have TJL, doesn't get to just coast on industrial stuff today, has to do creaturey stuff. And I think this presentation is looking great. I think the little prop and the costume ideas are amazing. I think they look really good. I think the pose is very underwhelming. Feels a little awkward. And maybe these minions, well, somewhat fun. I think they're generally got the right idea. Maybe they're just a little bit awkward in how they've been laid out to some extent. Up next, we have Job Boy, aka Voland, taking their eyes as part of their soul. Yes, he's got this lizard necromancer who honestly looks very much like a Power Rangers villain, with the color separation, with the shapes. I think it does an amazing job of capturing that and feeling like an original weird lizard necromancer. And then we have Ophelia with the little skeletons, so just action figures. Little tiny skeleton lizard guys surrounding this necromancer lizard. I do think this may be... I love the costume design detail stuff, especially around the head area. Even the look of the lizard around the head area looks quite nice here. Kind of sad that those details weren't in the bigger version, because this is the bigger version. Even though it's the background, it kind of winds up looking like the main display, because the character has been relegated to a tiny little area in the overall presentation. Maybe doesn't quite get the same energy of like villainy and Power Rangers-y stuff, but definitely some good ideas happening in there. We got Dungsunk, really enjoyed this one. Tons of personality, some very fun shapes. So, you know, this guy looks like an absolute character. Obviously, more so in like a cartoony realm than, you know, the rubber suits that you might see in Power Rangers. But the personality is definitely spot on. So that's great. We got all these weird little minions hanging out, doing their stuff. Naka decided to go in a direction that is way too grim, maybe for the dark, gritty reboot of Power Rangers, but this is very grim looking. Amazing piece of art here with some amazing lizard necromancer guy stuff going. Very spooky. Feels like something out of more of a Bloodborne style game than anything else. And then some lovely little sketch illustrations, which honestly all look very good. So yeah, Naka, once again, great art. Cloudy, also some amazing costume design, some amazing character design. Very strong art, very good pieces. Maybe obviously gets a little bit away from Power Rangers-y stuff, which is not a, you know, not the biggest deal breaker or anything, but, you know, when compared to some of the others that really went for it, maybe just a little bit less of that. And then we have Brioche with Lizargon and the Tiny Frankensteins. I think overall, the rendering is probably the biggest letdown of this one. A little bit of presentation as well could be better. I think conceptually, there's like all the good ideas are definitely coming through. The render and some of the line quality draftsmanship stuff is maybe just a little bit rough today. From the couch today, we have Franklin, of course. Franklin's been very consistent, and Franklin did an amazing kind of version. I feel like this is a good prompt for Franklin with the goons that look amazing, the minions, and the main character with all of the oversized kind of rubber looking, shapes and ideas. The rest are not from the couch. They're couch hijackers, like Double, former winner last year, and Kuzlon, famous YouTuber. Overall, the winner today could go a lot of ways. I'll tell you this much. I'm loving Cloudy. I'm loving a lot of what Dunksunk has. Volland had a good individual character. Andre did amazing. I think, though, I'm right up here. I'm right between Ghost Dog and Sabi. And as I look at them and the spirits, I'm going to give the win to Sabi today. I just think it's just hits some of the notes really well. So congrats to Sabi getting another win for the Little Stars Club. And unfortunately, we do have to give 2 strikes. I think the first strike is going to go to Micah. So that will be Micah's second strike. For the next strike, I think I'm going to have to give the strike to Ophelia, just for maybe being a little bit less into the silliness of this prompt. But it's still a good art piece. I just think that's the direction we got to go. So Ophelia, Micah, those will be the 2 strikes today. Luckily, don't have to eliminate anyone. Brioche, you're still safe. I guess we'll see if that can keep up as we move on to tomorrow's prompt. But let's check those follow-along standouts. So, in the top spot, probably the most Power Rangers looking one, we have Octopus with this one. Just love the little minions. But even the big baddie himself back there looks like something straight out of some Power Rangers. So I think this definitely nails the aesthetic of it all. We also have this one by PK, which just is more so amusing and interesting to me. Maybe a little bit different than the traditional Power Rangers look. Rahander did a traditional one, and I thought, the big kind of oversized novelty things coming off the character and the props and everything, it just looked very much like something I could imagine being in a Power Ranger style thing. And the little presentational touch with the little glowiness is nice as well. A little bit of magic going on there. Rye Bread did this lovely take on things. Once again, a little bit of a different style, but I think it works quite well. And finally, I think this is our first mention of Craftspedia, who is just an insane pixel animator. They do these crazy pixel animations every single day, and they always have so much movement and fluidity to them. So you'll definitely be seeing more stuff by Craftspedia as we go through future follow-along days. But Craftspedia is just insane. Just really, really good art. Definitely enjoyed seeing their stuff each day. It was something I was looking forward to each day of the contest. So really good there. But yeah, let's keep moving on. Okay, assignment number 14 is going to be another environment assignment, and this one is going to be a possessed pier, or I guess you could say haunted. I don't know. We were having a discussion about the difference between haunted and possession, whereas possession is just like haunting an individual character, maybe? I don't know. It's fine. It doesn't matter. But this one is given to us by Laura Price, a wonderful YouTuber and artist that's done a lot of viz dev, a lot of environment stuff. So, up first, we have a Ghost Dog, warning, El Scary Alert. There's really good personality. It's not like spooky or moody or scary in that sense, but it does capture the feeling of, a ghostly, haunted, possessed pier. And the actual elements of this design are great. The colors are great. It looks like good concept art that could be used for a video game or something. Really just nailing things lately. I don't know what Ghost Dog is doing lately, but they're in the zone. Dio Vice has this one, which is conceptually lovely, and more importantly, I feel like does a great job with its composition, breaking some compositional rules in order to make it feel extra moody, because this one really sells moodiness quite well. Very, very good. Sabi, who was complaining, but turned in another banger of an environment image. So I don't know. I feel like Sabi could just become an environment artist at this point, because they're so good with environments. This looks great. Once again, an amazing color palette, some great shape designs, and just a fun overall piece to look at with your eyeballs. Then we have Micah bringing us a nice moody piece with some good ratio of light to darkness. And we got some little creepy guys lurking out here. Maybe there's a sunken boat. I don't know. Got a couple eyeballs, a little bit of spookiness. Definitely has the right moody vibes for it. So that part is definitely going in the right direction. Then we have Naka, who has the first of maybe a handful of centipede-ish piers coming to life. I guess, you know, it makes sense when you think about a pier. I love the time setting with the sunset and the lights coming on and the town. There's probably a little bit of room for getting some interesting shape breakups in this foreground area. Maybe just a little bit different with the angle of the composition. And then we have Bristletail with a more a pier that I'm more familiar with. Kind of reminds me of the piers here in Southern California. And there's a lot of good color decisions and things of that sort that I think make it work pretty well. There's room for a couple improved shape choices, I think, in this ghostly apparition here, and maybe some of the stuff behind them to be a little bit more exciting. But overall, quite good. I like it. And then we have Volland on their vacation together. Her best friend fell off the pier and drowned in the tide. Lovely colors in the water, lovely shapes also. The water is just amazing. Great work there. There's a little bit of, you know, kind of overall compositioning with, you know, the window of light stuff that could maybe push some of these values back and forth a little bit more. But I think the concept is selling itself quite well. We have a lot of little narrative storytelling elements happening underneath the pier. Drown here works pretty well as a concept. Then we have Spider Lair POV. You fell and dropped your flashlight at the possessed pier. And this is a nice little spooky spider layery kind of thing with all the googly eyes and whatnot. I think the colors and values are working quite well. Maybe there could be a little bit more extension of the light hitting some stuff, because the thing it needs to sell a little bit more is the feeling of distance as we go back into this area. I think the contrast sells distance well, but there's a couple other tricks you can do. Finding ways to maybe overlap things, maybe not have the hands too evenly spaced, maybe a little bit of the way the light could drop off or hit different things differently. This feels nitpicky. Everything's going to be nitpicky because everyone's so talented. So all we have are nitpicks. Not crazy about the choice of central composition in this particular case, but I think overall has a good read to it. Ophelia has a couple images. One of them, not great, a little on the weaker side. Doesn't quite have a good value mapping read to it. Doesn't really give us much focal interest or stuff in the way of light versus shadows to really play off of. But then, luckily, there is another image that is a lot more exciting, has some good movements, has some fun ideas. There still could be a little bit more of a play between light hitting stuff versus stuff being in shadow. I feel like it treats that a little too casually. Maybe some of the shapes in the clouds could be more exciting and complement things better. Once again, the competition for who can do the best ribbony movement going back in space is alive and well. Up next, we have Andre Haver Pier. This one, Andre did do a nice job at least bringing in the triangle of composition. There's some nice little details happening like in the water with the skull, and some color choices are great. This third focal point feels a little kind of just tacked in a weak sense. And I do feel like there's more personality to be pulled out of maybe the Pier itself, with some shapes, some maybe movements of things not quite lining up as evenly. And then we have Will, who decided to go out and celebrate a socialite. And they only did things in a sketchbook. Now, I think this part, I'm going to judge everything equally nitpicky and as harshly. I think this part is working great. I think the composition maybe gets a little bit weaker near the bottom, where some of these shapes are not necessarily pooling as well as they could and really defining themselves as well as they could against this Pier and against the chaos happening. It's definitely more challenging, obviously, to be in a sketchbook. Funky Pepe has this little video, this spooky found footage video. This is an actual thing that was found at the beach, a VCR recording. Wow, the shaky camera, the zoom in. Ooh, another creepy centipede here. Amazing, just well executed, going from idea to fruition. I think handled extremely well. Good animating, good subtle extra stuff happening. So great stuff. Then we have TJL, Oblivious Fisher, going a very different kind of tonal area here, with a bright kind of sunny blue sky day, person fishing, all these creepy kind of ghosts of sea creatures are just kind of, you know, hovering around behind the sky. The colors are amazing. Some of the, you know, choices are very different and unexpected, and I kind of like that direction. I think overall, it's a pretty solid piece by TJL. Then we have Dunksunk, who's also competing in the ribbon category of seeing who can make the best ribbon shape. And this is quite a good ribbon shape, I'll be honest. I like that it uses a lot more movement in the center rather than just at the end. I like how twisted and kind of dynamic everything is feeling. And the feeling of movement is really, really selling a lot. You know, it feels chaotic, it feels windy, and that is definitely working well in its favor. It's very moody as well. And speaking of moody, Brioche also brought in a lot of mood with all these kind of misty green clouds and fog. It's more of a house at the end of a pier, but nonetheless, a good one by Brioche today. And then finally, we have Cloudy, who brought in another beautiful illustration that could easily be a print. That could easily... Cloudy should just make an art book from all of these entries, honestly. And I love that they brought in their cadet with the swirling ghostly hands, the little bits of blood in the water. So great stuff happening there. Funky Pepe also has some bonus little VCR audios type sounds. Just for fun, just for extra mood. And from the couch, of course, Franklin is here. Nice little piece there, and another one from Bagley as well, bringing in some waxlings, which are bipeds cadet creation. Overall, I'm very mixed about which direction to take the win in. I think I'm gonna go with Diovice on this one. I'll be honest, right before I started recording, I was thinking, you know, maybe Cloudy, maybe I'm leading Cloudy. As I look at them one last time, I feel like this is just such a nice concept by Diovice. So great stuff, and that is another win for the Grim Nine. Obviously, they are teammates, so great work by the Grim Nine today. So we do have to sadly figure out some strikes, and this is where it gets very tricky, because you've heard me nitpick about everything. You've heard me try to make little complaints. I think probably the first strike will be going to Andre today. Maybe just, you know, compared to all these other ridiculous environments, maybe just doesn't quite have as much going for it. So there will be a strike going in Andre's direction. And the second strike, I think I'm gonna give it to Ophelia. I was very tempted to say Will, and maybe I'm just being tricked by looking at this other image, but no, looking at it again, I do think it has some parts that could have been a little stronger. There are definitely some weak parts in it. The color does a lot of heavy lifting, and the silhouette read does a lot of heavy lifting, but I think at the end of it, I'm not as overwhelmed by it. This is the first time we've had 2 strikes on Grim 9 team, so maybe things really are starting to balance out a little bit as we go further into things. So that's gonna do it for today. I guess we'll see how things turn out tomorrow. But let's check the follow along standouts for prompt number 14. We have some great ones, especially this first one by Biped. They posted it both upside down and this way. I feel like I like this way a little bit, but obviously we got a pier here. The water effects are looking amazing, and we're looking down into the reflection where we see this ghostly figure, a little bit of waxlings going on there. I just really like the presentation of this, the feeling of it. I think it really captures the possessed Pier quite well. We also had this one by Shucks, who, once again, like I mentioned, is just getting more and more amazing at digital painting, and this is a good example of that strength. We also have Lucat, just lovely stuff by Lucat. I love the textures going on and all this foreground stuff. And Kuzalan, of course, coming in. Kuzalan, I think, did every single assignment this year. I guess we'll wait and see, but definitely be on the lookout for a Kuzalan recap video of being a follow-along, because I know I'm looking forward to it. And then finally, I decided to go with Shamalu for the little goofy goobers getting basically told that they can't come on the pier because it is currently possessed by a bunch of very possessive little seagulls here. They even got their poop all over it. But anyway, just a fun little charming different version of possessed to close things out. All right, we're here at assignment 15, which marks the halfway point of our journey. This time we have a new type of prompt to enjoy, which is going to be an audio file prompt. That means it's a piece of music, 1 minute and 40 seconds long, made by Radical Face, that people will have to listen to and build an illustration based off of. Audio. It was made just for this, for the record. A very moody background image. Or a background sound to give us a visual image. So, we have Ghost Dog. This kid looking into a puddle, seeing an alien about to possibly abduct him. We have Spider Layer. Going for this creepy guy. Into that part over there. You know, maybe it's trying to decide how much I feel this really is hitting the right ambition. We have Andre. We decided to go for a Garfield reference. Now it is fun and it does definitely capture a charming sense of Garfield. Although it doesn't necessarily feel like it relates too much to the music. I don't know, we'll have to see how that actually weighs on things. And we have Deovice. This one. Once again, I don't know, I'm getting like a Marvel variant cover kind of shape language from some of this. And there's the music, it's already over. So, in my impression, I guess I'll mention now that the music is finished. And this is all subjective. I get the impression of a very moody sense of tension and drama and, you know, maybe unease, but also maybe just exploration, maybe something of, I don't know, an experimental nature. But I feel like some component of unknown mystery feels like it permeates through the audio. At least that's what I kind of feel. So I think Deovice, you know, kind of going into this weird experiment kind of feeling in a lab. I could see that working. Ophelia definitely did an amazing job with this one. This looks really good. The more you zoom in, which I will just reference, just so you know, I can't zoom into everything, but the more you zoom in, the more rewarding it is, just because of the way all these lines and shapes and little details forming together. A really good piece by Ophelia, in my opinion. We had Bristletail, who went for this very narrow composition, which, as I've mentioned, narrow composition can be a little bit tricky because it's harder to get your composition to, you know, build space and not be too linear. I feel like I've had dreams slightly similar to this feeling of everything of the world being pulled into a little singularity point up above. I like it. We have Sabi here, who also kind of going environmental. Now, it's generally looking nice in parts. I do think there are elements of the foreground that, you know, aren't pushed as much, and elements of the background that maybe repeat the same movement a little bit too much at the same frequency. And maybe some elements of, you know, kind of depth and use of space could be pushed a little bit more. But color palette's looking good. Obviously, Sabi has a great style. I'll be honest, I feel like in some ways, at least for me, this doesn't quite capture what I feel from the music as well as other ones might. That is subjective, but I do feel like it's my subjective duty to at least mention that. Then we have Volland with this astronaut in space doing a close-up shot. Some good use of depth, the out-of-focus hand, stuff floating around. I do think this is a little harsh contrast-wise, but I feel the prompt in here. So I enjoyed that one. Funky Pepe. I guess for these I will zoom in. We will give a little bit of a zoom so we can watch them one more time. PlayStation. For the record, this sound is like the greatest console sound. For me personally, this is everything. This is instant nostalgia of every good memory. I love that PlayStation 1 startup. PlayStation, no, I like PlayStation 1 more. But PlayStation 2 is good. It's a Chroma Corps game. Dang, that is such a good pop of the logo with the sword, or the joust, the lance coming across. And this is, for those of you that don't know, this is Sir Drake Double, last year winner, his cadet from this year, that he made just for fun. And he got shot by a goblin. just got destroyed by that goblin that might look pretty familiar from that Goblin Baker prompt. What's the third option? This is the third option. The third option is it boots you into a Chroma Corps recap video. Well, looking good there. I'll just leave it zoomed in. Naka has this lovely image. I get a little bit of the music off of the just kind of vibe and spooky, weird, unknown nature of some of this stuff, especially with the TV-ish kind of, I don't know, maybe they look like microwaves, but just the screens and then the weird, organic mess happening and the interesting character. And then we have Dunk Sunk, the flower that guides the dead in Mexican folklore, be it with their loved ones on Earth or to another Earth. This definitely feels like an interesting interpretation, going into a very different direction than I might expect for something that is an illustration. But nonetheless, I think it does evoke some of the I can see how it evokes the emotions and just the tonality of the music. So I think it's pretty good. TJL did this one, which I think is really good at this very, very slow-paced panels. Sometimes you have a bunch of panels and they feel like it's just jumping really fast. This one, it's so deliberate and slow. It just feels like it matches the energy of the music. And it also just looks great. It's a very like old 80s style of like Japanese sci-fi that feels like it's being represented. One of my favorites today. Then we have Micah, who has a, I can't help but call it like a Pokemon-ish creature with a few kids sitting here reacting to it. There are some minor little like tweaks that I think could make it a stronger piece. Some of the effects, some of the way some of the effects are rendered and stuff like that could be pushed a little bit more. There's like room to, twist around some of the elements and some of the compositioning to get a little bit stronger read. But I think, color palette and everything, it is a nice piece. And I do feel like it does capture a bit of the audio sense for me. And then there's Brioche. And this also does kind of evoke the music to me. Now, I do feel like there's a little bit of the art that could have been a little stronger just in terms of, getting maybe some stronger value changes and stuff happening in this back scene. But the foreground's good. And I do feel like it does a good job. At least I can feel a bit of the music coming through in that. Cloudy has a very complex one, which I guess we might have to also just zoom in a bit. We have this mechanical kind of angel wing-ish kind of movement going down into this robotic form, being embraced by this character here with some lovely shape directions. Also, Beals, thank you. Hi, YouTube.
Hi, YouTube smiley face.
Great, Beals. Thank you, by the way. This is a great piece. I love the expression. I love the feeling of emotion coming off of it. It does feel, to me, very much in the realm of the music. Finally, we have another animation by Will. And let's just take a watch. Fully realized environments, fully realized characters, fully realized animations. The little wren gets me every time. Incorporating the music. It's so insane. It's like a proper little short film in a day. Yeah, I agree. Chill. Andre's got the right idea. And from the couch, we do have Franklin, who I like to think this is like a little bit of Tool. I feel like Tool music represents this, but nonetheless, it does feel like a good interpretation of the prompt. Okay, well, let me just first mention my favorites. I loved Ophelia's a lot. I loved Funky Pepe's, just stuff going on there. I love TJL's. It's very, very good. But I can't deny that Will is just taking this prompt to a whole different level. I have to give it to Will. I can't pretend this doesn't just blow my mind. So Will, that is another 30-second animation win. That is, if you're gonna spend that much time and effort and have such a good concept, I can't fault anything. I just have to say, well, you win again for today. So great job, Will. It's amazing. Sadly, I have to figure out strikes, and you might be noticing everyone's either at 2 strikes or 0 strikes, which is, we're getting to a very rough area of the competition, especially as we move into the second half. It's gonna be difficult each day. I'm gonna give a strike to Andre, and everyone's gonna be very upset. I like Andre's art so much, but I don't think this I don't think this was enough for today's challenge. I just don't think it had enough for today's challenge. I know, fan favorite, everyone's favorite, Andre. It's just it's just not gonna be. It's not gonna be it for me today. Just a little bit of a struggle. Now, interestingly enough, I have to give another strike, and there's some directions that I'm kind of thinking about, that I'm considering. I'm looking at spider layers, and I'm not enjoying the art too much. I'm not enjoying it too much. But having said that, I feel like when I look at all of them, the one that probably feels, aside from Andre's, the most like it just doesn't quite feel like it invokes the prompt, it's gonna be Sabi, actually. So I don't think people expect these strikes that I'm giving, but to me personally, I just don't feel like Sabi's is, it just didn't hit the right note for me. Now, you can make it say that that's very subjective, and it is. It 100% is. Sabi might feel that this relates perfectly to what it is, and that's a completely legitimate complaint. You can, once again, file your complaint. You can send it directly to me, ahmedaldori@gmail.com. You can let me know, that this was a travesty. That's fine. As I've said, I'm always open to hearing all complaints. It's completely fine. Unfortunately, this means I'm losing one of my favorite cadets, which is Andre. Maybe Andre can sit here on couch? Maybe Andre move over from back of couch to on couch? Because I honestly don't want to not see Andre's art each day. Cut today's video here, though, and I guess we'll just see what happens tomorrow on the next assignment without Andre. This song's called Birthday Boy. It's about a breakup. The last time I saw you, I was holding your hand, and I couldn't wait for you to leave. I knew right then that it was over and done, and I couldn't believe that I was free. Help me now, I'm going down, and I don't know if I'll be okay, but I'll be around, yeah, I'll be in town if you need a place to stay. Yeah, F's in chat. When the wind blows and there's a chill in the air, I hope someone is taking care of you. I'm alright, yeah, I'm really okay. I want you to know I'm always there for you. Help me now, I'm going down, and I don't know if I'll be okay, but I'll be around, yeah, I'll be in town if you need a place to stay. Love you, Andre. All right, of course we have to check the follow-along standouts for this musical prompt. Lost Stranger did this one, which, is just a great illustration. Love the way this is all done with contour lines and nice movements to kind of give form to sound. Yalak also did this amazing one, which also just a very great two-dimensional presentation. Hirano had this very strong image as well. Once again, just kind of going off of moods, feelings, vibes. I think this one just really is great. We had a couple animation-themed entries as well that made it into the standouts. This one by Lord Cave goes through the whole song with just visuals, a lot of just black and white lines and movements and different little aspects of that all come together quite nicely into an enjoyable experience. You can certainly take your time and watch these on your own when you get a chance. Cat also did this amazing one featuring a bunch of different paintings and just kind of panning through them while listening to the music, telling a little story. And I thought this also looked amazing. So yeah, great stuff there. I guess we can kind of let it play a little bit, but I don't want to slow down the video too much. I really just encourage people to look at these on their own, because then you can look at them full screen in all of their glorious depth. But yeah, amazing, great stuff by Cat. And I think that brings us to our halfway point of this whole competition. So I think we can take a little sidestep, a little breather as we reach the halfway point of our assignments. I will mention a couple other little side things. Of course, like I said, there was a lot of community stuff this year. One thing that I haven't mentioned in the video yet, but you might be interested in, is we did have a lot of merch this year. So we can take a quick look at that just for the sake of the video. We have all sorts of shirts, multi-sided shirts. We got hoodies, we got zip-up hoodies. We got things that are just Chroma Corps related logos. We even have a hat. I know that I think I bought this one. I'm waiting for it. It should be here in the mail. Otherwise, I'd be showing it off right now. But I bought a bunch of stuff, and there's a lot of good merch in there. In case you're interested in checking that stuff out, I'm going to leave the merch up for this year until probably the end of the year. I think that's enough of a little side step. Let's get back to the actual competition. All right, we are into the second half of things, and we're starting off with a returning prompt that we do every year, much like the abstract one. It's time to do some graffiti. Now, I have modified it a little bit this year because now you can either do graffiti, or you can do more of a logo-based word art. It doesn't have to be just graffiti style. Ideally, I was gonna kind of shift it based on where we were with the little adderometer, but we're right in the middle, so I'll just let people pick. They can do one or the other. So let's jump into it. Funky Pepe is ready to go. Naka, this doesn't count, although honestly, I really do like this as a logo design. What a great team logo design. So great job on that before Chroma Corps started, by the way. Sabi, you could have posted your own one, but instead you just posted this. Regardless, Spider Layer off to a strong start. No, this seems to happen every time. Brioche also off to a strong start. Here we go. Dio Vice, first entry. So we got some the cadet's mouth with their tongue being nailed through. It's a little bit weighted heavily design-wise on the left, and then really just kind of tapers off design-wise to the right. But I think it's a good way to start out. And we got Ghost Dog, or Ghost Doug, depending on how you read it. I think one of the few that actually I would say is more of a logo design. On Disney Kids, Ghost Dog. He's going to solve crimes and do stuff like that. Very strong logo design. Cloudy has this one, using some of the Chinese characters for Square Cloud. I love the little subtlety of this rendering style with the clouds. The shapes are looking really strong with just the way the shapes are placed around. In terms of the characters themselves, I have consulted with my crack team of experts in Chinese, and they say that this legibly looks good. I think overall it looks pretty good. There's a little bit of evenness and negative spacing that I think could be improved. And then we got Bristletail. I think the main issue here is that, well, two things are going on. One, great energy with these actual shapes. Let's look at it here. I think it completely loses track of the actual lettering though, which is a big issue, at least for word art purposes. Also definitely kind of balance issues with, especially when I look at, this L and how it ends and how things start with the letters over here. Might be just a little strange for my taste, but this is a lovely presentation. Then we got Micah. This one is Krill. This one has some good elements of energy and stuff. Definitely has, some balance to it, which is good. It does have a couple minor hiccups when it comes to how some of these strokes are lining up and interacting on individual letters. It does a little bit of an awkward kind of tangenting interaction, maybe with the two L's. Volland has this one that says Granny Ethel. I generally like the look of these letterings. I think they're very expressive. They have a lot of personality. I think there's some good theming elements that match the cadet character. The character cadet has unified ones. Maybe they feel like a little bit awkward, but I don't know if they're supposed to read them like that. It's a little confusing because there's like an awkward amount of negative space between them. As far as the word art goes, looks nice, looks balanced, has some good movements to it. Sabi was at bingo today, so there you go. Sabi also has this, what I would say is a lovely piece of word art. Sabi has had to do this challenge 3 times in the past. This is the 4th time, and I feel like they're getting very good. I think this is honestly extremely nice, extremely well balanced. Has a great personality for Sabi's style and their cadet even. It's very good. And then we have Spider Layer, who has also had to do this a few times. And Spider Layer has their own name written from their own intestines, I assume. And the lettering here looks very nice, consistent, has a decent balance going on to it. The only thing I would say to watch out for a little bit is the idea of every letter being sandwiched behind the letter that comes before it. But because these are intestines, and that kind of almost makes sense in that regard, so I think it kind of actually plays as a benefit in this one circumstance. Will has some bingo graffiti, and honestly looking quite good in terms of just laying out the little yapping of bingo from this little monster here. This little bingo. And I think the use of, the multiple things are balanced out really well. So Will, proving to not have any too noticeable weaknesses. Ophelia has this one. And it has definitely some good elements. There's a lot going on. There's the Borb stuff. There's the Ophelia. There's the Dagny. There's the Fifi. There's a lot of different stuff happening crammed together. And sometimes if one of them looks bad, it can either raise up or lower the quality. If one thing looks bad, if one thing looks great, it kind of raises the overall quality. I think the Dagny is probably the weakest part on here. And then we have Naka with a Vessel. I think this obviously has good balance. Looks pretty nice, just on the wall here. Speaking of things that look nice on walls, Funky Pepe has some good graffiti as well. Now this is right up Funky Pepe's alley. Obviously their cadet has a lot of graffiti influence. Generally looks pretty dang good going on here. And then of course the battling has begun, because we got Spider Layer tagging over Will tagging over Spider Layer. But we're gonna focus on the new one. So we got TJL has got this one, which is a little bit mind-breaking in some ways, because he painted a wall in perspective. The wall is at the wall, and then he painted graffiti as like a 2D thing on top of the 3D wall, but the 2D thing has its own kind of implied 3D, and that's at a different 3D perspective than the wall. So it gets maybe just a little bit awkward just to look at this image, but the use of the digital light up 5, using it as an S, I think that looks quite nice. Maybe the presentation of that could have been a little bit different, just to not lean into the countering perspectives. And then Naka's taking over. But no, TJL's fighting back. Brioche is here. And this one, while being balanced, it definitely loses track of the strokes that make up the letters. It definitely combines and crams a lot of letters into very, weak spots and stacks them in ways where you just kind of lose track. So there's definitely some issues going on there with Brioche. Oh no, the little sad face from Brioche in chat. Bipen, that's not right at all. Cloudy's getting in on it. And then I believe finally Dungsunk has this one, which the lettering might be chaotic and confusing. The overall balance and just visual of it is quite strong. Like, I still think it generally kind of works, even though the lettering's a little bit it's confusing, to say the least. And that is all of them. Ignore all of this chaos. They're writing on their monitors. They're doing all kinds of stuff. It's a proper graffiti battle. Double is somehow in here, despite not being in here. And it just won't stop. Andre, who is now out, does have some stuff from the couch. Specifically, this lovely little comic of kind of a continuation of, from yesterday, of me looking quite accurate here. And Andre walking by with his spray can and going over and spraying the wall. Hello, my name is out. Yeah. And then we got Franklin still keeping it alive with dailies. Funky Pepe with a whole bunch of extra bonus ones. Sabi showing off the previous ones. So you can see how much Sabi has grown with their graffiti style stuff. Although this one wasn't bad. Maybe not as balanced as today's, but it's pretty good. Overall, my top 3 are definitely in the realm of Funky Pepe, and then Sabi, and probably Ghost Dog for this logo one. And having looked at all 3 of them again right now, I'm going to go with Sabi on this one. I just think this is very strong visually. I think it pops really well. I think it just looks really nice. So congrats. But sadly, that can't be all we do, because we do have to give strikes today. I think the first strike is actually gonna go to Brioche. I think just comparatively looking at all of them, I think this one maybe got a little out of Brioche's wheelhouse for just doing word art stuff. So unfortunately, that means this is the 3rd strike and Brioche is officially gone from the competition part. I do have to give another strike. The 2nd strike is actually going to Bristletail. And you might be thinking, why? This art looks amazing. It's such good art. Look at how visually pleasing it is. But honestly, the balance of these letters is probably one of the weakest of all of them. Once again, Bristletail's great at art. I'm sure they'll bounce back just fine, like Sapi did with this win. And that's going to do it. So I guess we'll see what happens on the next day. We're down to 14, I believe. Yeah, I think I'll have to double check that, but I think we're down to 14 people. All right, yeah, let's see how things go. Brioches burn so fine, leave a light inside where he can see. Well, before anything else, let's get into our top 5 follow-alongs for the graffiti stuff. You might notice number 1 here, Fishines, is a photo, and that's because it is a real, actual painting on a wall. Actual graffiti work coming in, and this one has a great design, great balance, and honestly just came out wonderfully. So a great job by former Cadet Fishines. Then we have Chipnicks, who did a lovely little logo design for their character, Bubble Squeak. Definitely enjoying that. Bagley, who obviously was coming from the couch as a eliminated cadet, but I really loved this word art, this graffiti style word art. I like the little block kind of pixely parts, the balance of it, and just everything. It's very good. It's one of my favorite ones of the day, honestly. And then we have Jeff here, which also just maybe it's just giving me some nostalgic vibes, but both this one and the one above it feel like they could easily be from like Jet Set Radio or something. So I absolutely love that. Then we have Star Gecko going for this one, which is done on the back of a jacket, or at least in concept. But it's just a great looking little piece of word art / logo design for their character. So great stuff by those 5. And now we can move on. All right, so for assignment number 17, we have Origami Musician. This is going to be a character design brought to us by our old pal, Jeremy Aninos, who I think has given a prompt for every year of Chroma Corps, and they've always been fun. We are starting to run lower and lower on cadets, though, so hopefully, I guess we'll see how it goes. Anyway, we have Ghost Dog starting us off with Post-it Note Malone here. First of all, love this presentation. It definitely captures all of the paper art stuff in the presentation. I think the little paper craft scissor instrument is also nice. I think overall it definitely captures the mood and the spirit of today's assignment. So good job by Ghost Dog. Then we have Dio Vice, who has a more punk-inspired musician. The strong point of this one is definitely in the jacket, the design of the clothing stuff. There are aspects to the pose that could be a little bit better, perhaps. Then we have Sabi, insert paper-based pun. Some good use of, origami folds for the limbs, for some of the clothing details, for even the face. I think it looks pretty strong. I'm not sure how I feel about the just flat black background presentation. Didn't bring anything extra to it, but it didn't take anything away. And sometimes that's, better than risking something bad in the background. And then we have Bristletail, paper crinkle sounds, who did this piece, which honestly, amazing costume stuff. Very strong feeling of paper in the costumes, and especially with all these little detail extra characters. This guy's, looking great made out of paper. This guy's also looking great made out of paper. Good presentation as well. And then, speaking of presentation, Naka absolutely going nuts with this Punk's Not Dead little image here. So much good energy, so much action in the smoke and flames and just the dynamics of the image itself. Very strong piece by Naka. Then we have Funky Pepe, who has been kind of just on a tear of being super strong every day. And this one is no exception. Really good costuming ideas. Love the colors. Love some of the detail elements. Even the background does like a nice abstracted kind of origami feel to it. Spider Layer has this character. We get a lot of different takes on costume and hair stuff. I do like, some of the little details that are kind of mixed in. I do feel like there's a little bit of opportunities to get some of this painting technique and colors working a little bit better. It could be harmonized just a little bit stronger. As well as, honestly, the anatomy and posing is maybe having a little bit of issue. But I don't know. There's certainly enough fun elements going around that I can just fixate on them and generally be happy. And then we got Ophelia with this one. And there's some good details in here. We'll zoom in a little bit so we can get a taste for those. You can see, obviously, for someone like Ophelia, the devil is in the details because there's so much like little line work, so much texture stuff that comes out of the details. Now, overall, I do think there are some issues with presentation, silhouette read, character design in terms of like silhouette movements are a little bit rough. I think those parts could be a little bit stronger. Just the selling of the idea, I think, is kind of stronger down here, and then it has some weak spots in different areas up here. So there are definitely some issues. And then we have Will, and we know Will likes to just go nuts, and this is another nutty day from Will, Because Will made an actual paper sculpture. There's a real piece of paper being sculpted into this strange bird musician thing. It's got an instrument. It's got pretty interesting little clothing ideas. It's definitely got personality. It's definitely an origami musician in the truest sense of the word. Definitely going to be in the top today, somewhere in the top. I don't know if I'm just instantly throwing the win at Will every time he just goes above and beyond, but it's certainly in the top right now. And then we have TJL, who did this honestly amazing character design stuff. Just the colors, the visuals, the shapes, good silhouette reads, good, strong, dynamic decisions. This might be my favorite, just costuming and character stuff. I don't know. I guess we'll wait and think about it, but it's really good. And then Dungsung also has a strong character. Once again, the white background might be hurting just presentationally a little bit, but there are a lot of good touches going on with the character itself. It's a very unique, little weird character. So good job by Dungsung. Then we have Micah. It feels like I can almost account for all of the folds and all of the things going on, which is, it is a nice little impressive thing to kind of feel this much like origami. I do also enjoy that the face itself feels like it's kind of drawn on the paper with like a pencil. I think that's a clever touch. In terms of design, there is a little bit of room to be a little bit more interesting and maybe experimental with the costuming. But yeah, regardless. Then we have Cloudy, who gave us a nice little backstory here about Taiwanese paper burning. I have to say, probably the most expressive paper hands I've seen today. These are just very good with their expression. The instrument looks great. The character design feels pretty strong. I like the presentation stuff. So another great day for Cloudy. And then we have Volland, not a volleyball, who did this one for us, which is kind of like a little bit of like a snake charmer, but for origami, it feels like, where all these origami things feel like they're, reacting to the music. There's a couple little choices that could have had a little bit more attention to detail, maybe in the character themselves, a couple extra ornate things. Maybe the instrument couldn't have been the same color as the clothing, but regardless, I think it's a pretty good idea. Of course, then we'll mention the couch real fast, Andre's couch. We have a piece by Franklin, some Bagley graffiti from yesterday, which was very good. A little bit of Andre, got this little kind of fun little paper guy. I like him, he's charming. And Brioche, also a good little character here. So, oh yeah, and Bagley, lastly. So some great stuff in the follow-along area. But yeah, let's decide a winner. So obviously, big fan of Cloudy's, big fan of TJL's, big fan of Will, big fan of Funky Pepe, big fan of Naka, big fan of Bristletail. Those are probably the top for me personally. If I'm judging purely on character design, I'm gonna give the win to TJL. Because this just feels like the strongest actual design of a character. So great job, TJL. Sadly, I do have to figure out 2 strikes, which is rough. I think the first strike I'm gonna give today, I think it's gonna go to Ophelia. I think as a character design, maybe doesn't feel like it embodies as much aspects of just good character as some of the rest. Unfortunately, this will be Ophelia's last one. And then we're not done, because we still have to figure out the second strike. And I'm still weighing it in my brain. I think I'm gonna give the strike to Spider Lair. I'm just gonna go in that direction today. It's gonna be Spider Lair's third strike. So we're losing 2 of the Grim 9 today. That's the first time we've done that this year. But that's the way things are gonna shake out. So Spider Lair, once again, 4 times in Chroma Corps. I'm sad I have to strike Spider Lair out for 4 years. No, but they're both amazing artists, and Spider Layer has been just keeps getting better and better, managing to keep up with the increasing wave of talent that seems to come every single year of Chroma Corps. Spider Layer has still been keeping up with it and managing to prove that they can improve just as fast as all of these youngsters. But regardless, two amazing artists. I enjoy them both immensely, and yeah, so I'll stop rambling. Let's just move on and see what happens in the next assignment. Oh, Ophelia, you've been on the couch, girl, since the cut. Oh, Ophelia, haven't helped the trout who falls in love. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain, and if you don't love Spider Layer, keep us together, running in the shadows. I think that could work. I feel like there's a way to make that work. Now, will you love me again? Hear you saying, it would break the chain. Never break, never break, never break. But let's check out the top 5 follow-alongs for our Origami Musician. We have returning champion Trout, again represented with this lovely illustration. I like that it's actual, feels like an actual Origami Musician made by this guy back here. The perspective's great. I love the crane in the foreground and a lot of the details. Definitely feels like paper. A very strong piece by Trout. Mental illness, same thing in terms of just looking so believable as origami, just the way all of the planes are hit and all of the folding and everything just makes it feel like, you know, it could be a real Origami Musician. Steffels went for a slightly different route where we have a musician who's making all of his stuff out of giant sheet music origami, but I love that approach. I thought that was very fun and charming. Helio had this one, once again, lovely use of all of these folds to kind of capture this jestery look. And Queen Bean did this one, which is actually a real origami, a photo of real origami that is then just updated in Photoshop or whatever art program with a lot of extra digital stuff. So it's a little bit of traditional photography mixed in with digital painting, and I think the result worked out quite good. Speaking of all those traditional things, this is one of those days where I had to mention some bonuses because we had a lot of traditional actual origami coming in. First up, we have Yalak, who made this lovely Origami Musician here. Put it in some flowers and everything, but the look of it is delightful. I think it really comes across nice as a photograph, and the design is quite fun. And once again, I admire everyone that decided to do actual paper craft. Alien Chocolate made a little paper mock-up template that anyone could follow for this one. So a little bit of paper craft follow along going on there. And of course, we had to feature Ewoks Rock Carl as a real origami Carl. Now, Carl, once again, if you're just following this video, you wouldn't know, but Carl was also a fan favorite character. Ewoks Rock happens to be Kuzalon's little sibling, so you might know Kuzalon, once again, from YouTube or from last year's Chroma Corps. Kuzalon has a little sibling called Ewoks Rock, and they made this character Carl, and every single day there was Carl going on a different adventure, following every single prompt every day, and this one being an actual dimensional origami Carl was just too good to pass up on sharing with everyone. So definitely this one really made me happy on this day. So great stuff, and I guess we'll move along. All right, assignment 18 is going to be yet another combo prompt. So that means they'll be using elements of today's assignment in tomorrow's assignment as well. The prompt today is a fantasy genre dungeon themed restaurant exterior view. I know, it's a whole word salad. So that's where we're going with. We'll see how it came out today. Starting off, we have Ghost Dog, who decided to do the food truck direction. There are some maybe areas where I feel like it's in conflict with itself just a little bit, but I think for the most part, it has some charming elements. I do feel like the wheels are a letdown, but that's just me, because if you're gonna have a vehicle, you need to have slightly better wheels than that, but that's fine. Dunk Sunk is, this is not real, don't worry about it. Naka has this one. Would you eat here? Yes or no? I do feel like it doesn't do much to sell the restaurant side of things. It just feels like a whole weird little town in a upside down building. Regardless, Sabi has this one, the Golden Key. We do have some nice, weird, wonky shapes. Some which maybe lead to nothing. Some which maybe feel like they are pretty fun. I think overall it's, got its charm to it. Then we have Micah, who was forced to go touch grass, so stuck doing traditional today. A little simple in some of the actual architecture stuff. A little kind of light in that regard. But I like the idea of Chonky Dragon so much. So I have these mixed feelings about it. The perspective's a little bit off. The building, is extremely tiny and simple. Just a standard little A-frame hut. So that maybe has a couple issues with it. Then we have Will come and dine at the Grob Hut. It's got some fun little theming. I like the Grob Hut idea. We got this little guy up here. We got some nice little details on the outside. I feel like there's almost room for more details in certain spots to really play up some of the restaurant stuff, but it has some nice qualities to it. Then we get into Bristletail. This one has a lot of good theming qualities. It definitely feels very dungeon, fantasy dungeon inspired. It definitely feels very restaurant-ish. And I guess a nice nod would be that they brought back the Goblin Baker, which I think everyone missed a good opportunity to bring back Goblin Bakers in their dungeon restaurant, but that's fine. At least Bristletail had the eye on the ball here. Diovice has this one, which honestly has some very strong architectural ideas. I love the little Pot's Sweet Revenge. They got parking, they got signage. It's a little, maybe a downer to just use white for the signage up here when could have had a little bit more boldness to it. Then we got TJL, who has a lovely, it might feel like a interior, but no, this is the exterior of a restaurant, which is located here inside of kind of like, I don't know, a dungeon plaza, whatever you want to say, a cave. And it's very well executed. The architectural details are great. It's a little bit rushed in the painting stuff, but overall, it's quite nice. Then we have Funky Pepe, who has been very consistent and continues to be consistent because this is a great, solid architecture design for this building as well. It's got some nice personality in the different structures. The theming side of the restaurant aspect it's a little, you can feel it up here with the patio stuff, which is good. Maybe could have been a little bit more over the top with some of the minor elements. Dunk Sunk, this is the type of signage and theming I was talking about, with this tower leaning over, the big old signage that has a lot of personality with this hanging chandelier inside this kind of exposed area, all the smoke coming out. A lot of really good personality in here. We even have a little outhouse. The overall architecture of the entire structure maybe gets a little bit less exciting just in the silhouette read. And then we got Volland, who decided to go for a more kind of desert style of a dungeon. It has some good architectural elements, some lovely details in the architectural elements. You even got little patterns on them, some great touches. It feels well planned out. It has an interesting scale to it. Very solid by Volland. And then we have Cloudy with this tiny restaurant in the water on this dragony looking creature. And we got the little boats tied up. The actual building designs look great. I love how chunky everything is, especially like the roof tiles, the oven, the furnace, the the cooking area is very laid out in front of us. It honestly looks great. From the couch, we got Franklin, who I would say definitely did amazing today. We got another one from Andre, who's got a second location of the Grob Hut. And this one honestly looks pretty great. I like it a lot. Ophelia's got one as well, and no mention of down here with Shrek stuff. But regardless, we got to pick some winners and stuff today. So there's not like a clear runaway winner in my brain. I'm looking a lot at stuff like Bristletails. I'm looking a lot. I love the details of architecture going on with Diovice. I love the planning of architecture going on with TJL. I love the clean presentation of Funky Pepe. I like the theming ideas of Dunk Dunk. I like some of the kind of more unexpected architectural ideas of Valen. I love the outdoor kitchen stuff. It's a unique theme. You know what? I'm going to give it to Cloudy today. I'm going to say that I like Cloudy's. I feel like it's unique. It has a good theme. It's very well executed. So, yeah, and it feels like good architecture. Simplified, very strong shapes. So, obviously, that means all these ones I was looking at are fine, which brings us to, weirdly, the top half of entries, which maybe I have slight issues with. You can say for Wills that the scale of this is, cartoonishly simplified, where the door would go straight to the back wall if you opened it. But, that's fine. We'll give it that little bit of personality, like it was in a Animal Crossing game or something. I think I'm going to have to just go ahead and say I'm going to give one of the strikes to Micah today. I really like the Chunky Dragon logo, the idea of it, but as an architecture thing, it's probably the least exciting out of all of them as a building. So yes, another star is going out in the sky. I'm sorry, but unfortunately that's not even the end of it, because we have 2 strikes to give and I got to figure out where the other one goes. I don't know. I guess it does come down to Ghost Dog or Naka getting the first strike, because I don't know any other direction to even go with it. All right, I'm just going to look at them as, silhouettes and shapes and like theming stuff, and I'm going to give the strike to Naka. Sorry, Naka. I scroll down and I see a very, linear tower. It's a very linear building. It doesn't have too much. So it's fine. I'm not worried about Naka getting 3 strikes. So with the way Naka does stuff, whatever. It's not a big deal. But yeah, that's going to do it. So we'll see what happens on the second part of this combo prompt tomorrow. Enjoy the snow. I'll crush out on the way. Let's first check out our follow-along top 5 for all of these dungeon restaurants. We have Stegar taking the number 1 spot for me with this lovely presentation, great lighting, great colors, a very kind of streamlined dungeon-y castle approach, but nonetheless the presentation is just so clean and delightful that I had to throw this one in here. We also had Chipniks going for a more modern, urban style restaurant called Dungeon, and you can tell it's got looks like a little Goblin Baker in there, people having a good time. Definitely is a good modern interpretation of the prompt. Pokial did one of the handful of McDonald's, or I guess you could say fast food themed ones, and this one's called Mimic Burgers, and I love it. I love the look of this place. I think it's actually pretty functional as like an upstairs patio area and then a downstairs area. I could actually see this working quite well, and it feels great, and I love that it's incorporated into an environment. And then we had Vagabond giving us Luncheons and Dragons, which once again, a very greatly themed little design here. I think the logo alone was probably enough for me to take note of it, but I love the little presentation of it as well. You got the parking lot, and I'm a sucker for seeing a little parking lot next to a building, just to give it a little more character. Solduck also had a great one, this Dungeon Dweller. It's kind of like a little Baba Yaga style house with legs, chicken leg house, running around. I like the idea that this one can just run around and go wherever in the dungeon to provide food, as a little like mobile restaurant. And even the signage has the little legs on it with the house up top. There's so many good little details in the logo, in just everything about it, and I think it's just great. So amazing stuff today, and we'll move forward. Okay, so we got part 2 of our combo here, and we're taking our fantasy genre dungeon-themed restaurants from yesterday, and we're going to try to show off what their signature menu item might be. This prompt is brought to us by the Jetty Jet Show. Jet, a longtime friend, good, longtime prompt giver as well. Catch him at your local conventions. He's been doing the whole convention circuit. It's a fun time. I kind of miss the convention circuit at times. It is pretty enjoyable. It's a little bit tiring, but also exciting. I don't know. If you've never tried it, it's definitely a fun thing. Up first, we have Diovice, and you might remember his weird teeth creatures, the big pot-shaped restaurant, and that continues on pretty cleanly, pretty nicely into these lovely, honestly, bowls and plates and just cookware that's going on here. The theming here is great. So I think overall, a solid piece by Diovice. Then we have Ghost Dog, who says they don't have much time today. I kind of wish they had a little bit more sliminess to them. The actual shapes of rendering, with the kind of chunky block shapes for the rim light and stuff, that stuff's great. I love that stuff. There's not really a whole bunch of other presentational flair, but it's very clean. Then we have Will, who has the depicted meaty bonanza with meat salad from the Grob Hut, everyone's favorite Grobbin restaurant. Of course, we got just animal parts, really. Really, it's just a mess of animal parts. But I think this one maybe suffers just a little bit from kind of walking the line between Will's style and a more kind of subdued, slightly more realistic take on some of the craziness and all these entrails and, animal parts. And then we have Sabi with the Golden Key signature ultimate noodle bar stuff going on. It's a noodle bar. You can bring your own stuff. They got tons of combinations of broths and sauces. Let's see. I like some of the presentation stuff. Of course, Sabi's always good at that, making it kind of charming. I think this pot of food itself maybe has, some weaknesses. Not quite the strongest colors I've seen from Sabi. There are some additional little bonus flavor things, which are fun. I do like some of these. I like the little birthday cake guy. I like some of this extra little plating things. You bring it, we'll cook it. All of these little animals and ideas on things you could have. Then we have Bristletail, who has this one. There's some issues just in terms of these skewers down here maybe being a little boring, maybe feeling a little underwhelming value-wise and stuff, and they're just being skewers. But we do have this kind of skewer of a little dragony guy in this pita bread. But what definitely raises up the overall thing is the little second piece he did with the dragon egg bread bowl, which I just think is a great idea. I just feel like it's a great idea. I just think it's a clever, smart idea to have a dragon egg-themed bread bowl. So, some issues there as well. And then we have Volland. Slaying monsters makes hungry. Now, Volland had a great, very distinct themed restaurant. It had some great shapes, and that has been represented extremely well with this food choice, with the little salamander samosas over here. So, brilliant there. I think this food also looks quite quite brilliant, you know, the snake. It all feels like it fits so well with the restaurant he made. And then we have Naka, who made a comic. So I was giving it a hard time. He had this upside down restaurant building. It didn't really have too much restaurant feeling on the exterior, but we got his cadet here going for a nice meal at the upside down, ordering the house special. And, you know, what do you think the house special of the upside down looks like? Bon appetit. I love this guy, by the way. Very ghoulish. And there we go. It's all just a big... Everything's upside down. We got ice cream upside down. We got food. We got a cupcake. Everything's just put upside down. And even the wine glass magically upside down. Which is impressive. Yes, I agree. How? Enjoy that. A very fun, solid little narrative exploration of the food there from Naka. It's great. And yeah, we got the little picture there as well. Then we have Dunk Sunk, who has this Moby Dick's Crave. Honestly, looking quite good food-wise. Like, I think this is some of the better looking, just in terms of, you know, more standard looking food. We got asparagus. We got some... This actually feels like a proper dish that you would get at a proper, like, actual edible themed restaurant. I'm a big fan of the rice island. It's got a little X on it. It's got little trees of parsley. So I think a great job by Dunk Sunk. Then TJL, who also had an amazing environment yesterday with that. It was the only one that was definitely underground in an actual dungeon. And he kept that going pretty well with the Dweller's Delicacy. So it's a scumble cave crab with worm lime, enoki squid, devil's thornflower. First of all, I love the details. You know, the look of the cup here, the look of all of the food ingredients, very distinct, very themed. It feels probably the most themed to really, like, even without seeing anything else, I'd be like, oh, this is a dungeon fantasy themed restaurant just from the food alone. So great job by TJL. Then we have Funky Pepe. Decided to take Cloudy's water Sprite and use it as a garnish on their salad. Just some limbs and wings. But this one's got a lovely thin-skinned dragon. You know, it's been nicely prepared, well-cooked thin-skinned dragon chunks. We have the Holy Grail sized drink. So the King's Trophy. I love the silverware, by the way. I didn't, you know, hint at that, but the silverware, very well themed with the knife and fork. And then they have the Future Nights menu with the Excalibur. We got the complete wild boar sandwich with monster root fries and a Squire-sized drink for the little one. It's very clever, very nice. A good solid one, fits the restaurant well by Funky Pepe. And lastly, we have Cloudy, who won yesterday. And Cloudy is giving us a little bit of a mermaid surf and turf here. I would say this is some of the bottom part, some of the surf, and some of the top part with some of these ribs. A good, full, complete mermaid meal here. And we got some siren tongue on the side. We got some carrot broth with some all these ingredients. Some cocoa also. This one's ethically sourced. It's very good. And we'll quickly look at the couch rather, the fallen cadets of the couch, because we do have a nice little follow-up of Franklin's restaurant yesterday, which was a good restaurant. And this is a great little kobold spread. We have Bagley, we didn't get to see the restaurant yesterday, but here it is, a vampire-themed one. Wings. And they serve bat wings with sour guano sauce, demon blood sauce. Garlic-free bat wings, too. Very important. And we got Andre with his own Excalibur, the original Excalibur, we will say. The Accept No Substitute, the home of the Excalibur, Grob Hut, not to be confused with imitators. The original home of the Excalibur. Arby says they have the meats. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. We got another one from Brioche. We got some from Ophelia as well. It just says Food Dungeon a lot. So nice there. Spider Layer has a nice little pie balls, you know? When you're in the mood for some pie balls. A fun little restaurant as well. And these are not related. Okay, so let's get straight down to it. My favorite ones are definitely in the second half. I think the second half, starting with Voland, Naka, Dungsung, TJL, Funky Pepe, and Cloudy. These are my favorites today. I'm going to give the win to Naka today. Now they're all on the same team, so it doesn't really matter too much. It's a win for Grim9. The only thing wins affect is a team-based thing, so it doesn't matter too much. The other ones are, you know, equally good. It's whatever. It is what it is. Regardless, we got to pick some strikes, unfortunately. Now, there's only, 11 people? I don't even know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, there's only 11 people. I think the first strike I'll give today is gonna go to Will. But Will be fine. That's one strike. I don't know why you guys would disagree with that. I think it's a weird one. I don't think it's the best. And then, let's see. How do I weigh these? I don't know. I think, you know, just in terms of thought put into them, it's a little bit, you know, awkward for Ghost Dog because once again, this was already like kind of shown at pretty much about the same level of, you know, creativity yesterday. I guess just based on maybe that which is skewed, but I don't know exactly how I would weigh them too much. I think I'll just give the second strike to Ghost Dog today. It's not bad. Regardless, yeah, Ghost Dog and Will, we both have 0 strikes. So, sure, why not? I don't feel bad about that on a day where it kind of could go in a couple directions. That's going to do it for today. So I guess we'll wait and see for what happens tomorrow. All right, let's take a look at the follow-along top 5 for today because we got some great stuff in here. As a food prompt, it's always exciting to see someone make actual food, and Yalak made some delightful little food for us. The orange tree. So a poached sweet dragon with roasted darkwood. This is actual food, actual edible food that Yalak made, and it looks like it could fit into that dungeon theme. So amazing stuff there. I wonder how it tasted. I'm very curious. But regardless, Craspedia, who I've mentioned with their fluid pixel animations, has this amazing one featuring, I believe this is Bablab's cadet, the egg cadet back here with the yolk hat and everything. And then we got Shamalu's carrot person clinging to dear life to not get cooked up over the stove. But just an amazing animation there. Apricot Soup had this one right here with a nice little dungeon themed burger. Love the rendering on it. This drink especially just feels amazing, and the burger is looking great. I just noticed I misspelled the name there. Oh well, I'll leave it. Chipnix, who you might remember was featured for their building, also has the food to back it up. So the dungeon now with 55% more protein. I love the, these house fried eyeballs. It's all very disturbing, but well presented and matching well with their building design. Then we have Mewpet with this little Happy Meal fast food style. I think the thing that really sells this above everything else is the Beholger. The Beholger, the greatest pun for a burger that I have seen today. I love it. I think it's delightful. They need to sell Beholgers at some restaurant. It needs to happen. You even get a free Owlbear toy. So, great stuff. Not a real beholder. Contains squid. I don't know if I would want to eat a squid burger, but maybe. I would give this one a shot anyway. But let's move on. All right, assignment number 20 comes to us from wonderful artist Jaw Cooper It is going to be a narrative slash illustration prompt. And it is going by the prompt of a soft landing. So people can interpret that however they want. So that's what we'll be doing. And let's jump right into it because the first one is right here from Ghost Dog. It is soft as a wolf snout. Little Red Riding Hood homage here with the red hood. Stumbling a bit and potentially landing right on this giant wolf's snout. So we got some great shape design, most importantly. I'm loving the use of shapes in the hair, in the clothing, in the wolf fur and everything like that. Very strong shape dynamics. I think the main critique I have for this one is not really anything about the art. It's just about the, the storytelling of the prompt. I don't know. It might be a little bit light in that regard, does this feel like a soft landing? I don't know if I would guess that from just looking at it though. But regardless, let's keep looking. So here we have the first of many webtoons today. And this one comes to us from Diovice. A soft landing. This is going to be a webtoon, so we'll scroll through it. Kind of a cloudy type look, maybe watery, I don't know. But then we cut right to this character, Fallen. Then we have some close-up shots. Also, once again, lovely colors. I'm liking the palette, I'm liking the style, I'm liking the spacing of the sequential stuff. You can see a little bit into their eye and the cracked goggles. A little bit of terror, a little bit of screaming perhaps. As they plummet and crash into the water below. Down, down, down we go. It feels so warm. And yeah, it's a great illustration. It's good storytelling. Looks wonderful. I definitely enjoy this a lot. And then up next, we have Sabi, me every day after I submit my assignment. A cute little kid jumping, diving into their big, soft, cozy bed with all of their fun little, pillows, stuffed animals, all that kind of stuff. I do like the general, kind of Sabi aesthetic of the room. It's got the little glow-in-the-dark stars, which I'm very familiar with now because I spent 2 days putting up tons of them last week. And I think overall this one obviously sells a lot of Sabi strengths with cuteness and color. I think maybe the weak spot of this one might just be in the, the readability of the action itself, of the character's, pose. So it's a fun idea. Then we have Will. Will, obviously, last time we had a narrative one, did a 30-second insane animation that one. Today they have another animation. All right, let's take a look. There's no audio, by the way, on this one. We got a little dollhouse here. Nice, relatable. A hand, little character they're dropping, tumbling, falling on a couch, and then getting squished by a horrible fist. So that one went from charming to disturbing in a very quick direction. The animation itself is quite nice in terms of the, especially with the tumbling through the air. And then the little bounce. Boing. Look at that squash. Look at that squashing motion. Bouncing back up. And then, of course, the follow through with all of this stuff is quite nice as well. So, really well animated. Okay. Then we have Funky Pepe, landing so soft they can stand on water, who gave us a little fairy character. I like the little tilted angle. I think you use the space of your canvas well. The colors are quite nice, to be honest. It certainly makes a case for itself. Then we have Bristletail, and I will just jump straight to the webtoon for this, which is linked a little lower, but instead of trying to click through the images, I think it'll be a little easier that way. So, Bristletail has this one, clink, 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 clink. It's a character here, mining. I'm liking it's fully rendered comic. It's not just black and white. We got full painting stuff. Obviously, there's some repeated elements, but still some lovely painting going on here. Click, click, clink, clink, thunk. And then a little cracking sound as their pickaxe went straight into the ground and seems to be collapsing. So another great frame there. Frame of the character falling through the ground along with all these rocks and everything. Falling. And then here at the bottom somewhere, we see this cute little blob. It's got a happy face. Now it's a little concerned. And boom, our wonderful little miner has fallen into this slime. You can see its eyeballs all getting twisted, or its eyes and mouth. I love this frame the most probably because it's got some great use of shapes, very dynamic. Definitely feels like a soft landing, and they were fine. Look, thank you. Amazing job by Bristletail, just very, very strong. So, delightful. Then we have, not to be ignored, another webtoon, this time by Volland. Starts out with, I'm trying my best making art every day, trying to stay in the competition. So we got some Chroma Corps meta commentary coming into this stuff up here. Volland chewing the nicotine gum. Obviously, as we referenced in one of the early day 5 prompts, going bald a little bit back there, doing himself dirty with that hair. Drawing their character with the roller skates, which I gave him a strike for. But they're zooming. They look like they're having fun. It's a good drawing. Putting your art out there for critique. It's terrifying, and every day could be the last. Hey. Huh? Well, by the way, this drawing is great. And there he is, the evil Lord Cynics. With spurs on. Your design is weak. It's something I would say. Evil nose man indeed. Die. Look at that punch. Straight into that old grandma's face, by the way. Nailed them. Full force. Crash. Look at that. Splattered them. Right against the screen of the tablet. Out. I don't want to be out. But I know the landing won't be hard with amazing memories, new friends, and most importantly, a soft bed and a good night's sleep. The storytelling is amazing. The emotions, the pacing, all of that stuff. Really, really good. This is probably still my favorite drawing. Is this one right here. I like that one out of them. But they're all quite nice. That's really good stuff by Volland. After that, we get Dunk Sunk, which we'll just kind of look at here. I know it's hard to read. I will just read it for you. Wow, it's like the pond is made of cushions. They're all dead flowers, though. They're dead? Yes. Why? They're not on the trees, you moron. Many die when the climate is very dry. Arid climate. Arid climate. Very arid. So, first of all, I love the art style going on this page with all the hand-drawn text and everything. It looks really nice. It's a really well presented. We got page number 2. They look so soft. I want to dive in, but my mom always tells me not to dip when the pond's like this because the flowers will take me to another time and I won't know how to come back. Hey, we should both jump and see for ourselves if it's true. It's a time portal. That's stupid. I don't know. You're scared. How do I come back if I get lost in another time? You'll need to keep jumping into flowers to get back here. Look at him. He doesn't know for sure. He's making that up. Oh, okay. Then go. Don't forget. And pushes into the lake of flowers. And here we can see the next part in the lake of flowers. This was actually Dunk Sunk's Cadet. And this is the origin story of Dunk Sunk's Cadet. It is amazing. We can even look at that a little more blown up so you can see the cadet there. Yeah, that's it. That's so good. A big lore W indeed. So these two back to back are so impressive. Like really. Like these are two of my favorite things we've seen. And then we have Cloudy, who has this one, which I guess we'll zoom in on. Kind of an Alice in Wonderland type of distorted dream. Where we have a character here landing in this big old pile of white rabbits. It looks quite good. My only critique was that I thought some of these little stars could have been sprinkled to lead into the brighter spot a little bit more. But regardless, it's quite good. And then we have TJL, who has this one of a little super high-tech, very fancy, industrially designed hot air balloon. There's a little bit of confusion. This over here, this is not the background. This is the balloon of the hot air balloon, now deflated behind the basket of the hot air balloon. I think the biggest weak spot is definitely in the just planning of the values and everything, because it's a little light in the value department. A little light, that is, in terms of like using values to tell, get some deeper dark spots and light areas and whatnot. Still a charming piece with amazing industrial design. If today was prop design, this would be at the top, but obviously we're just going to focus on the narrative illustration aspects. Anyway, then we have Naka, and this will be the last entry of today. And let's take a look at this. There's no sound, but it's the Death Knight character landing on the ground, making a big crater. A very slow descent, moving down about a pixel at a time until they finally touch the ground. Where is it? It's coming. Yeah, there we go. A little smoke coming out. Lovely impact frame here. Wonderful use of some chromatic aberration. And then a boom as this big crater. Now the crater, character, those parts obviously look great. Another good image by Naka here. And a great little animation with some nice impact to it. We'll also look, of course, at the follow-alongs. Andre is currently renovating the couch. The couch is getting too small for everyone. So he's doing some renovating in here. But we do have Franklin having Andre make a nice little soft landing off a triple Lutz here. We also have Andre's follow-along jumping into the bed as well, breaking their shins on the bed. But it's fine. He's got tough shins. Brioche, this is a different type of soft landing altogether. And then Ophelia also has a little bit of a soft landing with their cadet into a bunch of borbs. Overall, as great as all of these ones are, and we looked at so many good ones, I think my favorites have to come down to Volland and Dungsunk. And I was thinking about it a lot while I was watching them. And I kind of want to break my own rules. And I mean, it's my contest, so I don't really care. It doesn't matter. I can't pick one of these over the other. I'm just going to give them both the win. I'm sorry, that's lame. I'm sorry, but I can't. They're just both amazing. They're like two of my favorite pieces just in this year so far. So the Adorometer will not be moving because obviously one is on red and one is on blue. They both have the 2 strikes, and they both really clutched it and came through an amazing level of stuff today. I'm hoping they can make it through the whole week, because we still got a few more days of strikes. Now, unfortunately, it's not all fun and happiness, because I do have to figure out 2 strikes. Just because I give 2 wins doesn't mean I give 1 strike. I gotta give 2 strikes. Okay, I'm gonna give 1 strike to TJL. I think if I had to say which one's the weaker, illustration today or just art piece, I feel like it goes toward TJL today. Where the heck do I go with the second strike? That is a big mystery to me. Whatever I give it to, it's not because it's not good art. I can tell you that much. All right, well, hyper controversial. I guess I'm going to give the second strike to Ghost Dog. So I don't have anything against it. It's just maybe not doing as much with the narrative as some of them are, in my kind of opinion of things. So I guess we'll leave it at there. And I don't even know. Things are really heating up in the final days of strikes. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow and see if everyone can keep surviving or if we'll have to send anyone home. But yeah, we'll see what happens on the next day. All right, we do want to check out the top 5 follow-alongs today for this soft landing illustration. And in the number 1 spot, we have Kuzalon coming in with this amazing composition. We got the warm punch and an otherwise cool frame. And most importantly, it has a fun little storytelling element of this person trying desperately to save their gaming computer and tossing it out. Hopefully they'll catch it on this soft mattress here. You can tell everyone's very invested in this gaming computer, so you can't let it go to waste. Kenzaria had this lovely little illustration incorporating their cadets. I believe it's their cadet. I want to say it's their cadet. But I love this one. Just a nice, clean, illustration with a good graphic read on that crescent moon. It just looks great. Cheers. Just makes me feel good when I look at it. Speaking of feeling good, we also have T-Ted here. Incorporating, once again, anytime I see a bunch of cadets incorporated into someone's art, I can't help but look at it and love it. We need to jump. Let's count to 3 and jump together. 1, bark. Not yet. You see everyone bouncing around in this big pile of borbs. A very cute and wholesome one by T-Ted, as always. And then we have Hui with this one, which I thought was also great, kind of a single image sequential piece. And I love the little goofy goober. A lot of references going on with the snail and the IKEA shark down here in the bed, but just the mood of it feels really nice. I like the different poses involved. So very good stuff there. And finally, we also have a YouTube video by Kana. And this one is a full, it's probably a little loud for us, but a full animation that you can check out. I don't know if I'll watch the whole thing, but I just might actually, because it's quite enjoyable. Let's see, can we get it full screen a little bit? It's basically a whole space mission. We got these two coming down to the planet. Their little lander is breaking away from the parachute. Very dramatic. The altitude's dropping fast. Will they survive? Will they make it? This little star and Pearl. Oh, we got the wings came out. Try to go into manual flying mode. It's very dramatic. I love that it's just an animatic, but it captures all the pacing and timing really well. Then we're waking up. Did we make it? Star? Yes. We did it. Somehow. What did they possibly land in? It's a giant Jello mold. They landed on Candy Cane Island. Little Candy Island in the Jello mold. So that was a great, just overall animation by Kana. Great animatic. There was also a magma today, I forgot to mention. And that one was delightful, as all of the magmas usually are. A little reference to some DashCon ball pit stuff. I don't know, this ball pit seems to have sprung a leak with some substance, but there's a lot of good references happening on this one as well. It's just a chance for everyone to have fun. I love the look of Eoloc's cadet hanging out, being terrified of everything over here. We even have Kana's cadet over here as well. So great stuff on this one. ChromaCon 24. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. All right, so assignment number 21 comes to us from Scott Flanders, great art teacher and sculptor and just all-around artist. And it is going to be a cat pirate with a lobster pet. So obviously a character creature stuff. And I guess I should clarify, Scott Flanders, for like the last few Chroma Corps years, has his son Bastion help come up with these prompts. So I guess I should be, attributing it there to Bastion. Nonetheless, let's see what we got. We got Deofice up first. No, that is not the cat pirate and lobster pet we're looking for. We got Sabi with the first proper entry. Some interesting, unique costume ideas. We got the little lobster claw sword. We have the lobster over here who's got his own little sword. And he's got a little eye patch on his eyeball, which is fun. But I do feel like the silhouette of the lobster pet gets a little downplayed, a little bit lost next to the arm here. With the hook and everything. There's a lot of like shapes coming off of this one spot that stay very similar in size. But I think it has some fun personality and has some unexpected stuff, so I still enjoy it. Then we have Ghost Dog with this one, and I have to say this little lobster pet is still maybe the most charming little lobster I've ever seen. He's just kind of derpy, but I don't know. I'm in love with this lobster right here. The cat has some good, more stern personality. I think the shapes are obviously great. There's a little bit of room to be more, I don't know, weird, I guess, with some of the costuming choices. Then we have Will, who give us big lobster, who brought us this very big lobster. Love the idea. There's a couple maybe flow shape decision things with the arms and even the connective part from upper body to lower body. That could have been just a little bit tweaked in some of the shapes. We got a hairless cat for our pirate. His pose is a little bit, boxed, a little bit stiff, a little bit linear. Could use a little bit more gesture to it perhaps, and maybe a little bit more costumey. Then we got Deofice, Paul and Claudia. I think the silhouette here of this lobster pirate ship thing looks great. I think that looks very strong, good shapes there. Pirate ship itself, maybe a little bit one too many different thin things going off in different directions. There's definitely some missed opportunities for, like touches, detail things. And that really comes across in the clothing. I feel like the clothing is very sparse. It's just kind of like flat, no real details. It has some, some reasonable colors, but even the colors feel like this is like a distant background character almost, where there's not really too much extra personality put into them. We have things to weigh against themselves. Then we have Volland, the Claw and Paw Pirates. More of a traditional pirate outfit, so there's certainly room to get a little bit more weird with it. But he does have a little lobster peg leg, a lobster sword, a little bit of a lobstery claw hat, and the big lobster, he looks pretty fun down here as well. There's a little bit of depth going on, so those are nice touches. And I like the patterning and like the color choice for the cat because that feels a little unexpected, but I generally think that looks pretty nice. Then we have Bristletail, who is really bringing us some very interesting and over-the-top costume ideas, and I appreciate that a lot. We even have a pretty interesting sword that feels unique here. We have a lot of interesting details and little accent things. He's got a big old thing of milk because obviously he's a cat. Cats love milk. And especially need to point out that the lobster up here is just like having a great time. And instead of just giving a hook to like the arm of the pirate itself, we gave a little hook to the lobster, which is adorable. I like that a lot. That is a great touch. That is one of the type of clever things that I always enjoy. So great job on the armor, great job on the materials and stuff, and a very strong piece by Bristletail. Then we have Naka, who's got Dryfoot Jack and Labobo. A very, very fun character design. Love the shapes, love the personality, some fun details. Now the clothes is, a little bit raggedy, but it feels appropriate in this case. It does have a little bit of personality in it. But he's using the lobster as his arm. So the lobster has a giant claw, and he's letting the lobster be his second arm. And it's got some little fun, expressive stuff happening here. So extremely good. character design things happening here. I like it a lot. Even has some nice little, logoing going on. Then we got Funky Pepe here, going a little bit more humanoid with the cat character. A lot of like Mad Max kind of theming, I feel like, represented here, which could be okay, except I do feel like this lobster back here does get a little bit lost in his own silhouette read. It's a lot of like round shapes just stacked next to each other. When you quickly see it, there could definitely be more of a silhouette read on the lobster itself. Then we got TJL, Shiver Me Whiskers. TJL obviously showing off some good, prop design with this saddle armor with the little the little like mini little pirate blunderbuss pistol things going on here. Those look great. The cat itself has some interesting proportions. It's just kind of fun and charming. The lobster looks honestly really nice in the way it's just rendered and presented with the two tones, the little accent and warm tone against all the cool tones. Now there's a little bit of room to sell some of the costume stuff a little bit more with the value read on them, because some of the things like the little anchor collar does blend in a lot. But I think it looks pretty nice overall as a design. Then we got Dunk Sunk. A very, expressive, fun personality on the cat itself. It looks like a crazy cat, got the frayed whiskers all bent up and the teeth and the smile. A lot of personality coming off this actual pirate cat. The lobster looks a little terrified maybe. But some fun shapes, some good little details happening on it. There's a little bit of the silhouette of the lobster maybe, getting very compressed into itself. But it does have a couple good moments of that. Cloudy has our final cadet entry today, and this one is inspired by merchant pirates related to Taiwan and everything. There's a good little backstory here. I think the art is obviously representing all of that type of stuff as well. I do feel like there's a little bit of the posing of the character that gets just a little bit awkward in just the placement of the legs, and this gun itself in relationship to those, and it just feels like there's a little bit of room to push some ins and outs and some organic movements in the legs. I think the ideas for the character design look nice in the face area. The lobster's looking good, like a lobster you might see in a traditional Eastern style drawing or painting. And then from the couch, Andre's on the couch. We got Franklin doing a lot of good personality here with this guy. I love the little skeleton fish little buttons on his coat. The lobster poking out of his arm with the little tiny gun. A lot of great stuff happening here with Franklin. Bagley has some stuff from the soft landing yesterday, which honestly looks great. It's great art by Bagley. Fake art, some fun ideas look like they're taking form for the lobster as well. So this one feels like it has plenty of fun potential. And then we got Andre with this cute little guy. He's got the little yo ho ho, I'm cut by the rudder. Get this thing off me tail and I'll buy you the butter. Then we got Micah, who's also seems to be going crazy today. Really good. Yeah, the Sanji cat. Really good. And Ophelia, also an amazing follow-along. So the follow-alongs, or from the couch rather, the fallen cadets, I should say, from the couch, are really bringing some amazing stuff today that's worth looking at. And Brioche, also loving the little hook on the end of the tail. Now, I do have to pick a winner. And there's a lot of good stuff. But the more I look at them, the more I become obsessed with this character design by Naka. So I think the win today has to go to Naka. It's got great ideas and great execution. It's just a lot of fun. Obviously, the most difficult part is the strikes, when you might be saying, well, these are all quite good. And I would agree. These are all good pieces. I still have to give strikes, even though everything's good. I'm going to give the first strike to Funky Pepe, actually. Now, I love Funky Pepe's art, and this looks great. I just think, compared to the others, maybe didn't do as much creatively. It doesn't have as much piratey stuff. It doesn't have as much, fun with the lobster, I feel. But, Funky Pepe believers in the chat, don't worry too much. It's just this first strike. We only got 3 days of challenges left, so I think he'll probably be okay. Then the other strike, I don't know. I think I'm giving it to Dio Vice today. It's not bad. Once again, we're in a great day, and the lobster has great shapes. I just feel like there was a lot of missed chances to get some more personality out of this actual costume. It's just so much wasted, areas of space and everything. Even the sail on the ship feels like a wasted opportunity. So there's just some chances for things that feel like they, missed their chance. But luckily, Dio Vice, this is also Dio Vice's first strike. Ignore the 1,273 strikes. Dio Vice has no strikes, so I guess today is just a day to get a couple strikes on the board for these people. So that's where we're going to leave it today. And I guess we'll see how things play out on the next day. But any day there is a character prompt, there's going to be some crazy follow-alongs. So let's take a look at this top 5. In the first spot, I have Double with this amazing lobster and cat pirate. Just love the personality, the shapes. Everything's so expressive with these big shapes, dynamic movements. So a good job by Double, former champ. Novahedron also making some great stuff. Love the colors going on in here. These gold tones with the turquoise and reds and everything. It just looks so nice. And the cat has a very interesting color palette with the white and red. Even the lobster going for the blue and gold looks quite nice. So great job by Novahedron. Ophelia. Love these colors, these purples and pinks and blues. And just the look and expression of this giant lobstery looking guy. Kind of shrimpy looking lobster, but nonetheless, I can buy it as a lobster. And then we have Asmo with this one. Asmo, I think, came into Chroma Corps quite late, just in like the final 10 assignments or something. But instantly came in with a lot of energy and made a lot of really good art pieces. So this one was definitely impressive to see. And then Starship, who has been a regular for a while and done a lot of great stuff, has this kind of, it's more on the rough side, but I like the idea a lot. The little lobster in the pouch there. There's also a backstory to this where the armor and stuff is actually the old pet. It sadly died of perhaps old age, perhaps in a battle, who knows? But he's managed to save the baby and, get some extra use. Let the lobster live on through this weapon and armor and everything. So I like that one a lot by Starship, and I guess we can move on. Well, we're up to number 22, and a fitting one to bring in our guest prompt giver, Julie, from Twitch and other stuff. Kind of a Twitch favorite here in the chat. But we're going to be doing a movie poster today, which was a great successful category last year, so I'm probably going to keep bringing it back. And our movie that we are making a movie poster for is the Magical Washing Board. So yes, Julie's in chat right there. The Magical Washing Board is the fake movie. We don't know what kind of movie it is. Is it a kid's movie? Is it a scary movie? Is it an indie movie? Who knows? It's up for the artist to decide. So let's just jump right in here and start looking around. We have Ghost Dog starting us off strong with this one that looks like a retro horror movie. Definitely love the little tagline, you can't scrub away your sins. The presentation of this is very strong visually. I would 100% believe this as some kind of promotional tie-in poster, maybe included in a DVD. Could just even be what the DVD cover looks like, but great job there. Then we have Dio Vice. Another quite strong image illustration going on here. We have a little reflection in the soapy water. I like how the contrast builds up around the main area. Maybe there's room to balance out the text with the art just a hint more, but I do like it. Then we have Sabi, who has this one. Some interesting choices for the main the main actors. And overall, a pretty fun-looking poster. Definitely feels more of a modern-style movie poster, something you might see for, like, Netflix. There are a couple places where I kind of wish the contrast was popping just a little bit more. Then we have Bald Spot, aka Volland, with the going for some Ghibli vibes. And I definitely think it's hitting a lot of the Ghibli notes here. I like the general layout. I like that it's all silhouetted in the shape of a washing board. My main issue with this one really comes down to just the balance of the image itself. It gets a little bit weighted. Once again, faces take up a lot of visual focal interest. So if all the faces start to get a little too stacked on one side, sometimes that can hurt the overall presentation of something like this. There are a couple spots where, I squint my eyes and I feel like there could be a little bit more colors being pushed and some of the values just being balanced out again, but it's pretty good. Then we have Bristletail going for this magical girl film, washing away evildoers by day. This one has a lot of good, strong visual touches. It definitely feels very posterish. I think my favorite part is probably this transition from this foreground into, the foliage into the dress and how that's handled. It's a very nice touch. It gives a good canvas to then pop this character out down here and make it work well with the top part. So I think that's a smart visual choice. I think that's a good way to present a poster, and I think it looks pretty good. And then we have Funky Pepe, another magical washing board that transforms clothes into, I guess, fancier clothes? I don't know. Something magical going on in here. I like the hand-drawn font. It gets a little, just tiny bit smaller on the right than the left, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. I like the vintage presentations. I like the little, fake awards and things. I always enjoy that. Perhaps the greatest animated film the cinema has ever seen. Cynics. That's a Cynics quote. Then we have Will here with this magical washing board. We have this, I don't know, this little old person maybe? Hard to say exactly. Is that Leonardo DiCaprio? Could be. We know that this is definitely Leonardo the Turtle back here. But the magical washing board. We got some fun little references down here. Some more Will and more Will. Finally Will. I do think this one, just by virtue of the other ones really being so great, I think this one suffers a little bit from the shape direction of maybe the water creature thing in the background. It feels a little bit kind of rougher than some of the rest with this character as well. So there's some minor issues. But once again, I agree with Julie that creases are definitely of the power play to make. They make everything look better when you're doing a poster. You should always just throw some creases in there. And then we have TJL with this one, which could have benefited from some creases for sure. And this one goes a little bit into a creepy, once again, retro horror movie kind of a vein. And it looks pretty good. I like the, simple, effective use of the washing board going into this creepy, monstrous stuff down here. Someone found a use for the wavy text in Photoshop. Amazing. So it's a great one by TJL. Then we have Dungsung, who also is doing great today with this one. Love the illustration. Love the use of colors. The colors are very nice, from these warms to the cools. I like the simplicity of this font. Overall, I think it's quite a strong one as well. Interesting concept. We can see the reflection of a startled person, a startled girl looking down into this bucket, and some hands, ghostly hands coming up, washing something. So that's pretty fun. And then we have Cloudy going for a very traditional, classic, more Chinese style of a movie poster. And I think it really nails it pretty well. The bubbles are well done, I agree. So that's quite nice. Then we have finally Naka with this one, bringing in a lot of good stuff today. This one looks also great when you zoom in. There's a lot of good touches on the fingers, everything like that. We might as well just zoom in. Why not? You can get a feel for some of that drawing stuff. We can also enjoy the, I zoomed in. It got the I Zoomed In award from the Chroma Corps by me, Cynics. Got the Interesting award, which is a very coveted award here at Chroma Corps. And the Close to Deadline award for posting it a minute before the deadline. So that's great. From the couch, first of all, Andre's having this little fashion moment on the couch. But we have some stuff, a little fun one by Franklin here. A classic Meryl Streep Pitbull movie with some Willem Dafoe thrown in. We have this one by Andre, Bingo's Magical Washing Board. This one's great as well, starring Chris Pratt as the voice of Bingo. And Brioche even has some washboards of some sort going on. All right, where do we go with here? What is my favorite? What do I like the best? I'm just going to trust my gut in terms of the one that I think would stand out the most and probably get the most people to look if they just quickly saw it. And I think that would be Ghost Dog. So I'm going to give it to Ghost Dog. I think it could have gone a few different ways, but I think, I've been neglecting the top entries usually for the ones that come later in the day. But I think Ghost Dog did a great job with this one. I think it's very fun, which is another win for the Grim, which keeps us in the Grim, honestly, because we're already at the bottom. So what's not safe? Well, Will has some issues. I guess in that sense, I will at least announce the first strike will be going to Will. What the heck will be the second strike then? I think I'm going to have to give the second strike to Volland, which is a third strike. I know, you're going to be sad. It just has a little bit of balance issues, which, start to add up in the grand scheme of things. Honestly, I was really enjoying Volland's run, catching a win yesterday, and really doing amazing stuff. But sadly, it's just gonna come down to this. Things are just getting very, very tough at the moment. So yeah, we're down to 10 now, I believe. That is another one out, which means we've lost half of the people. There's still 2 more days to give strikes, and a lot of people are close to, also getting eliminated. So we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow on the next assignment. Once talk to me about love, and you painted pictures of a magical washboard, and I could have gone to that place, but I didn't understand. Of course, we're gonna have some good follow-alongs for movie poster day. So let's take a look at our top 5. In the first spot, I have Apricot Soup. And this one's great. So little reference to Apricot and Bingo. No relation, apricot soup, just coincidence, but a great poster. This feels like it could be an actual maybe Pixar movie poster or something. I love how simple and effective it is. Charlie had this one, which feels more like in the realm of a Ghibli style movie, something adorable, a kid-friendly anime thing. And I love it as well. Very simple yet efficient with its presentation, the bubbles, the little mountain of suds and stuff going on behind. And the character just looks very fun, very charming. I would definitely watch this movie. Speaking of movies, I would watch Double also. This great little cute guy going on here. This font and everything kind of gives it almost a more Illumination, maybe DreamWorks style of movie from the creators of Time Shark, of course. This one looks quite enjoyable. Then we have Cleo. This also feels like something I would 100% believe if I saw this come up on Netflix or something as one of the movies that they recently added. It just looks very engaging, very enjoyable. So I love these colors. Just the presentation of this is delightful. And then Allium Chocolate, bringing in Kinzeria's, I believe, a character. Yeah, Kinzeria's character, the water bucket, you might remember from a little bit ago. And they're surfing on this washboard, and I love that incorporation of the character. And honestly, this just looks really nice. It feels more like the promotional art they would probably send you when you're like reviewing a movie or something. But it's great. It looks very solid and very enjoyable, and I love the colors on that. There was also a Magma today, and this one is kind of a little tribute to Lord Cave's character, the Complomouse, the mouse here. So we got some people collaborating on this. Lord Cave, Surmount, Pinky, Allium, Dragon. Allium double dipping, getting a little bit in here, a little bit over here. Just double dipping on the whole thing. Dragon, Cleo, Eladin, Sotofu Footwear more sketched out. Yeah, just all making a lovely little poster collab right there. So great stuff, and we will move along. Well, we're at number 23, and this one comes to us from last year's winner, Trout, or one of the winners, who's in there in the chat. Anyway, this is going to be the final weapon / prop design of this year, and it is a Poisonous Mushroom Knight's sword and shield. So they have to make a sword and shield themed around either a poisonous mushroom knight, or, you know, I don't know how you want to split those up, poisonous mushroom and then knight, or poisonous mushroom knight. I don't know, it doesn't matter too much. Same effect. So let's see what we got. We have Sabi, who is barely had time today, only 30 minutes. They went to a concert, which you will see momentarily. But nonetheless, they managed to do a design, which does have some nice qualities and shapes and colors. It's certainly not that bad for 30 minutes. The weakness probably comes through in some of the planning stuff, such as the handle and whatnot, feeling a little underdeveloped. Certainly has plenty of good qualities. Then we have Ghost Dog, Poison's Mushroom. Some interesting minor mushroom theming going through in some of the subtle shapes, like the look of the handle. Certainly in the shield, we have a little mushroom kind of motif kind of seen in just the way things are framed. I do feel like that could have been pushed maybe just a little bit further. But most importantly, I also feel like the sword, everything from the crossguard down to the pommel, feels just a little bit in a similar size family. There's room to push some bigger negative shape separations, and maybe some more condensing of some of the details, and just more comfortable ergonomics as well. Then we have Diovice Mush, who I think has some really good ideas for the aesthetic of the shield and sword, and maybe it could have just been balanced with a little bit, just a tiny 10% more in the functionality realm for like the handle, maybe a little bit of room for improvement, but overall looking pretty good. Sabi is at a concert. Will posted with a little salute. Even the image is named to salute, which feels a little bit of maybe a leaving fight. Who knows? But still a piece of art. We still got some nipples here. We still got a guy growing mushrooms into a sword and shield. There's perhaps a bit more chance to do something poisonous, aside from just the look of this guy feeling a little bit toxic. And, you know, maybe having a little bit more fun with the sword and shield itself. But I'm getting personally hurt by the spacing of these mushrooms being so even in their negative space between so many of them. That's killing me from a design standpoint. And we have Cloudy bringing us something very, very good. A well-crafted lore to this prop design. We have a full understanding of how these mushrooms form, how they work with these knights, full functional stuff from both sides. It's all very well thought out. It's very creepy and strange and interesting, and it looks great. So a very strong piece by Cloudy today. And then we have Bristletail, who has this one with some blood blot mushrooms growing into this wood to strengthen it. I think the silhouette of the sword could have been a little bit more fun and interesting. The rendering of it is nice, though. I do like the rendering of it. It has some good elements. Just a couple minor shifts to a couple little shape things. Could have brought it a little bit further. Same thing for the shield, which also is an amazing idea. Very good idea. Maybe just the shape design could have had a little bit more fun. But for both of them, you know, certainly good enough to be in the top half today. Then we have Funky Pepe. It's got this one. I feel like the rendering gets a little soft in the contrast. It could have punched out a couple just little touches of ambient occlusion and gotten a lot more form and a lot more depth out of it. Could have been a little stronger, because I feel like the overall idea and concept for like what the mushrooms look like, what the weapon and shield looks like, that part feels good. But yeah, we'll see how that shakes up against everything. Sabi is still at a concert. Now we're looking at giant tentacles all over the place. I don't know what's going on. Then we have Naka with a lovely idea for a presentation, going full game mode on this one. So they both look pretty nice. Aldrin's Sentinel and Aldrin's Rotblade. I like the little flavor text. I like the presentation a lot. I think the elements of both the sword and shield are pretty good. There's, once again, maybe a little bit of room to have them be more exciting as to how the actual chaotic organic parts play out. But I think overall, it's quite good. Then we have TJL, creating powerful biological weapons by combining the strengths of multiple fungi. This one's got a lot of thought going into it as well. We got controls, we got different technologies. The shield goes from being very compact to using mushroom powers to becoming a full-size personal shield. Same thing for the actual sword here. It's got a little trigger, it's got some different little detail elements. It goes from this more compact to this more broadsword, and that's great. That has so much good personality to it. It's very interesting. Dung Sunk has this one, sword based off destroying angel mushrooms. Some very fun little shape ideas going on around this whole crossguard area. There are a couple maybe silhouette issues that I think could be pushed a little bit stronger to just get the most interest out of the actual silhouettes of these swords and shields, but it seems pretty good. From the couch today, look at Andre's just doing a fashion show on the couch now. That's the new thing. Franklin has some good, nice little balanced sword and shield there. Bagley with some lovely cohesiveness on this sword and shield. We have Andre with some, I would say, some reasonable design on this sword and shield as well. So some decent ergonomics there. And Brioche also bringing in a pretty solid mushroom sword and shield. And of course, Volland is taking his well-deserved rest. Oh, there's some late ones. Okay. Apparently, the concert had its own design for a mushroom sword and shield. Why not? Ophelia has this one, which has a lot of fun stuff going on. I do like the style of mushrooms going on here. So let's weigh things real fast. Looking back through them a second time, Naka has an amazing layout and great idea. Bristletail has an amazing idea, great rendering. They both have a couple things that could be more exciting silhouette-wise. I think my top two then come down to either TJL or Cloudy. And looking at them again another time, I think I have to go Cloudy on this one for just the fully thought out, interesting ideas happening here. Aside from the fun of picking winners, I do have to pick two strikes today. Yeah, let's just pull the Band-Aid off, though. I think I'm going to have to give the one strike to Will, because just probably not going to be as strong as the rest. And I do have to give the other strike, I think, to Sabi, for also having some issues with that. But then again, for 30 minutes, very well done. Now, there's only 1 day of strikes left. So, Sabi will be at 2 strikes. Ghost Dog will be at 2 strikes. Diovice is at 1 strike. No risk there. Will, sadly, is getting eliminated today, which is a shame because Will has been probably doing so much work for Little Stars Club. You know, the sky is going to look very different tonight because one of the brightest stars is going out. So, an insane run from Will. Some of the best entries of the year came from Will. It's going to feel very dim tonight under that big old night sky. Cloudy's has no risk of being eliminated. Bristletail also has no risk of being eliminated. Funky Pepe will have no risk of being eliminated. Naka will have no risk. TJ will have no risk. Dunsung is the only other one that will be at risk tomorrow. All right. Well, that will have to do it for today. Once again, Will, an amazing run. Very strong stuff. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see what happens tomorrow on the next assignment. We'll always love Will. B-I-N-G-O and Bingo was his name. Oh. But first, for the top 5 follow-alongs for the Poisonous Mushroom Knight Sword and Shield. In the top spot, very shamelessly collecting the top spot, is Trout, the one who gave the prompt. So that feels like cheating when you actually win at your own prompt. But nonetheless, we will allow it because this is a great little design going on here by Trout. Love the little functionality and just aesthetic of it. We also had a great one by Mars. This sword can actually change into a shield when it kind of turns upside down and lets its fungal spores, doing whatever. But that looked great. I enjoyed that one by Mars. Gengarless had this one, and I love this look of this shield. This shield feels so nice. I could see this being used in an actual mushroom shield in a video game or something. And sword looks pretty good, especially around the crossguard here. But yeah, I really love that shield. Drawkey had a great one today, and it has some lovely details on the straight sword here. Like, it's very functional feeling in both the buckler here and the sword. So great stuff by Drawkey. And lastly, Cyanide has this one, which, once again, I like to get a nice variety of the different styles on a day like this. So I thought this was a good mix. We have this needle. It has a little bit of, kind of mushroom theming stuff in a subtle way, but not going too literal, just kind of incorporating it into the design elements. But I thought this looked very nice and interesting overall, and definitely stood out among all of the entries. So great job by those 5 as well. Well, here we are, assignment 24, the last day of strikes for this year. The prompt today is to do a portrait, a cadet mugshot of your cadet in the style of one of the other cadets, whether they got eliminated or not, just any of the 20 cadets from this year. And this comes to us from Double, one of our winners last year. So, Naka, first entry of the day. Naka doing a little bit of some, I would say, Will fan art style. Definitely bringing their cadet into this thing. And taking presumably wanting to take a strike. You know what? There's I'll just spoil this for you. There's a couple people who are basically like, I have a strike to give. I'll just take the strike. So in that sense, let you know, yeah, no one's eliminated because the people decided to dive on the strike today, and knowing that there won't be any more strikes. So we don't have to worry about that. We won't even bother trying to pick the strikes because it's like, it doesn't matter. We'll just enjoy them and pick a winner. So we have Naka with this lovely version of Will's style for his cadet. We have Cloudy doing a Sabi style of Cloudy's Cadet, which is looking pretty fun. I would say a great job on that little style chameleon hybrid. Then we got Dio Vice, and this one took me a second because there's a couple artists it reminds me of, but I believe it's mostly in the Dunk Zunk realm of shapes and things. If I'm wrong about any of these, I'm sorry, but I believe that is the correct answer for this one. And it looks great, by the way. Then we have Funky Pepe, who was also just kind of diving on its strike. But don't worry, we'll get to see some art by him because he posted some other stuff for fun. Then we have Bristletail. I don't know if this is necessarily diving on. There's already people diving on strikes. Also, like, going from 6 to 7 feet, half of that is not 6'5". I just want to throw that out there. That is not how our system of measurements work. That is not the methods we use. But yes, no, for that, the strike would be on Bristletail. How dare you? Then we have Ghost Dog, who, let's just be honest here, absolutely cooked with these styles. I honestly, I looked at this, I thought he was posting something Andre made, because it is such a style chameleon. Like, this looks like Andre. I don't know how he's this tuned in to Andre's look and style. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I don't see genders. I don't know. Actually, I'll be honest with you. Everyone is basically just their cadet in my brain. When I think about the different artists, all I picture is their cadet. April is also a girl. Is this factual? You guys are breaking my brain. Let's not worry about it. I have no idea. Regardless, we have this one, which is in the Naka style going on in here. Cut that part out. No, I'm leaving it in. The genders are irrelevant to me. Then we have Sabi doing their cadet in the style of Cloudy. Now, this one's maybe not as like a complete style chameleon, but man, I honestly do love this mix of like a little bit of Sabi style, a little bit of Cloudy style. The Cloudy style, we're into the Cloudy style. This Cloudy style is definitely working for this art. Good stuff there. We have another one, just for funsies, by Dio Vice, bringing in, I want to say, another Cloudy style. I am not 100% sure, but it seems to me to be Cloudy style. That looks great. Then we got TJL keeping the little train alive, because this is also in Cloudy style. This looks great, by the way. Really nice stuff by TJL. Good job with that chameleoning. Dunk Sunk has this one, which people are saying, Andre, I can see that. I feel like there's when I think of Dunk Sunk has a pretty distinctive style, so I almost feel like there's like a hint of Naka in here, but I guess it could be just Andre mixed with Dunk Sunk. Regardless, lovely little image there. We even have a little bit of comic going on. You crashed an aircraft after attempting some nasty aerobatics, even though your exam was to land the effing thing safely. Luckily, he had a soft landing, trademarked, into the water. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here scolding you. I can't believe you're too stubborn to even pack a parachute with you. I did have a parachute, but... I love this. This looks great. And then we have Bristletail doing a bit of Sabi, which is definitely fun to see. And from the couch, we got all kinds of stuff. First of all, we're getting raided. Everyone's getting arrested here. We all getting mugshots today. So we have, all these people coming in, apprehending us. I'm getting arrested. I'm not even a cadet. Gex, secondary cadet, up on the ceiling. We got Bagley, Andre, and Bingo stuck in a vending machine. I'm enjoying that. Franklin making some of their art as well. Does anyone want to take a venture? Bagley, it's Bagley style. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Why does the character have so many fingers? Is that always been like that? Did I just never notice that? See, these ones make it easy. Fake art, giving a little goblin nose to which obviously then is Andre. We also have Andre doing, I believe this is Andre. You're never super clear about labeling. Andre doing some ghost dog style, a little bit. I really like this one by Brioche, mixing in Sabi style with Brioche style. That's a pretty good mix, I would say. That looks great. We also have Micah coming back to do a little bit of Sabi style as well. And honestly, that looks really good. So I'm liking that a lot. Volland. Style-wise, that feels like Naka to me. I don't know. Every time I say one, I feel like everyone's wrong or says I'm wrong. But I would assume that's Naka style. Then we have Will, and I would assume this is a TJL style reference because of industrial stuff. That would be my assumption. Then we have some more Funky Pepe doing a more complete cloudy style, which honestly looks great. And also a Will style, which I guess means just doing cool animation stuff. And a little bit more by Fake Art with the Andre, Sabi, and Cloudy. So these are great. A very fun day of entries. Once again, it doesn't matter who the strikes are because we can just toss them out. If I had to give one, it goes to this for the 6'5", and I guess Funky Pepe. But it doesn't. You know, if you got to chalk them down, it would be these two right here. Sadly, Naka can't even throw properly. Can't even sabotage himself because this is still too good looking to be the worst. Great job, Naka, being too good to fail. But let's pick a winner, though. So I will give the win to Ghost Dog today. Very, very good style chameleoning. Now, that is going to do it for our preliminary area of things. We are going to move on into the final section. So everyone that's currently in will stay in, and we will move on to the finale. But first, for a day like this, you know we're going to have some crazy follow-alongs. So this is going to be one of those days where I have tons of follow-alongs to share. I do have a top 5 of just various styles to look at first. And you might be looking at this one, and if you're familiar with Chroma Corps, you'd be like, isn't that just an Eladin animation? But this is actually Grasspedia mimicking Eladin, and we can take a look at this. Because it does an amazing job of looking like Eladin. Captured every single detail about Eladin's style of doing these animations, from the look of it to the pacing of it to all these little expressive frames. What's the best way I can share this? There's so much good stuff going on in here. But they featured their own cadet as well, Crasspedia's cadet. But they got the dancing, they got the Fortnite dancing. They got the angry Cynixion. You are not Eladin. I should be reading it in my voice. They got the very appropriate Eladin style of music. And just some extra little animation. Craspedia turned into into Eladin's cadet now. And they're gonna merge and team up. You really thought I wouldn't notice? Do I look like an idiot to you? Ha 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 ha. Please, not them. Yeah, anything but them. Where is it? Behold! Naka's meat cube. Just add water. Why was Sidron doing this? Don't worry, he can't harm you anymore. Go get him. Oh, it ate me. Undelightful. The only thing it was missing to be a pure Eladin video is the 3 minutes of black screen at the end where the music just keeps playing. But I have to say, that was amazing. An amazing chameleon interpretation of Eladin's animations. Not to be outdone, because there's some other amazing ones. T-Ted managed to copy a Crafty Jellyfish's embroidery style and make something that is just made of embroidery, which is an amazing way of mimicking Crafty Jellyfish's style. So absolutely love that. Pinky M copied Crasspedia's regular style, so the kind of very fluid pixel art style. Gotta love that. We also have Yellock capturing the style of Spooky, which is really good. It definitely captures the frame stuff, all the kind of little details of Spooky style. Ruish decided to do the style of Double, and I think it works pretty well, capturing Double's feel for how Double does things. And then I decided to just incorporate a bunch more. So my top 5 people that did Sabi style, we have Svenin with this one, looks great. Micah decided to do Sabi style. Sketched Out decided to do Sabi style. I can't keep saying all these S words. Sketched Out decided to do Sabi style. Pokial did Sabi style. And even Brioche did Sabi style. We also have a top 5 of Naka style because so many people did Naka style. So Nikiti-san did it. You can tell with all the yellow. Alv did a great one. Gulapa even got in there and did one. Chipnix did some. Not enough yellow, but still definitely looks like Naka style. And Finley as well managed to capture Naka's line style and just quality really well. We also have a top 5 for Andre's style. So October managed to do this amazing piece. Really captures Andre's style. Charlie did their cadet in Andre's style as well. Omnist, amazing. Really good version of Andre's style. Jeb Cosby, same. Even Moonjumps did this great one. So people really managed to nail Andre's style as well. And not to be forgotten, Cloudy's style was also very popular today. So Kana did an amazing version of Cloudy's style. Mars as well. You can see a lot of these details in the hands and the way the little airbrushing of like redness around the joints and things. Definitely part of Cloudy's style. So this one by Snooky Mitchell looked great. Miang did one as well. And A Path did a few different ones, but I thought their Cloudy style was particularly notable as really capturing the look of Cloudy's art. And I still got more. I got a top 3 for T-Ted style, because that's a fun style to see in different artists. So King W did their cadet in T-Ted style, which looks great. Shamalu did Carrot Person in T-Ted style. And Velful did their cadet in T-Ted style as well. So amazing. And I promise I will eventually run out of these, but I also have a top 5 multiple styles, people that did a whole bunch of different styles. So here you can see Eladin, the real Eladin, and they did a bunch of little mugshots of different people's styles, trying to replicate them. I will zoom through them a little bit, but we have some Yalak, Draw Key stuff, Craspedia stuff going on here. Oh wait, now we have the black screen. I guess I can just play through them. Style of Yulak Cadet Draw Key. Style of Gulapa Cadet T-Ted. So Eladin was doing a bunch of different cadets in different styles, so it's like a double fan thing. But this was Cloudy's style on Craspedia's cadet. And yeah, just really good stuff. We also had Steg Art doing a bunch of different styles. I think anytime someone mimics Will's, style, it's going to be really good. I think what's most notable, at least to me in this one, is the Ghost Dog style. I think Steg Art managed to really nail Ghost Dog's look. Also the Naka look. Honestly, all of them are quite good. Jorts did a bunch of different styles and different cadets, different styles. all that type of stuff. Kuzalon did their cadet in a bunch of different styles as well. You can try to figure out at home which ones are which. I can give you some hints, but there's a few of them are from cadets, a few of them are from other people. Then finally and lastly for this assignment in follow-alongs, we have Alto doing a bunch here, and I have to say this Ringarune style definitely feels like Ringarune. So great stuff all around. Amazing day of follow-alongs. So wonderful stuff. And I guess we can finally move along. All right, so assignment 25 comes to us from Anthony Jones, aka Robot Pencil. Wonderful artist. Does the YouTube stuff as well. Honestly, very underrated YouTube channel. So much good content and information on there. Definitely be sure to look it up. But anyway, this is going to be a character / industrial one because the prompt is human to machine, human machine, machine human, human machine. And in case you're wondering, what does that mean? What are we doing here? Well, obviously we're dealing with a whole different thing. We are in the finale stage now, so I guess I will take a moment to talk about that because you're probably looking at all this stuff. There's a little thing here that says Interdimensional Olympic Committee. There's a override on the adderometer. It's a lot going on. So basically, we've sprung everyone out of jail from yesterday. And I think that's a good start to any, sports team movie is when you spring everyone out of jail and now they got to come together. So we're putting the school club rivalry aside and we're going to come together as a unified cadet class because Chroma Corps has been asked to host the Interdimensional Olympic Games this year. People, things, existing sentient beings from all over the multiple universes are coming to Chroma Corps to compete in our Interdimensional Olympic Games, and Chroma Corps is hosting. Before this competition gets started, we're one cadet short of a full team. We were missing one. We need a full team of 10 people. We're only got 9. So we got to get one more person in here. So we're going to bring back one of the fallen cadets as a robotic version of their former self. Not only are they just bringing them back for the spirit of the assignment, but they are actually bringing them back as in that robotic cadet will get to compete in the final stage of things as well. Now, we are done with strikes. For this final whole Olympic side plot, the top 3 entries each day will get a point. We'll call it the medal count. And whoever has the most overall medal count points will be the winner at the end of assignment 30. Obviously, the resurrecting cadet will not get to compete in today's challenge. So that is their small handicap for being eliminated. But, starting tomorrow, they will get to compete as well to try to get points. So that is it. We're going to have our own little mini Olympic Games, complete with robots and blackjack and you know what else. Let's look at everything. Now, Savi posted this and I agree. Yesterday, I was biting my tongue the second I saw it because instantly I was like, well, how did they guess? This is tomorrow's assignment. They got to make a robot version of one of the fallen cadets. But this was done by Will, obviously, yesterday. Just a great little robot bingo. But regardless, let's get to the proper entries for today. So Ghost Dog, up first, is bringing back one of, it's one of Andre's side cadets. He had a few little comics about different cadets. This was one of them. This one-eyed character. Shade. So starting off strong, obviously Ghost Dog, very reliable for rendering, just form reads, good colors, good strong design sense all around. Some strong peaks and valleys. I would say a very solid robotic version of that character. We even got some little personality pieces thrown in here. I'm not a robot. So that's a great way to start out. And then we have Diovice, who decided to go with the comic meta. So here you can see they're in the pet cemetery digging up the corpse of Bingo. Bingo obviously has been deceased the past couple days. But it's okay. Still a fresh corpse. Dio Vice's character loves to dig up corpses, so yeah, there you go. Just bringing him back in his little wheelbarrow here. We got the little flies buzzing around. This is apparently canonically Dio Vice's home area here. This scrappy junkyardy mess area. I love the look of Bingo in every single one of these slides. And obviously the whole color palette is looking great. I will put back together. There you go. He's got the little body, putting it back together. And there we go. Bingo's corpse has been resurrected into a giant energy tube of this giant robotic Bingo, seen from the front view. So you get the eyes on both sides, the 4 nostrils of the nose. Basically just everything you see on one side flipped to the other side as well. Quite a giant and amazing little monstrosity we've created here. So an amazing piece by Dio Vice today. Then we had Sabi doing Brioche's candle-themed cadet, but now it's a lighter because it's a robot now. Honestly, once again, Sabi has really just, I think, learned that industrial design doesn't have to be scary. It just means you're just adding a couple little lines and materials to make it look metallic, but you still get to play with shapes in the same way. So suddenly, even Sabi's mechanical designs are looking quite fun and quite good. I'm liking the look of Brioche's cadet here, redesigned. Yeah, the stars work really well. I agree, as like lighter sparks. And then we have Bristletail, who I guess went nuts. I don't even know how to describe it. I gotta zoom in on this because it's a lot to see. Look at this thing. We're having a full robotic Ghost in the Shell style reincarnation of Andre's cadet, Andre, the one that is actually Andre. All of these wonderful details, lovely presentation. We even are using Bingo as a little power source, a little Bingo. Maybe it's a little Bingo clone in here. Who knows? Using the power of Bingo and a little hamster wheel to power this thing. Just some lovely industrial details happening through all of these different parts. I like how it's being assembled magically. All the screws are detached. You get to see things coming together functionally. We have some little Andre boxers on. The only downside I was mentioning earlier is that the upper legs feel a little less, developed than every single other thing in terms of mechanical sense. But I think that's quite an image. And then we have Funky Pepe bringing back Bagley's Katya 2.0. This thing is looking very sturdy as an industrial design. We might as well just zoom in a little bit more because you can see all of the joints are looking good. This thing's feeling like it's straight out of a Gundam series. I would totally love to have a model kit of this. If you're listening, Bandai, normally I'd be like, wow, these are every single one I've looked at before or so far. I would just be like, wow, this must be the winner, right? This must be the winner, right? And I just keep saying that because now we have Naka as well, who also just amazing stuff. Just a lovely interpretation of Micah's cadets. Manifold integrated cognitive architecture. Micah. And they've done it in a Grim 9 fashion. Let's actually zoom in on this one. Why not? Because look at these details in line work and everything. Just amazing stuff. Amazing from top to bottom. Really strong in the shapes, in the design. Love that. Very good by Naka. And then TJL, rekindling the spirit of Brioche yet again, with a little bit of a similar kind of thing to what Sabi was going for, where you turn the cadet from a candle into a lighter. We even have a little little candle holder on the backpack. Yeah, we might as well zoom in on here so you can see how great that looks detail-wise. But if you're into industrial design, just take note. Feast upon these shoulder joints. Feast upon how amazing this actual structure looks with the elbows, the shoulders, the torso. Just really impressive. Even the hands, look at these insanely good industrially designed hands. It's a showcase of impressive stuff going on here by TJL. And then, not to be diminished in any way, Dungsunk doing this amazing interpretation of Franklin's Cadet, going for a little bit more of a retro style, a little bit more comic inspired. And I think this one honestly also just nails it, what it's going for. It nails the idea. They got a little cash register chest, little kind of Jetsons style ear things, retro futurism stuff going on with all of the details is looking great. And then finally we have Cloudy bringing back Ophelia's, Dagny, and Borbs. Might as well zoom in here. It's a little tricky to see. Dagny was left as like a weird half a person with some intestines and a camera. Now that's all been reinterpreted into all of this fun little gadgets. So very fun looking there. Some great industrial details like the look of the fingers and hands. A little bit of pants. We even have the Borbs obviously landing here with their little tiny mechanical forms where they can open up into like what appears to be a little blood blender. I'm enjoying that as well. So yeah, insane day from all of the cadets. And of course, from the couch, we have some stuff. Andre making some Franco-Belgians. Some tributes to other art styles with this lovely little comic. That is me, of course. Excusez-moi. Bonjour, cynics. I cannot read all of this French, but it's basically just talking about, legal disputes, bureaucracy, building permits. Franklin decided to make a little tribute to fake art cadet, which looks nice. Good shapes going on there. This was from yesterday with Bagley's. Fake Art also made their own cadet into a little robotic version. I think this also looks great. You could throw this character into, I don't know, one of those like Mega Man ZX games. Classic fun games. Mega Man Battle Network. Throw it in somewhere. One of those games. Then we have Ophelia doing a little robotic version of Cloudy's cadet. Just wonderful shapes. And Micah also coming in strong today. This design of Franklin, this design of Andre, this design of Fake Art. Really good looking stuff. I love this little Futurama reference with Andre. The nose is all bent into the bowl. We even have Volland getting in on the action with a very Gundam style battle going on here. We got all these little floaty or Borbs, mechanical Borbs ready to attack. We got Franklin as a robot. I believe this is Micah as a robot. Will decided to do a little Fake Art Roomba here with the British plug and everything. It's adorable. It's great. Then we got Bagley doing a little Franklin, mechanical Franklin as well. And finally Brioche also doing a little tribute to Diego's cadet industrially and also looking good. I like the reinterpretation of the hair and everything. Extremely good stuff all throughout. But we don't have to pick strikes anymore, but we do have to pick a few winners because every day we have a top 3. They're not going to be in a specific order, although we'll have to pick a top 1 today out of the 3 just to have a resurrection take place. I think for point-wise, my top 3 is going to be Diovice, Bristletail, and TJL. I think I gotta go in that direction. I can't resist the industrial. And obviously we gotta resurrect one of these. So which one is my actual favorite among these 3? TJL, Bristletail, and Diovice. I can't deny this one. It's Bristletail. Bristletails is so good. It's so clever. It does good industrial design. It does good illustration. It does good theory and idea. It's Bristletail. So congrats to Bristletail. You are the winner today out of the 3. And that means that Andre is technically resurrected as a robot. Andre is coming back in robot form. So Robot Andre, rise up. You are now a mechanical monstrosity. Robo-goblins of the world. Enjoy. that will be it for today. I guess we'll move along and see what happens tomorrow for the next day of our finale. But let's check the follow-alongs first. So in the top 5 follow-alongs today, we have this one in the first spot by Elodin, which features Carl, Ewoks Rock. Little Cadet Carl here, breaking his piggy bank, get some money to try to win at the UFO catcher game. Really? I don't know if I should just play the whole thing because it's quite long. But trying their best, failing a bunch to win. And it's just adorable. I will keep going forward. They needed to get help eventually, and they got help in the most amazing way by Micah's cadet, now eliminated, being turned into the actual machine. So I recommend watching this on your own when you get a chance. But you can kind of see the spoilers here, where it's Micah's cadet has been turned into the little claw machine. So amazing stuff. Do you guys say claw machine or UFO catcher? I guess people say all of them. That was a very fun idea for today's prompt. Then we had Rue doing this one for Andre being a robot. But I just love that it's piloted by Bingo, and the little interior cockpit shot is great. Annie did this lovely image right there of Steg Arts Cadet. What else do we got? We got Pokial. There were a lot of tributes to Brioche's Candle Cadet. And a lot of people being like, robot, I'll turn them into some kind of mechanical lighter. And those were delightful. We saw a lot of good lighters of Brioche's Cadet. And this one I thought looked great. Little furnacey kind of mechanical version of it. And we also, Carl being represented twice today, because T-Ted also made a robotic version of Carl that he can pilot himself. So that's just adorable. I had to throw it in here just to share it with you all. And I think we can move on from there. All right, we're up to assignment number 26. This one is going to be an interior environment design. It comes to us sponsored by Chroma Corps. So obviously it says Hall of Champions. We're trying to get the cadets motivated now that they're a unified team of 10. So what better way to motivate someone than to take them to the fancy Hall of Champions at Chroma Corps to look at all the trophies and stuff of years past. Whatever, however you want to interpret it. First up, we have, this is an actual entry. Ghost Dog. Ghost Dog is throwing today. Sure, why not? There's no strikes at this point. You can just you can toss away a day if you think it will help. Then we have Funky Pepe. Also a little bit of I think the demons are coming from the shadows to get Funky Pepe. There is a start of a nice little statue of Ozan Pulat from previous year winner. I think it was 2021, I believe. Yeah, looks like they didn't have time today either. But regardless, we do have some very intense entries here. So, Andre, up first. Lovely piece going on here. This full giant fisheye perspective cathedral with some lovely open air space, some nice little details, some great Easter eggs to previous cadets and little things like that, as well as, let's just zoom in here for funsies, as well as this lovely Cynics statue going on with the tree, Chroma Corps logos scattered about, bunch of huge crowds of follow-alongs. Overall, I'd say this looks quite nice. Then we have Dio Vice, and it's kind of like a little bit of a comic, so let's just open it up. I guess it's my first time cleaning in the record facility 2024. Looks like we got a janitor coming in, checking things out. We got a giant statue for the Little Stars Club of Sabi. We got a giant statue for the Grim Nine, Naka. And then in this middle, for the record, amazing little ground plane here with the Chroma Corps logo and the two halves of the little Stars Club, Grim Nine. And then, yeah, we got Paul here, seems to be the janitor. Dear God, we see a reflection of something in his glasses. And what is it? It's this amazing bingo-themed art going on in here. With grim, cute, Borbs, bingo style flair. All these surrounding statues as well. This is delightful. This is very fun. I think, you know, the color value choices and everything are really lovely looking. So great job by Diovice. Then we have Sabi, trophy in a trophy. I think it's possibly, I would say it's the reflection of the trophy room in a trophy. Good, fun concept to how to tackle this maybe somewhat tricky prompt. So nice job by Sabi. Then we have Bristletail with this one. We got all these little hologram podiums of previous winners. There's T-Ted and Double and Trout. And some kind of contest in progress, heat warning, a bunch of stuff trying to be designed. All these warnings. But a very cool high-tech holographic Hall of Champions, and I enjoy that. I think it looks good. Good use of color there. TJL decided to go, of course, hardcore into industrial design, as always. And this one has some lovely little details, some great, you know, movements of the forms. You can see their cadet over here checking out some various Easter egg, well, not Easter eggs, but these are the logos from previous years. Little overgrowth logo, a little bit of the current year logo, some previous logo stuff, a little information box. And we even got some old winter stuff over here. There's a little picture on the wall featuring Double, Trout, and T-Ted, last year's winners. So, yeah, it's probably a lot more Easter eggs. But this looks great. Amazing architectural stuff. Then we have Dunksunk going for this more open greenhouse style. Love the little latticing, interesting architectural work going on there. And we also have some giant, huge statues of our previous winners, including T-Ted, Double, Trout. I believe this might be a Daco back here, but unfinished. Then we got a little Cynic's statue head there. This also looks quite impressive. Love the colors. Love the little subtle uses of bounce light. Feels nice. Good choices all around. Yeah. Lovely stuff. And then we have Cloudy, who also, all these are verticals, so I'll probably just have to keep zooming in. But Cloudy has this one with some nice little ambitious perspective, some good layers of architecture. We also have Daco and the former last year's winners. Quite nice. I'm enjoying the details. I'm enjoying the overall aesthetic of it. Looks pretty nice. Good concept. Good idea. And then, finally, we have Naka, who's got this lovely image right here of both Sabi and Naka hanging out in this Hall of Champions with some honestly lovely architectural details. I love all of the tiny little engravings and extra things going on around the windows, around these little arches and everything. Also, delightfully, we have all these little presentations of both 2020, the beginning year with Nikitty and Weow, the champions that year. 2021, interdimensional incursion year with Ozan, Beatrice, and Chetelkim. Then we have the construction 2022 with the winners Fat Cat and Daco. And of course, last year, Overgrowth with Double, T-Ted, and Trout. All represented and looking great. Love the little extra presentation on each of those. And then got a little bit of dialogue. Do you think we can get there? Sabi win. F you. By both of them. Nice little piece today by Naka. So how are we going to judge these? Well, first, let's look at some of the follow-alongs. First of all, if you want to steal Bingo's very expensive look, here's how you can do that. We just have a little bit of stuff over here, but this is all related to a magma canvas. So I guess we won't get to see too much bonus stuff right now. Regardless, we got to pick our 3 winners for today. So I think TJL will get 1 of the medal points. Just with all the lovely interior details, I think point number 2 I'm going to give to Naka. And for the 3rd one, I think I'll give it to Cloudy on this one. So Naka, Cloudy, and TJL, those will be my... they all happen to be on... Well, doesn't matter. They're on the same team now. But yeah, those will be my 3 for today. So congrats to them all getting points. Naka and Cloudy getting their first medal point. TJL moving into the lead, though. So TJL will be at 2 points going into the next day. So I guess we'll see what happens then. All right, let's check out the top 5 follow-alongs for the Hall of Champions. This is going to be another one of the huge Magma collab days. We have some lovely drawings by Drawkey on the ceiling. We have a little portrait of the official first couple of last year's Chroma Corps, Trout and Ophelia. We have some carrot person, some goofy goobers hanging around. We got Pinjamin, in loving memory of Pinjamin, over here on the wall. We have so many little Easter eggs and cadets happening everywhere. I don't even want to try to get into listing all of them, but you can see there's a little Hume reference to that Goku feet picture. We got the little slime stuff from the science fair last year. We got the interdimensional soft serve machine. We have this little truck, which they've deemed the Cynics mobile. Paul is in here. A lot of little tiny Cynicses running around. All these different little Easter eggs just all over this thing. It's extremely fun. So a great job. Okay. Yeah, very fun stuff. But anyway, so that was quite a collab today. Abadabadoo taking one of the other spots with this little atrium of delightful statues and presentation of the champions. Stargecko did this lovely one with some little bit of rotating features featuring a lot of different cadets going on in there. We also have Svenin doing this one, which I have to say, I love seeing all of these display cabinets and then the noses and eyes all around on the wall. Yeah, it's my nose everywhere. Very fun stuff by Svenin. Pokeow did this lovely image as well. So some very just beautiful interior environments today, and really great stuff. Well, assignment 27 is going to be a fashion design challenge, and it comes to us from first year Chroma Corps winner Nikiti-san, and it is to design an Olympic team outfit for our 10 Olympic cadets. So obviously this can be an outfit for competing, it can be an outfit for the opening ceremony, it can be an outfit, as long as it's a team outfit for all 10 of them that feels like it will work for all of them. And in order to make sure of that, they have to at least model it on 2 separate cadets. Having said that, up first, we have Ghost Dog. 5 different cadets going on here. I would say a very strong looking outerwear jacket going on over here. I like the little star design, some of the little parts of it. I think the actual outfit under it with the jersey, that part looks okay. Maybe not as exciting as the jacket, but overall, I think it looks pretty good. And it's a great way to start the day. I like the little bit of logo as well. It's fun. And then we have Asabi here, who went very colorful and very creative with the actual outfit idea. I think the shapes, the volumes, the cut, and the ideas of this are extremely good. I like it a lot. Then we have Andre. A lot of funky Pepes today. He seems to be the most popular male model in the group. A lot of really good outerwear, a lot of really good jacket designs coming out of today. So this one, I'm really liking those sleeves. I think the colors, the yellow and blue, are working quite nicely with the little bits of logoing at the top. I think looks great. Then we got some, just a little bonus, little b-boying. So that's a good one by Andre. Then we got Dio Vice doing a hockey style team uniform. I think this actual design is really, really good. Once again, it's a mix of the stars and the Grim, but kind of done in a way that makes them feel very cohesive together. I think the breakup of colors is working really well. So I like that a lot by Dio Vice. Bristletail has this one, which, as I was mentioning a moment ago, a little bit of Tetsuya Nomura vibes on this jacket with all of the choppy kind of cut-ups of it, the shapes of it, the little bit of belts just coming off of it. It feels like it could be something in like Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy-ish type stuff. I think the jacket, once again, very cool. I actually do like these pants a lot into these this footwear, because these look really nice just from the waist down. You got the logo and then the interesting cut in the pants that goes into this very interesting cut into the footwear, where it has this opening in the front, plus this great logo on the back. Overall, I think it's a pretty good costume design. Then we have Funky Pepe himself, just Pepe, opening ceremony team uniform, going very high fashion, very Vogue with this. Honestly, this jacket looks really stylish, really amazing. I think the pants, with their volume, look pretty great. My only little critique is about the choice of having it be dark at the top and then gradiate down. Just because when you have the next to the dark vest, it kind of, breaks the color separation into a very gradual thing and kind of splits the character a little bit lower on the body. And then we have Dungsunk, who's got I look at this actual outfit and I'm like, this looks like something you would definitely see at an actual Olympic event, just because of the kind of energetic diagonal movements and then the separations of color. It looks nice. I think the actual jersey underneath it might just be maybe a little strange for my taste with the way it's cut up. It's just a lot of interesting roundish organic movements with some maybe strange kind of angles and pinch points. TJL decided to go more winter with the outfit. And of course, TJL, very good at volume, very good at things that have a little bit more structure. So it makes sense, I guess, to go this direction. My only little critique about this one really comes through with just the color breakup of everything. I think the gray through the center at the top of the pants feels a little awkward with the just overall white and then the little strip of blue at the top. I don't know, the top and bottom to me feels just a little awkward together. But overall, still looking nice there. Lots of good details in it. Then we got Cloudy doing the cutest version of Dungsunk's cadet we've ever seen. They look like adorable and friendly. Once again, great outerwear, great jacket, lovely details, lovely design, lovely colors. The competition stuff is a little more safe, but it does complement well against the jacket. So like together, it looks quite nice. I think on its own, maybe it looks a little, kind of less exciting or interesting. But it certainly looks very functional as a kind of athletic outfit. I question a little bit the choice to do the kind of golden yellowy background, just because you have some yellowy tones in here that might get a little bit lost on that colorway in the back. But I think overall, it's some good looking fashion. So then finally, I believe, yeah, finally we have Naka. I'll click this one. They're basically the same. This one just has another layer on it. And this one did all 10 characters. They look great. I love the way Naka handled some of these more weird characters. I like the outerwear. I like the, the t-shirt, the inner stuff. And it feels really nice. I don't know. It's goes a little back into just like a lot of black and white. But I think it's very stylish and very cool. So great job by Naka. In terms of follow-alongs from the couch today, Spider Layer decided to make one. A very interesting and I would say very Spider Layer-ish kind of aesthetic for this outfit. I enjoyed though. It's nice and weird. It has some good color separation, some interesting detailing on it. Franklin had a couple drawings as well, making the buffest version of Cloudy, the most intimidating version of Cloudy we've seen. And the most spaced out looking Dung Sunk we've seen. Both of them are getting a different drug test, I've decided. There's definitely some substances going through both of them. And then we got a little bit of fake art stuff, which is honestly an adorable outfit. I like this a lot. So good outfits by fake art with Micah's Cadet even. Let me help you zooming in. Naka is baby raging. Oh, okay. Is it too small? I'm sorry. It looks great, though. I'm ready to start giving some medal points, I think. I'm going to give the first medal point. These aren't in any order yet. The first medal point of my 3 winners will be Sabi. I think this one is just so stylish and fun. It's very unique. It's very interesting to me. I like it a lot. So Sabi will have 1 of those medal points. I think I gotta give Naka one of them. So both team captains, I think, really came through with some amazing design stuff today. So Naka also in my top. And then, where does the third one go? I was kind of looking at them. I'm somewhere in this area. I think I'm going to go with Pepe on this one. I think I got to respect the jacket. I got to respect the look of the vest with the jacket and the Chroma Corps kind of look. I could definitely see this being like the opening ceremony outfit. I think it's quite fun. And I guess for the sake of fun, which one does feel like the actual canonical uniform? I would say in my head, since this is obviously just more of the opening fashion ceremony, there's some sports that would require more of this personality. Like, this feels like we got some wrestling stuff. We got some, like, I don't know, some of the more casual, like, fun sport, like, that don't require as much outfitting. And this feels like more, maybe team sport stuff. I don't know. I can't pick. I'm just going to say they're both canonical for now. They're both, it just depends on the sport, but I'd say they're both in the canon of things. Another assignment is in the books. We got 3 delightful winners today, and I guess we'll move on to the next day of our grand finale event procedure. All right. First, let's also check out the top 5 follow-alongs for this prompt. So we have this amazing one, once again, by Double. You've been seeing a ton of in these follow-alongs because they're doing daily stuff. And we know that Double is very talented because they won last year. I like this design a lot. Incorporates all of the stuff from Grim 9 to Little Stars Club to the whole Olympic logo. Just looks very nice. So a great design for a team uniform by Double. A Path also had a great design with the custom names of each cadet on the back and this lovely color separations going on. Really nice looking kind of tracksuits going on. Starship had this yellow themed one with TJLs and Cloudy's Cadets. I have to say, seeing a yellow shiny variant of Cloudy's Cadet is so delightful. It just looks so cool to see just that variant of it. The Sad Frog also featuring some Cloudy love as well as some Katya going on in there. And I love seeing the size differences, but the uniform feeling quite good on both of them. And then we have Hui rounding it out with yet another version of Cloudy. And some great little additional uniforms. We got the training uniform, the synchronized swimming uniform, which looks amazing with Eladin's stuff. And even a diving uniform with a carrot person. And I think this is what really put it over the top for me, was these bonus extra ones over there. So some great costume designs going on today. All right, well, in assignment 28, we are actually getting to the actual sports of the Olympics. This is going to be individual event practice, which means I want them to pick some Olympic event that they think their cadet could potentially compete in, and try to think of the most dynamic, kind of representation of that sport that they can. So hopefully some dynamic poses, maybe some dynamic angles, just trying to get the most expression out of whatever sport, whatever thing they choose. We got our ray gun memes fresh off of the recent Olympics. Naka is having none of it, but also another good meme. And Cloudy's just kind of hanging out there. Let's see. Up first, well, almost first. Let's say like halfway first. Sabi does have a sketch here, which is looking very dynamic in terms of energy and movement. But this is actually, in case you don't know, because why would you know? Sabi currently has COVID. Sabi is currently sick with COVID. I don't know how that will affect the finale of all these things, but seems like they're still doing okay for at least getting art done. Then we got Ghost Dog, a little bit polo, a little bit of, I guess they don't still do polo? It doesn't matter. Just doing dressage with a mallet, just for fun. Okay, overall, I think it does have some fun dynamics of movement, certainly with the big, kind of circular sweeping motion. I think there is a slight component of when you say the horse is not slowing down, it kind of feels like the horse is slowing down just because the horse is kind of compressed into itself. Maybe could have gotten a little bit more fun out of maybe moving the camera to be slightly less traditional, but I think it's pretty fun overall. And Sabi, yes, continuing to stay alive with a little bit more. So they took their sketch. They decided to expand into just a couple different illustrations. Overall, I'm liking, once again, still liking that they kept the fun costume ideas. But the poses, I would say nice posing. I would say they have a good feeling of, kind of keyframe movements. I'm kind of sad this one didn't get more. I feel like this one had the most dynamic potential because it's like the hitting impact frame. But regardless, good stuff here. Nothing too crazy in terms of camera angle, but pretty good energy, which definitely helps. Dio Vice going to the breakdancing. Bringing in a little bit of Funky Pepe in there too. Olympic outfits as designed by Naka. I respect that. Good little movements going on. Mostly though, not only are there good poses, but this is the first one that really plays around with the camera angles a bit more. So I do like that. It gives a good composition to these poses. So great job by Dio Vice. Bristletail. Now we're starting to see some crazy dynamics because this thing is really foreshortening, really coming toward camera. Getting a lot of big movement going on with this javelin throw by their cadet. And honestly, the illustration itself has some lovely color movements and everything like that. The shoulders in the torso maybe are the one thing that feel a little bit stiff or not as dynamic as they could. But overall, it's quite a dynamic piece. So great job by Bristletail. Funky Pepe decided to animate some breakdancing as well. I guess they were featured up here, but now you can see a little bit more. Let's play this one first. Sorry. Got music too. Little Jet Set Radio. It's a quick 4-second animation, but as you can see, some good little dynamic foreshortening on some of these actions. Coming toward camera, moving around with the camera. Playing around with that. And plus a little Andre the Android. to give us a little punch at the end. Some little actions of it. So that looks great. I think Funky Pepe, very strong. Andre, accept your child. Then we got Naka, who decided to also get some animation in here. Very dynamic with the just the fluidity and the movement of it. You know, just animating on twos there, but looking quite nice. Could watch that a lot. Whee, whee. I like how it moves closer to camera than away, a little bit of fisheyeing going on. So let's keep going. TJL. This is a pretty strong dynamic pose. And we do have a bit of a dynamic angle as well. Certainly like the use of perspective with the boat and the foreshortening stuff happening with that. So it's pretty fun looking. Great details, obviously, with the industrial stuff, but we come to expect that from TJL. There's also some nice movements of, you know, water, wave stuff, droplets, things like that, just creating movement in the scene, which is a good part of, you know, things being dynamic, creating a bit of movement. So overall, very strong by TJL, yet again. And then we have Dunk Sunk going for the gymnast route on the horizontal bar. And Dunk Sunk decided to go fully invested into just extreme angles. So we obviously have a very strong foreshortening. Some very dynamic lighting as well, which is a place where you can get some dynamics. The pose itself maybe could be thrown into slightly more dynamic movement. But then again, to get the right feeling for all of this, I think it's pretty good. So great job by Dunk Sunk. We have a comic by Andre. I'm Hane. I'm here to teach you ping pong. Here's your paddle. My what? Your paddle. He's never even heard of ping pong. How do you not know what ping pong is? What am I supposed to do with this? Use it to hit the ball. You know, cha-cha, cha-cha. Hit this. Good. You can picture all the movements in your mind pretty well, I find. And you can kind of string it all very fluidly together, which is a very strong sign. Obviously, in sequential art, it works pretty well at telling a story. Don't look at the paddle. Watch the ball. Go! Dink. I did it. He's so happy. Great job, Andre. First of many, I'm sure. Yeah, this is way easier than real tennis. Yeah, it could be. Sure. Let's try a serve now. He's getting serious. A what? A serve. Look at that. He spun the ball. And then he's going to hit it with all kinds of spin on it. But we're getting a little bit more dynamic with some of these camera angles, which I like. We're also getting some nice little quick sequential movements of the ball flying toward Andre. His panicked look. Waiting. How do I hit? And then the crack right under the nose, I guess. Right in the bottom of the nose, perhaps. Such power. Yeah. And then he's dead. He died. His soul came out of his mouth. You were supposed to use the paddle, but it's a good start. Overall, you know, obviously good sequential art from Andre. However, he did not make his character into an android, so he's disqualified. No, I'm kidding. Nonetheless, looks great. Then we have Cloudy. The last one of today. Another baseball one, which is also interesting as it's still not a individual event. But nonetheless, I do like the overall look of this as an image. I like the movements going on with the fish. So all that stuff is looking good. The aesthetics of it are quite nice. Maybe in this, you know, kind of land of crazy angles, you know, it's hard to say if it will be enough, but that's fine. Anyway, we do have some couch bonus stuff. We have a little bit by Franklin. Ignore this joke, although it is making me giggle. Wonderful follow along from a spider layer. Honestly, one of my favorites just conceptually today, just because Spider Layer managed to incorporate both Sabi's outfits on these crazy forms, but also that they managed to bring back the ship of these two characters, which has been hinted at throughout Chroma Corps. It is delightful, and just look at the dynamics between these two. It's delightful, and a lot of great choices. So I love this a lot. This is canonical as far as I'm concerned. And then we have Volland also going pretty strongly dynamic with their cadet. Having looked at all of these, it's tricky to say which ones are my favorite. I do want to lean into the aspect of this needing to be as dynamic as possible. So, with that in mind, I think I will say the first medal point of the 3 medal points today, I'm going to give it to Dungsunk for just going all in on dynamic light, dynamic, crazy angle stuff. And then we have, it's tricky to weigh the animations. Looking through them again, though, I feel like I might need to at least throw a small wrench into the animation meta. Because I have to say, I think I'm going to give the other 2 medal points to Dio Vice and Bristletail. I think these ones just are really going for interesting dynamics. I think they are just having some great shapes, some great creative choices. So, yeah. Those will be the 3 medals today. Dio Vice, Bristletail, and Dungsunk. So, great work all across the board. I guess we'll have to wait and see how these sports keep playing out in tomorrow's assignment. Before we get to the next day, we of course have to check the follow-alongs. So we got some great top 5s today. In my first spot, I have this one by Croxy. It just has so much energy, so much dynamic kind of movement going on. Very intense badminton action. Alien Chocolate did this one, featuring a nice little roller skating flip thingy. I don't know, but I love it. Great animation for one day. Really looks nice, very action-packed. Gian also did just an amazing little smooth animation of Funky Pepe skateboarding around, freestyle skateboarding. That looks really great. So nice animation there. Abadabadoo had this one, which is one of the most ambitious in terms of just crazy foreshortening and perspective on the camera. So I love how much, just movement we're getting with the horse and the character. Really good by Abadabadoo, who also came in very late to Chroma Corps this year, but instantly started hitting them out of the park. And of course, we have to mention Spider Layer, featuring the romance of 13 and Footloose doing some figure skating pairs. But then again, you guys probably just saw it from the couch. Regardless, I do have a little comedy bonus for you guys, because Double made a little bit of extra stuff, and I think I just want to share it with you, because we got his cadet doing some skateboarding in a very exciting way. So just had to share that with you all. But yeah, now we can move on to the next day. All right, well, we're at assignment 29, the Agony of Defeat. It's probably easier to just read what's going on. There's a lot of text here. So hopefully all of the cadets have been practicing well for their individual event. It's time to compete. So unfortunately, it looks like you might be a bit outmatched by your competition. So this will be an illustration character-based prompt today, the Agony of Defeat. Your assignment is to depict your cadet losing miserably to a competitor that seems to be made for the event you're competing in. These intra-dimensional Olympics are open to all sorts of competitors. So, could be a skateboarding witch beating you, could be a fancy robot, could be some kind of sentient water puddle. Maybe an office worker. But regardless, you have to find and figure out an illustration of a character beating your character in an event that they were training for and hoping to do good at. That is the main part of the challenge. But there's a little twist a little bonus thing as we like to have near the end of the competition. So just as a chance for added meta in terms of Agony of Defeat, I also selected 5 follow-along entries that were submitted before the deadline to compete as well against the cadets. So there's only going to be 3 medal spots in these 15 now entries. So it's possible that the follow-alongs are gonna, take all 3 spots, and maybe our cadets will get nothing. Maybe 1 cadet will get something and 2 follow-alongs, or maybe it'll just be 3 cadets. Who knows? But we're getting down to the wire, so these medal points are very valuable. So let's take a look at what we got. We got Ghost Dog up first. Now, Ghost Dog, unfortunately, no longer has the potential to get enough points to win in the time period allowed, but nonetheless has this lovely little comic here. Very just charming. They got a horse on top of a horse doing dressage. Yeah, these guys are really good. I'm unsettled that you can talk. So just a lovely piece here by Ghost Dog, who has done an amazing job through this whole competition. And of course, we have Andre also stuck in a similar position of just being outside the medals on a couple days. And this is certainly a very real Agony of Defeat moment. Feeling quite down over here. So a very somber composition, and with the empty stadium and everything. And then we have Diovice starting off a chain of more sequential stuff. Looks like going up against Mata. They're doing a little bit of spin. I think they're trying to go into a handstand, spin around. We got some crazy perspective stuff going. And it seems they have snapped their wrist. Quick test for all of you people out there. Radius or Ulna? Which one? Which one is it? Well, if you're paying attention, you would know that on the thumb side, it's the radius. You're wrong. Sketched out. Nope. Thumb side. This is the thumb. You're on the thumb. You can tell who watched Anatomy Quick Tips Arms. Anyway, the scream of pain. The twist. I don't even know how he got his body all twisted up. The people cheering. The sweating Funky Pepe as they watch the injury. They're all the sweat beads. And sadly, recovery took 13 months. It's a brutal recovery. I love the actual art of it. Love the little ending frame also. Definitely has a serious feeling of defeat. Sabi is still on the verge of death. No, very sick still with COVID, but nonetheless still making some fun art. It looks like a dog has eaten Sabi's cadet. Seems Sabi's cadet is no more. We also have Bristletail doing some sequential art. Lovely actions, lovely painting skills. Just their cadet being thrown into a wall. Looking completely defeated. All of the dogs on the hair, the Cerberus head, they're all knocked out. The character looks defeated. And you can see the champion. He's a robot. He looks strong. He's built for this. He's even got the Olympic logos built into him. Very, very good piece by Bristletail as well. And then we have Funky Pepe, who of course is going to do something crazy. Cheering, getting ready for the breakdancing final. Pepe versus Fepe. Pepe versus Pepe. Oh no. Oh no. He's so good. Giving up already. So bringing back his alternate dimension character from 2021 that killed some of the cadets that year, that canonically has beaten the cadets before. Now he's back to beat more cadets, although the cadet he's beating this time is Funky Pepe. We'll give that one more watch. It sounds, the editing of it is so good. The anxiety. And that movement. Oof. It's so good. Crazy stuff there by Pepe. And then we have Naka, not to be outdone, making us a very strong illustration with good composition qualities, good use of color and light, really capturing the feeling, the agony of defeat, as well as you see all the winners over here. And then his cadet just being completely shattered by losing. But we're still proud of you. We're still proud of you. And then we have TJL, who decided to get in on the fun of doing sequential art. So, this is TJL's Cadet. It's my dream to win the solar foil sail competition. We saw their cadet yesterday doing some solar foil sailing. But it's impossible. The interdimensional champion has a deeper connection to the solar tides than anyone. Glimfer wins back gold. Back to back. My only option is to cheat by discreetly installing an experimental nuclear propulsion system in my solar foil. I might have a chance to win. Once again, I think it's a chance for TJL to do some extra industrial design stuff. For the record, this ship thing, amazing. That gold medal will be mine. I worked my way up through the qualifiers easily without suspicion. And today is finally my day of glory. It is time. Race day. Sailors, prepare to cast off. The countdown will begin shortly. Good luck, Ash. Guh, I can't believe Glimfer knows who I am. Who cares? Soon the whole universe will know my name. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. Welcome to the 2024 Interdimensional Solar Foil Sailing Finals. Look at that. It's also just good-looking illustrations. Glimfer with a solid lead in the first to make it past the second marker. I'm too far behind. I have no choice but to use my trump card. There we go, the boost. What's this? Ash suddenly takes the lead. How is this possible? Ash is nearing the finish line at world record pace. This is history in the making, folks. And then, boom. Explosion. Nuclear explosion launching TJL's Cadet out of here. Ash. And then it looks like Glimfer has cruised to another victory. The reigning interdimensional champion holds on to his title. Also, someone please alert the authorities. So there we go. It seems Glimfer has won again, and Ash is going away to prison for a long, long time. That's an amazing amount of illustration quality in one day. And then up next, with another sequential art piece, we have Dunksung. Dunksung's Cadet here, watching a high bar competition. Oh no, and it seems that Andre has decided to show off a little bit. He's doing a balance on his nose. And then look at this. He's going to flex his nose as hard as he can. Send himself flying through the air, doing who knows how many spins. And landing perfectly. Heels together even. Just complete domination here by Andre. Look at that fan club. While Dunksung cries and screams, Andre casually flipping the pocket birds. It's quite good. It's a quite good art style. It's quite a good, storytelling. It's very funny. It's very charming. And then we have Cloudy. It's a great piece here with, looks like Cloudy going back to being the grim harbinger of the spirit world. I love all these creepy ghoul-like guys with the baseball mitts just kind of awkwardly on their fingers. That feels great. And then the kind of inverse world that's all happy and nice and pleasant. It's a very good piece. I like it a lot. So, great job there. And then, from the couch, before we get to the follow-alongs, we'll look at some couches. Because we also just have Franklin just getting completely outmatched in the bagging competition of the Supermarket Olympics. Volland, still sleeping, even despite all of the chaos and a metal hitting him in the head. It's not going to stop him from catching up on sleep. But now, we do have our 5 follow-along competitors today. First up, we have returning from last year, Kuzalon, who is going to make something quite good here, bringing in Carl as well as Clicks. Now, if you don't know the lore, Carl is actually Kuzalon's little siblings cadet. There are 2 artists in the Kuzalon family now in Chroma Corps. So Carl is teaming up with Kuzalon's character Clicks to completely destroy Naka's vessel character in the BMX. And they did it on a tricycle. They literally cheated. Click, 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 click. By Clicks. That's all Clicks has to say. Click, 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 click. This is a very good art piece. I love the style of the presentation. It's extremely strong. So, very good piece by Kuzalon. Then we had Mr. Green paying homage to this lovely, famous photograph. Beaten up on poor Cloudy here. Cloudy's just absolutely getting destroyed. Got a lot of nice little Easter eggs in the background as well. So, a great piece by Mr. Green for sure. Miang decided to let the washout basketball team just completely destroying these poor Chroma Corps cadets with their amazing skills. Even Carrot Person isn't on the fun. So that's a great one by Miang. Craspedia decided to make a whole pixel animation. You can see some of this lovely fluid movements, doing some fencing with their cadet versus Bristletail. Boop. It's poking. Lovely stuff. And finally, we have one more by Duck Overlord as our 5th and final of all of the competitors today. So let's check it out. Pistol Duel 20 meter finals. Yeah. We got Paul, our fan favorite follow along. Amazingly smooth animation going on here. Almost 20 years, but I still remember. As clear as day. We got Paul and Naka's cadet hanging out. A bit like my friend. Swim Shady. Just having a great time. You were my best friend. Dang. Until the day where Naka killed Swim Shady. Bad. Evil Naka. But now is a chance. This animation. Goodbye, pal. Dang. So that's a pretty insane animation by Duck Overlord. Okay. Now that we've seen all of these, how do we figure out a top 3? All right. I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to tell you my 3 winners for today. It's going to be Dung Sunk, Naka, and Funky Pepe. It's going to be those 3. They're just quite amazing, and nothing against any of the other ones, but these ones also feel like they have the most they feel like they induce the most trauma in some way. This one inducing just anger, like just rage of losing, and this one the sadness of losing, and this one the anxiety of getting beaten. So that is going to be the 3 I pick today, and that does put Naka in a 1-point lead, and it puts Pepe and Dung Sunk right behind with 2 medal points each now, and now there's a bunch with 2 going into the final day. So that's where we're going to be at. Could go a lot of different ways, but I guess we'll see tomorrow. Now, for the follow-alongs, obviously I already featured my top 5 really in the assignment itself as they were competing to win. But for the sake of just having something in the standouts area, I decided to do my next top 5. So outside of the 5 I picked, because there were so many good ones, I had more to share. So this one by Svenin with the breakdancing and the painting and the colors, really nice. Love how dramatic all of his values are. Mada did an amazing one with some great little scene of their cadet beating Andre in ping pong. Love how dynamic that camera work is. Steg Art did this lovely one of them beating TJO in the boating competition. We also have King W showing off all of these dance skills. Really dynamic, fun posing going on there. I love the presentation. And Pokiao doing some more dramatic anime style badminton, which is very intense today. And there were so many good ones today. Obviously, with a chance to knock out, or get a medal, people are going to be strong. I also have a comedy bonus today because why not? Chipniks made this one, which, I can't help but put some love on this one. I love the color palette going on here. All the little Easter eggs of the other characters from everyone of previous years, previous winners, and stuff like that. Oh, so great stuff there. I definitely beat Punky Fepe, rather. But anyway, let's just move on to the final day. Here we are, the end of things. Assignment 30 is upon us. The thrill of victory. I might as well just read it. It's probably a little bit predictable. An illustration assignment, considering what we've done for the last 2. We can't just end on the agony of defeat. We have to have the thrill of victory. So we got one more to go to really close out this year's Chroma Corps. So show the whole cadet team winning in a team event. And be sure to include at least 2 of the Olympic cadets in this triumphant teamwork moment for them. And of course, the top 3 entries will all receive 1 medal point. And the winner of this competition will be crowned at the end of this challenge, which is right now. So normally I do these live little video recaps for the recap video after I've at least looked at them. Not before I've judged them, but at least after I've looked at them. But this time, today, I haven't looked at any of them yet. So it will be full of surprises. It might be a little bit slower because I'll actually be kind of slowly going through and analyzing a little bit. But who cares? It's the final day. We can have some fun with it. Naka, of course, is in the lead with 3 points. And then there are a bunch of people behind him with 2 points each. I don't know if it will be a single winner or multiple winners. I guess I won't know until we look at everything. So, we'll just find out. Yes, thank you, Naka, in the chat. So Naka had this placeholder submission. In case of whatever, I'm going to do my effing best today, so don't expect an easy win. The context of this is, of course, last year. If you guys saw last year's recap video or are familiar with last year, Naka decided to throw during the finale event and not get a potential win in Chroma Corps last year. He might have regretted it, but he has made it back to a winning position yet again. So I guess no regrets there. At the very least, Naka will be a co-champion, if not the only champion. There is nothing Naka can do now to take away that crown. We will look and see if he stands alone or if he stands with other people. So Sabi is still dealing with COVID, which is an unfortunate way to close out Chroma Corps for Sabi this year. Ghost Dog has this lovely screenshot of the Notes app in their phone. Look at this battery management skills too. Awful. Look at this signal also. I don't know which is more upsetting, the signal or the battery, but nonetheless, I guess this is it. Let's just say Ghost Dog did an amazing job this year. Just a lot of great art, very strong. Didn't quite, manage to get a couple early wins in this finale part, and that kind of set them back a little bit. But an amazing year of art from Ghost Dog for sure. Then we have Cloudy. Really want to have a grand finale final, but I have to help with a wedding today. It's probably like Cloudy's wedding day, and it's just like drawing, like, hold on, I'll be there in a bit. Just someone's waiting at the altar. Regardless, this is adorable. This cute little art of our characters going on here. We even got a little spider layer back here, a little Volland, a little Ophelia. We like this. Great stuff from Cloudy. I started with a comic. I'm ending with a comic. Andre, featuring Ghost Dog's April. Let's take a quick look at this. Open in some bottles of, let's say, Sprite. A toast to losers everywhere. God help them. Nice up here. If perhaps a bit too up here. Think I could have made it? Doesn't matter. Guess not now. No. And it doesn't matter. Sip. Well, yeah, it does actually. I just wish I'd done more, Like, I was brought in because of that thing. I appreciate it, but why does it wear pants? Andre is finally acknowledging the robot. He's finally acknowledging the existence of the robot. Why does it wear pants? What does it have to hide? It's a robot. The implications distress me. I agree. And I haven't scored a single point. I was brought to the top. It's just bad vibes. Dang, you're all drinking. Your performance was as could be expected, and it wasn't all bad. Oh yeah? Yeah. You threw everything you had to get me in. The team captains didn't have faith in me, but you did. So there's that, kind of. Oh, little touching moment between them. I like that. Hello? Earth to Captain April. Was that a compliment? I worry you're about to say that your spaceship knows which way to go. Just accept it, you little green freak. It's the thought that counts. Hell of an asteroid. Damn. Haven't seen a bolide that bright since Kiev. What's gonna happen to it? It'll fall, burn up, and become something new. A very nice comic from Andre. It's all just a matter of luck at the end of the day. But Andre definitely proved that he's got the skills. He's got the talent. He's got the skills. He's won plenty of days against all of these talented people, and continues to impress us with these honestly amazing, introspective, interesting, and funny comics. So the art and just the memories have been delightful. Oh, and here's a small victory for the team. Inquiry desk. The manager said he can send up additional towels and snacks. It's a pretty good win. So great job once again. Then we have Diovice, Ice Leap. Now Diovice has been in an awkward time zone. I think they're always fast asleep by the time we get to the judging, so they always submit theirs a little bit earlier. I think it's probably, who knows what ridiculous hour, but Diovice making a good little piece of all of the little 10 finalists here, with Pepe, Bristletail, Naka, Sabi, Cloudy, Andre. Ghost on, Dunks on, TJL, Dio Vice, and also a little bonus, little Borb, little Bingo. Everyone's fan favorite stuff happening there. I like this. This is fun. This is a charming piece. Could be good for like a 2 monitor wide background. Let's see. Sabi then has, hello, my fellow cadets washouts, my team Spider Layer. So we've reached the end once more. 5th time, turns out, is not the charm. I'll write something a little mushier later when I can breathe through my nose again. But I hope you enjoy my COVID rambles. I can safely, I would say I had the greatest time this year. I had the actual best team anyone could ask for and some pretty okay rivals, I guess. I'm so grateful for once again being given the opportunity to participate. Thanks, Naka, for being a worthy rival. Thank you for every washout who took time to draw my character. And thanks, Cynics, for choosing me as a captain this year and for choosing me as a cadet all those years ago. Seriously, I make fun of Chroma, but I don't know where I'd be if it never happened. So, heart. Your 5-time losing champion, Sabi Lose. P.S. I have lost this time, but I extend my record of the most official assignments done at 117, which is indeed by far the record for most assignments done. This is a lovely, lovely little piece going on here. Looks to be the whole Little Stars Club. We got Micah, Fake Art, Bingo, Brioche, Dungsung, Franklin, Gek, Bagley, and Pepe here. A very charming, honestly, illustration. A very good piece. I like it a lot. Sabi has been such a mainstay of all of these Chroma Corps that I was kind of thinking maybe this would be Sabi's year to win also. But nonetheless, absolutely amazing art all year long. And once again, just constant improvement. I feel like people underestimate, seeing a repeat person, but I feel like that's so ridiculously hard for Spider Layer and for Sabi to both stay in the constant top of everyone, despite everyone, working so hard to improve every year. They've managed to keep right at the top of that improvement, and that is honestly one of the most difficult things to do in art, is to just improve year after year consistently for so many years now. Bet you can't lose more times than me. Triple dog dare you. I mean, at this point, it's nearly impossible for everyone. There's only going to be 10 Chroma Corps. This is the 5th one. I don't know if anyone can catch up. I don't know if it's theoretically possible, but very unlikely. Okay. Bristle Tail. Going for it. Goal. Anyone up for some Chroma Strikers? Ooh. Okay, going very intense with this. We have a whole sequence of passes being made between, it seems like, all of the Olympic cadets here. So they really went for the prompt on this one. Obviously, we got Bristletail shooting the shot into the net. It looks like the Android, his nose is falling off, but Andre. I'm going to assume he's the one who set it up. And that looks like it came from Funky Pepe, who passed it over to Andre. It looks like Dungsunk had passed it to Funky Pepe. It looks like Naka had deflected it over to Dungsunk. It looks like Cloudy, way up in the sky, had bounced it down to Naka. I guess this is Sabi over here using a baseball bat to get it over to Cloudy after having received it from TJL over here. That was after it got, looks like, headed down. Yeah, it's Ghost Dog. Yeah, April. And that's coming from Dio Vice, who passed it up there. I think we tracked it all back. A 10-person play. Amazing. Great job by Bristletail. TJL also has a lovely piece here with everyone. Looking great. All celebrating, having a good time. Lots of personality going on with each of them. I enjoy that. So great job by TJL, who also has done amazing this entire event. Funky Pepe. This comic has double meaning. Okay, but seriously, I'm honored to have competed with such amazing, talented artists. From the first out to the early winner, y'all are winners to me. It wasn't easy getting this far, and you better give it all one last time. But no matter the outcome, I hope you know that I'm proud of you. That you are all champions to me. Well, that's nice. I like that. Nice little shot there by Funky Pepe. And then, of course, Dung Sung coming in just a minute before the deadline. With this. Looks like all the little stars represented. Yeah, a little Stars Club representation. All the classic Little Stars Club people in here. That's looking nice. I like that. Just getting them all together. So why did you all agree to do this? I don't know. I did not know that a male swan is a cob. But yeah, they're just chucking the trophy up. I guess they're smashing it just for fun. And then we have Naka, who is in the lead. I guess it's a webtoon. Okay. We'll have to see what he did for today. Final note. Last note. A 5-year journey ends today. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, this is your time to make your bet. Welcome to the Intergalactic TDM Finals featuring Grimstar? Yes. Versus... he's just taking down all of the people that have 2 points. These are all the people. I get, yeah, there's 5 of them. I said 4 earlier, but there's 5 of them that have 2 points. Bristletail, TJL, Funky Pepe, Dungsunk, and Dio Vice all have 2 points. Going up against Naka. This is the last stretch. Don't hold back. Naka. How arrogant you must be to think you can handle us alone. Dang. He's kind of going hardcore on this. You can handle us alone. Dang. He's bringing in the old cadets. Just absolutely blasted. Just blasting away. There is some misunderstanding here. Your team's opponent is not Vessel. That is the name of Naka's cadet. You are all up against Naka. Oh no. It's all of his previous characters. It's all of them. 5 years. So, I repeat myself for the last time. I just got the crown already. Do your best. Dang. 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 Well, that's quite good. All right, he brought it. He was not joking. He came full force. Okay, let's first from the couch before we get into anything. Let's just check them out. We had some follow-alongs. Oh, that's nice. Nice little follow-along here. That's from Franklin. Just charming little Stars Club collab there. I'm liking that. A wonderful follow along from Spiderlight. Oh my gosh, it's the romance we've all been waiting for, everyone. Hold on, this is important. Hey babe, you okay? It's Meet Cute number 3. I've been waiting so long for the 3rd issue. Yeah. Take it from me. Losing gets easier over time. Or that wasn't very helpful, was it? No, it wasn't. Grab pole. 'Cause I feel like a wiener. Oh my gosh. Look at them. Look at them. It's so... Who truly won this year? Did we win? Did Naka win? Or did these two win? Love wins. Yes, indeed. That's extremely good. Wonderful follow-along from Volland. Wonderful follow-along from... Wait, what's this? Please stop. Reheating sentient food in the break room. Microwave, thanks, from Cynics. What does that mean? What's tomorrow mean? I don't run this. Do I have to come back and do something tomorrow? Well, I guess there will be more parts to this video recap that take place tomorrow. Well, let's handle the business at hand. So we've looked through these entries. I will say that my 3 favorite pieces today, probably Bristletail's got to be in there. Honestly, I think Andre's is one of my favorites today. But it's all for nothing because I'm going to be honest, Naka is getting another medal point, which means there's no multiple winners this year. We are giving it to Naka. Naka has proven strength beyond strength. Naka has proven to be the champion above champions. And we can't deny it. We can't deny that Naka has risen to the occasion and become the first, and maybe only ever, who knows, it's the only one so far, but the first solo champion of Chroma Corps, which is very, very, very impressive in so many ways. So definitely a big congrats to Naka. Well-deserved, amazing run both this year and last year. Honestly, Naka has become one of my personal favorite artists. I'm not saying that like just he's my favorite Chroma Corps person. No, I mean it. Like Naka is one of my favorite artists. Like full stop. Just out there in the world. And I don't know what Naka will, do in the world of art, far beyond Chroma Corps. But I hope he gets the chance to do amazing things. Stop the count, one more assignment. No, there's no bonus assignment. However, just for the sake of things being fun, there is an epilogue assignment board. It's not to do anything specifically. It is just for the sake of, anything that needs to go on. You guys have demanded it. You guys have earned it. We will have one more stream tomorrow to sum up everything else. Yeah, I guess we'll skip to the next day. But before we do too much else, I do want to give some love to the top 5 follow-alongs for Assignment 30. We had this great one from A Path featuring our 10 Olympic cadets. And they made it before Naka was announced the winner. But nonetheless, we got Naka here accepting the trophy at the top there. Just a great looking little image featuring all those people. Yalak, who had been amazing all season long, has this lovely one featuring their cadet, as well as Spooky and Eladin. Shamalu, who has been such a great member of the Chroma Corps community, has this one featuring the Goofy Goobers, as well as Apricot and Cloudy and Andre, and even Bingo's in there. Just having a nice little party. Welcome home after a tough Olympic year at Chroma Corps. Look, Andre's learning how to bake. He's going to be the Goblin Baker. But I love a lot of the details here. I love that we're seeing a little wedding proposal as well. Do I see some wedding bells in the future? Maybe next year on Chroma Corps. We also have Cloudy's fish headdress drinking juice, which I don't know, I thought that was amusing. So great stuff by Shamalu. Finley had this one featuring Cloudy and Asabi, looking great, little Stars Club action, but also featuring that delightful, once again, outfit by Sabi. So great to see that. Starship did this lovely piece featuring their cadet, and honestly, probably the cutest bingo I've seen this whole year. So I just love the look of this baby. It's so adorable. There's also a baby bingo bonus here. For I just had to share this one by Goat. We got Baby Side. This one's a bit cursed, but Baby Bingo is maybe competing also for the most adorable bingo of the year. And then we have little baby versions of everyone else. These are some massive arms going on Kachi down here. I guess now that we've finished assignment 30, we're finally done with our follow along standouts. But I do want to make special mention to all of the people in the follow alongs that completed every single prompt this year, at least at the time of Eladin, recording all of them, because Eladin was keeping track. Eladin Claus knows if you've been naughty or nice, and he made a list of over 100 people that finished every single assignment. I have to say, even though the number of overall cadets and entrants into this year was pretty similar to last year and the year before, the amount of follow-alongs and people who completed every prompt has been going up and up every single year. And seeing over 100 people do every single prompt is just crazy. That is a lot of work. I mean, just these people alone, that's 300 pieces of artwork at least. Technically 330 with the cadets, probably with the other stuff they did, over 400. I guess, just overall, really amazing stuff. So super congrats to the following: Anime Boy Stars, Mata, Kana Plants, Shucks44, The Sad Frog, Apricot Soup, Niyagi, Scoot or Scott, Strivek, Jacob Shade, Steffels Art, Octopus, Eriki, Fudge Cake Devil, Gingerbread, Pokeal, Elumbo or Eladin, Blue Air 404, Mars, Drawkey, T-Ted, Hepatocyte. I think people are using their Discord names here instead of their nicknames, so I'm not super familiar with all of them. Double, that's double. October ended, Omnist, Meridian Day, Some Drake 01728. I don't know who that name is. Forest Penguins, Directograph, Scaris, Jeb Cosby, TZZ, Muffins, Lobster Sauce, A Path, King W, Surmount by Scorn, Kuzalon, Cloudwin, Lost Stranger, Kira, Moichel, Niharibo, Demos Art, Cornelius Stegart, Mewpet, Cheeseballs, Lucevium, Squeebly Bop, Craspedia, LA Noir X, Elaim Chocolates, Exostable, Sassafras Bros, Ewoks Rock, that's 2 for the Kuzalon household, Valhario, Dizalzer, Kinzaria, Rahanter, Mini Shion, Charlie Coy, Shay Diffellow, Annie's Beth, Mini Meow, Woolly Frost. I wish everyone would have just used their regular nicknames instead of their Discord names. Dal, Sipho Diaz, KN Pictures, I don't remember if I said it. Yellock, Drakmore, Lion Frog, Void Spooky, Voland, Ephelion, Woshiek, Ned, Caboose, Adam Lover, Celadon Green, Nungor, Shami, A Crafty Jellyfish, once again doing all of them, Quack, Tatch, we'll just say Tatch, that's what they go by, Wad is Art, Captain Skells, Chip Nix, Whimsy, Velful, Spunky Bat, Square Cloud, which is cloudy, Andre, Chris Sargent, of course these are the cadets, Dunk Sunk, TJL, Bristletail, Awfully Sobby, Dio Vice, Funky Pepe, Ghost Dog, Frunkling, Kalminaka, Benjamin, who did all of them in text form, Cyanide, Clur, and Sketchy Pod. So an amazing amount. I'm sure there's other people who might have done them all but didn't get the name to Eladin or whatever. But so much good stuff, and big congrats to everyone that did all 30 days. That is not easy. Doing 30 illustrations in 30 days is a ridiculous accomplishment. So just very proud of everyone who did them all. That list seems to just keep expanding each year. Maybe next year you can be one of the people that does all 30. It's definitely a good challenge, and you'll definitely feel quite accomplished if you manage to make it through. Because once again, it is a rough commitment to just consistency and daily work. And it's tricky. Yeah, but, maybe it's worth it to you. It's certainly a fun challenge, and, you can try it out sometime. But that's going to do it for my little late addition into the follow-along standouts. So let's jump back over to the epilogue for Chroma Corps. All right, well, hello again. I am back for another day after assignment 30 because we have a little epilogue here. And there were some people that didn't get stuff in or wanted to do a bonus thing, obviously after Naka was announced the winner. So we always, as always with Chroma Corps, there's a little bit of bonus post competition stuff to look at. First of all, I guess let's give proper shout outs to Ronin Guts for declaring that TJL would be a finalist in Chroma Corps 26 weeks ago, which is long before Chroma Corps started. So good job, Ronin Guts. Good call. What do we got here? Volant has something. Help, please. 3. Okay. Naka, this is what it took to win this year. Overall, 32 illustrations, 19 concept sheets, 32 panels of a comic, 512 frames of animation. So definitely appreciate that. Naka is like someone who I think I will always try to hire anytime I need anything in the realm of merch stuff or like logo stuff designed. Like Naka will always be my first go-to for probably anything like that in the future, because I'm just like, well, Naka will do an amazing job with anything. I guess I recommend to everyone, if you ever need something, you know, maybe see if you can hire Naka for it, because Naka is gonna do an amazing job, I'll tell you that much. The amount of effort that goes into all of his logo designs for the merch and all of his illustrations is insane. It's insane. So I'm sure Naka's open to at least hearing offers, job offers, commission offers. Definitely go by, what's the best way to contact Naka? Is it Instagram or something? Where do you want to be contacted if we ever want to commission you for anything? Naka.bio. I will put a link to this in the video, of course, because Naka is of course the winner. But yeah, freelance, you can get amazing work. Spider Layer was showing me an art piece that she commissioned Naka for, and it's so dang good. It's so amazingly good that I'm like, I want to get some Naka commissions. But definitely Naka.bio if you want to get some commissions for something, for whatever project thing you might be doing. Throw your money at him because it's worth it. Oh, it's right here. All I had to do was scroll down a literal fraction of an inch. It's right there. Never submitted Vessel's final form. Ooh, we get some spoilers, some little bits of what could have been. Nice. It's got a final form. Now, having said that, you know, of course, you know, give Naka all the money for you know, anytime you need a commission on something or you're working on some merch stuff. But also, you know, take advantage of that, because I'm sure that some company will probably snatch him up and give him a proper job in the industry, probably sooner rather than later. I don't know. I would imagine so. You'd be a fool. If you were working at a company right now, you'd be a fool to not hire someone like Naka, one of my favorite artists. Oh, there's also a video in here. What is this one? Removed it. It submitted the 5-chapter comic instead. Nice. It's violent. No, it's the origin story, right? Dang, that guy blew up. Nice. It's like a full movie. Jumping out the window. nice. It's hitting them with the giant meat blob cannon. Yeah, this is the type of stuff that doesn't even, that is like, oh, that's fun. I made a full animation, that was fun, but that's not even the thing I want to submit. This was, he didn't even show this because he was like, yeah, it was okay, but not good enough to share. I think I'll just do something else. We got a bunch of stuff from Ophelia posting a Borb research. Ooh, this is fun. We get a look at some behind the scenes of what the process was like. Little Cynic's board. I kind of like this more than the one that's just a thin strip up into the camera. I kind of like seeing some of this mass that goes up into the camera. I know you went with more of this version with the, you know, just the long thin part going up. Anytime you start getting into thin stuff that, you know, it needs to be very particular, otherwise it's going to be spending a lot of your design economy into just thinner and thinner shapes. Cloudy, what's this? What's this? Two. Dang it, they're counting. They're just counting. They're casually counting. I didn't know you guys knew how to count. All of Sabi this year. Dang, we even got the logos over here. Once again, Sabi, of course, you know, amazing job with some of these art designs. I really like the way Sabi just puts together, you know, these shapes, especially for logos and things. Like between the graffiti challenge and this one from a couple days ago, and even the costume design one, and I feel like Sabi's skill set has become so diverse in what Sabi does well. Whereas, like, when I remember back to the first year, it felt like, okay, if there's like a character thing, Sabi will do great. And then if it's like kind of more logo stuff or some other stuff, it'd be like, maybe we'll see. Certainly prop design, industrial was rough. Environments were super rough. You know, it's like every time there was an environment, it'd be like, But this year, suddenly, Sabi's winning environments, winning at, like, you know, logos, winning at even industrial design and prop stuff. Like, these robots that got made were actually great. Oh, yeah, and buy merch. Because that's, you know, Sabi designed a lot of fun merch stuff. Not to be, you know, not to be forgotten. If you enjoy this style, and you should, I mean, look at those logos. If you're trying to do something, you want, like, some interesting stuff made, whether it's, you know, just something for branding, something for illustration purposes, whatever it might be, definitely contact Sabi. Sabi's open to commissions as well. You know, and you can always contact the other artists. They might be open. Always be asking. Brioche. What is Brioche making? It's a 1. What are these strange and cryptic messages? I know, but I'm pretending I don't for suspense. Okay, good. Great. I'm glad you can let me know. Young Sunk, yesterday I drew the Little Stars Club, and today I drew a little more. Drew the Grim 9 team celebrating their captain's win. It's got some interesting paraphernalia to celebrate. Here's a mental snapshot I drew at some point for good memories. Funny thing, I was saving this for the time I got my 3rd strike, but I don't even know. Yeah, you weren't going to get a 3rd strike with the way you were improving. This is great. 9 o'clock. Today from the couch, a love letter to Cynic's Knockin', the lovely artist we met along the way. Oh, okay. Okay. It's time. Full screen. I don't know if there's a way to do it full screen. I guess I could download it. And then I could, yeah, sure, I can do that. It's 2 minutes? Okay. Well, let's see what we got. Got Paul here, sleeping the gym. Paul El Gaib. Got the little recruiting thing. Well, this is a lot of stuff. Ooh. Ooh. Who's making this animation? Why is it so good? This a full anime? This kind of goes super hard. What the heck? This is so good. Look at Bingo. It's got like so many references to like all of the assignments. Rest in peace, Will. Brightest star. That's insane. Organizers Trout and Ophelia. Lead layout by Trout. Well, Trout, amazing. Naka, Ophelia, Draki, Will. These animations are just mind-bending. Like, this is better than a lot of like professional animes in some of those scenes. Supporting cast settings. Grim sequence. Oh, you even had Will work on it? Action sequence? Oh, I didn't know. Okay, you even had Will working. Nikitty was in there? Overgang? Dang. Alto and Slime Slugger? Oh, cool. We hope this animation shows our deepest gratitude towards the wonderful event you have hosted for years. You have created an environment for artists from artists that we sincerely appreciate. No place like Chroma. Well, dang. Well, that was really good. You guys are so stupidly talented. It's kind of insane. First of all, Bingo adds so much personality to everything. I feel like Bingo unlocks things in people's brain. This is great. All of these scenes. There are so many good little scenes and references. The forest prompts. All the prompts being represented. The call from Andre to get Ghost Dog in. Which, yeah. Just getting people, recruiting people. It's so good. I'm gonna have to watch this 1,000 times on my own. There's so many little things. I don't know how you guys keep just being this amazing and skilled at everything. I'm so I'm so blown away by just the quality of this stuff. Who did this animation? I'm curious. Who's animating is this? A Slime Slugger? It's so good. Oh yeah, Slime Slugger does like that pixely line art style. Nimbus Glam. Dang. Somehow every Chroma Corps, you guys managed to do something that's like just completely like insane, that I don't understand how it even gets made. Like, I don't understand the amount of like cohesive effort and coming together required. This is such a good drawing, by the way. This feels like I guess I don't know. It kind of feels like it could be a double drawing. Who did? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say it feels like doubles rendering. This drawing is so great. Next to the previous year stuff. Man, I'm gonna need to get a copy of this drawing so I can like print it out or something, or put it on my desktop background. Let's see, what else is going on in here? Well, we got, there's a little Doblungus here. I can see that, a little Doblungus right here on Bingo's butt. Oh, there's posted under. Yeah, there's probably more stuff posted. The wedding. Oh, okay. I'm glad we get a full version of this. Just seeing like a little fraction of it doesn't do it justice. This is so good. This is so good. The little bit of like hair, the eyelashes, the way that Bingo is drawn here is so, like the way the two eyes are working together, and then Urkel with the two big eyes. This is the wedding that Cloudy had to go help with. Now I need a print of this thing. Double was the best creature at the wedding. What is this? Why is it so good? This animation was created in 8 or 9 days? Wow. Ooh, this one was great too. Okay, we got to see this full one. Oh, this is the piece, yeah, that I mentioned from that Spider Lair commissioned from Naka, which is so good. It's I believe Spider Lair asked for like, just give me something that sums up the last year's Chroma Corps as a person. And it's got like so many good references crammed into every little chunk of this. From the double shirts to the Urkel to the Pinchman to the T10. A lot of stuff on the guitar, obviously. And the women want fish, me fear me. The hat, the classic hat. And the Ophelia pants, of course, yes. Ophelia pants. Ooh, animatic? You have a full animatic going on here? Sure. Dang, look at this planing. How professional. Professional level animatic. Nice. This is a good animatic. Man, what a great animatic. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I think I am overwhelmed by how great everything is. This is honestly a perfect like halfway finale for Chroma Corps number 5. If Chroma Corps just ends right here, it would be a perfect ending. It is our halfway kind of point in all things. You guys all made this a very, very enjoyable and wonderful Chroma Corps, and I'm very happy. So thank you all. And I love you guys. You guys are great. You're all wonderful. And I think we will just wrap up the stream there. And I just want to close things out with a little post epilogue, I guess you could say. I added some more art from the other boards into here that people were doing in the subsequent days. So I just wanted to share some of those on video. Nikitty did this lovely piece featuring the 5 years of champions of Chroma Corps. Shucks did this lovely little piece featuring a bunch of different cadets. Once again, it's just kind of good vibes, happy times. You can see all of these amazing people represented. You even got the medals on there, the different gold, silver, bronze medals. All of these lovely little cadets going on there. Palomar doing a little bit of politics. Lovely. Shamalu drawing some Bingo, or trying to turn Bingo into a robot. That was for a previous assignment. I just wanted to throw it in here. Muffins made a nice little tribute to Naka. Apricot made a nice tribute to Naka. This was T-Ted's full list of cards. As you can see, there's a ton of them. Those were really good and useful for me as well, so thank you, T-Ted. Directograph did this lovely combination of our Olympic competitors. We also have Shade doing some Naka art. Overgang doing a little tribute for Naka, as well as this Biped giving us a little Naka Mogus. I don't even know what to call that. Apath doing some fun, just kind of fan art of various cadets as well. Lion Frog had a full animation from different stuff they made. Just kind of cheering everyone up that was down after assignment 29. And really just having a great little animation there. So, love that. Love it. Happy Chroma Corps, everyone. Octopus with this one. Blooper, another good tribute. Annie did some Craspedia fan art, well deserved. Major Bond had some more just good feeling fan art stuff. Double did a nice little tribute to Naka there. Bagley also did a tribute to Naka. Druid for Hire, really summing up everything about the year with this lovely illustration. Starship, lovely piece there, and Micah as well. Some more tributes rolling in. Ewoks Rock, telling you that Carl loves you. So you can always remember that when you can't fall asleep at night. Just remember Carl loves you. And that's all that really matters. Eladin had a little reminder for everyone to do all of their final images and get all 30 assignments in. Andre was just sharing some initial mock-ups for their original art stuff. Blub Lab did this lovely little image where they all kind of had their sunglasses of the winner. Actually, we can see that in a bigger way over here, featuring all of Naka's previous cadets together. Another one, Druid for Hire here. What else do we got? And dang it, they're all sneaking in more stuff. Secret prompts. This was the studio shot of everyone that took part in the actual animation. But you can see everyone there, all of their names of everyone that did the Watch for Bad Language. Everyone that helped take part in that also did a little illustration of their cadet. Micah made a full comic as well. A day after the Chroma Olympics, Krill has kindly offered a lift home for the team. Everyone's eating their Shrinix flavored cup of noodles, hanging out with Micah's cadets. Hey Krill, coming. Sorry, the water took some time to boil. I hope the crew isn't bothering you too much. Yeah, I think one of them pooped on the couch. Oh, it's these little guys. Oh, sorry, don't worry about it. Happens all the time. I don't know why I said sorry. And then we got all of our Little Stars Club hanging out over here. So, how much longer till our first destination? About a day or so. Huh. Yeah, it's not that long. They're all just relaxing, hanging out. We even got Bingo down here. Yeah, I guess so. The whole trip would have been a 2-hour drive by car. Oh well, at least we can finally rest for a while. Got the little number 1 crew featuring the Little Stars Club. So a nice tribute to the team. Lovely stuff there. We also had some other big updates. There was this yearbook collab done by a bunch of the different artists. And it's chock full of Easter eggs and references from a bunch of different artists that took place in both follow-alongs. Some of the cadets, I believe, are in here as well, but it's mostly follow-alongs. Honestly, I recommend just checking these out in full, but yeah, great stuff there. Some more late entries, Lion Frog doing this, Sir Chin Chin doing a nice little tribute to everyone. Sketched Out, amazing artist, did this lovely tribute to the Little Stars Club. Love that one. Yulak doing some Naka animation. Brioche also doing a little Naka tribute. Gabe had this lovely one featuring a bunch of different cadets. And Noir decided to turn the whole event into an actual summer camp journal, which is great because I often say that I treat this like an art summer camp, and seeing someone actually kind of put it into an art summer camp framing device and incorporating all of the different prompts from the whole year is really, really delightful. So let's see. We got the first day, featuring the water sprites and everything, the Bubblegum Mayhem, the abstract stuff, the forest spirits, the tomato suitcase, in this case a bento box, everything from the whole time, even the Olympic stuff, the competitions, the criminal stuff, the ball pit, the washing board, just everything, featuring a picture of their cats. I am sad that the summer camp is over, but me and Fishbone also can't wait to finally see you again. I will forever treasure the friends I made this summer and hope to see all of them again soon. And of course, we have to go back to that Bubblegum Mayhem. Cynic's here. Have you seen what those little monsters did to my school? You have 1 hour to clean that mess up, or you're all, if you fail, you are fired. Luckily, Paul was able to clean up after us after we finished a very chaotic year at Chroma Corps. So don't worry, things will be ready in time for next year. So I think that's going to do it for this video. Once again, I don't know how I'll order all the other stuff I need to incorporate. So either there will be some little video outro stuff, or maybe this might be the very end of the video. But nonetheless, I guess I just want to thank you all for watching this, I don't know how many hour-long video. It was an amazing experience. I really just can't appreciate it enough. You're probably getting tired. I've probably done an ending like for the past hour by now. I've probably been rambling about how great it is. But nonetheless, let's just wrap it up there. So thank you all so much, and I will see you all for Chroma Corps 2025 in roughly 10 months or so. But until then, I'll try to keep doing the regular YouTube stuff, as chaotic as it might get. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all later. Alright, sorry this video wound up being almost 8 hours, but I do have one last thing to mention. First of all, yes, I did finally get my hat after waiting for it because I've been editing this video for so long. But other than that, I do need to give a big thank you to all the Patreon supporters, people that subscribe on Twitch, YouTube memberships, anyone who donates money to, what I do here. It's very much appreciated, and honestly, that's what gives me the free time to be able to do something like Chroma Corps. So just thank you so much to those nice people. It really does mean a lot because honestly, they say money can't buy happiness, but you can buy freedom a little bit. And the freedom to be able to just do something that doesn't make any money for 2 months is honestly an amazing thing to have, to be able to do Chroma Corps. I wouldn't trade it for anything else monetarily, so just thank you so much for helping me be able to do that. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. You don't have to like or subscribe to the video or anything like that. If you get anything out of the video, I would just be happy if you get inspired and maybe start working on your own art, start building your own communities, but just do creative things. That's really the only thing I want to share with all of you. So now, finally, thank you all for watching, and see you, everyone.